Chapter 4:24. The night was dark. Wind chasing inside the heaven room. Dong Ching-han was meditating while the two old men, wind and cloud dual guards, stood guard on either side of him, their divine senses constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anyone from approaching and harming Dong Ching-han. Tonight was the first night of the Inheritance War, so it was destined not to be peaceful. Whether the 8 great young lords were attacking or defending, they would definitely make a move. The wind and cloud dual guards couldn't understand why Dong Ching-han didn't seem to be worried about Yang Kai's situation, but since their young master didn't want to say more, they didn't ask. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The expressions of the wind and cloud guards, who were on high alert, changed drastically. They simultaneously turned their heads to look at the door, their faces filled with shock and horror, because under the supervision of their divine senses, they hadn't noticed when the person outside the door had arrived. If this person was an enemy, if they suddenly attacked at such a close distance, would Dong Ching-han still be alive? Thinking so, the wind and cloud dual guards suddenly began sweating profusely, hurriedly standing up and secretly circulating their Saint Chi while remaining vigilant. Perceiving their abnormalities, Dong Ching-han also opened his eyes and frowned. "Who is it?" "It's me," a familiar voice called out from outside the door. When this voice reached his ears, not only did Dong Ching-han's expression become extremely strange, even the wind and cloud dual guards also wore strange expressions. "Young master, be careful," the wind guard whispered and signaled to the cloud guard, one of them retreating to Dong Ching-han's side while the other walked over to the door and opened it while keeping an eye on the situation. At the door, a figure flashed and a man wearing a black robe entered. This person's face was covered by a large hat, so the cloud guard who opened the door only saw a pair of bright eyes. "Yang Kai?" Dong Ching-han narrowed his eyes and asked softly. Under the vigilant gaze of the wind and cloud dual guards, the man slowly lifted the hat on his head, revealing his true face and grinning towards Dong Ching-han. Seeing this man's appearance, Dong Ching-han couldn't help cursing. "Fuck! It's really you." Even though the wind and cloud dual guards had high cultivation and were quite old, at this moment they couldn't help but want to roll their eyes. But fortunately, their mental fortitude was extraordinary, so they managed to endure. "Greetings, seniors." Yang Kai nodded to the storm guard and the cloud guard. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." The two quickly concealed the shock on their faces and quickly returned the courtesy. "You brat." Dong Ching-han hurriedly got up and closed the window tightly, motioning the wind and cloud dual guards to remain vigilant before hurrying over to Yang Kai, his slightly chubby face showing a dumbfounded expression. "How did you know I was here?" "I have a small force under my command that specializes in collecting information," Yang Kai explained. A small half of the Bamboo Knot Gang's members had been sent here by Yang Kai a few days ago and had now infiltrated every district of War City, allowing him to accurately find Dong Ching-han's residence. "Not bad, but do you know what you're doing?" Dong Ching-han slowly shook his head. He pulled Yang Kai to sit down. This was the Inheritance War, not some child's play. As a Yang family direct descendant, Yang Kai had no choice but to accept. Instead of staying in his own residence to protect himself, he actually ran out. However, thinking about it for a moment, Dong Ching-han couldn't help feeling a little excited. "Are you planning to take the initiative to attack?" "I had such an idea." Yang Kai nodded. "Good boy," Dong Ching-han exclaimed. "I knew you wouldn't be unprepared. Tell me, how many people did you bring?" "I'm alone." The excitement and smile on Dong Ching-han's face quickly stiffened, and he quickly restrained himself as he stared at Yang Kai. "I'm your cousin. Are you going to play this game with me?" Yang Kai shook his head seriously. "I'm not lying to you. I'm really the only one here." Dong Ching-han couldn't help sitting up straight, the fat on his face showing signs of twitching slightly. This time, even the wind and cloud dual guards were stunned. Running out alone at such a sensitive time in the middle of the night, was he a fool or an idiot? How could he be so bold as to regard all the heroes in this world as nothing? On top of that, he actually managed to arrive here safely, not even being intercepted halfway. This was the most incredible part. Yang Kai had a small force dedicated to collecting intelligence. So how could the other Yang family young lords who wanted to win the inheritance or not have a special intelligence network? It could be said that the 8 young lords were all monitoring each other's movements at all times. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately report back. How did you manage to come here? Dong Qinghan felt a little incredulous. Did the 2 blood warriors around you dare to let you leave? They don't know. Yang Kai shook his head when he left the mansion. He didn't tell anyone. Only Chiu Yimeng. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to come here. Then your mansion? Dong Qinghan asked anxiously. Without Yang Kai there, the people there were tantamount to having no commander. There's no problem there. Let's not talk about that. I came to you to borrow some people. Yang Kai waved his hand, interrupting Dong Qinghan's chatter. Borrow people? Dong Qinghan asked, immediately understanding and pointing to the wind and cloud dual guards. Them? I'm alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to accomplish anything. Adding them will be enough. Dong Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even if he added the wind and cloud dual guards, it was still only 3 people. They could steal chickens and dogs, but stirring up trouble was definitely not enough. Not necessarily, but there's always a chance. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. For the time being, he didn't know what his target's situation would be like. But thinking about it, tonight, just like his own mansion, it would be very lively. If you want to borrow people, naturally, Dong Qinghan quickly said, but I also want to go. You can't. Your strength is too weak. You'll only be a burden. Yang Kai refused. Dong Qinghan was rendered speechless, his face flushed red. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and patted Dong Qinghan's shoulder. Cousin, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but right now I can single-handedly defeat you. You should go to bed early. The wind and cloud dual guards both wore awkward expressions, not daring to speak. Come to my house tomorrow, and I'll explain to you in detail. Seniors Wind and Cloud, I'll take them with me first. Yang Kai informed Dong Qinghan before standing up directly. Scram! Dong Qinghan shouted, his expression quite ugly. Yang Kai chuckled, waved to the Wind and Cloud dual guards, opened the door and left. This little bastard, how much has he grown? After Yang Kai and the Wind and Cloud dual guards left, Dong Qinghan slowly shook his shoulders to relieve the numbness in his body. Just now, when Yang Kai had patted him, half of his meridians seemed to have been sealed, so naturally he knew that Yang Kai wasn't lying when he said he could single-handedly defeat him. But last time in High Heaven Pavilion, he had only narrowly defeated Bai Yunfeng from the Bai family. So how could he have grown so much in just a few years? Monster! Dong Qinghan muttered to himself, his face filled with resentment. Inside War City, 3 dark figures were rapidly flying. Even though the city was brightly lit and countless divine senses were intertwined, no one was able to discover the whereabouts of these 3 people. As soon as they left the inn, the Wind and Cloud dual guards noticed that a mysterious and powerful divine sense had wrapped around them, isolating their auras and vitality, making it impossible for outsiders to detect their whereabouts. This divine sense was so strong and strange that it was even stronger than the Wind and Cloud dual guard's own. It was one of the few masters they had encountered who possessed such divine sense. As a result, all they needed to do was carefully follow behind Yang Kai without worrying about exposing themselves. Seeing this, the Wind and Cloud dual guards finally understood how Yang Kai had been able to safely arrive at the place where Dong Qinghan lived. The 2 of them didn't know that this was Yang Kai's own divine sense, only thinking that he had used some kind of high-grade soul-type artifact to achieve this effect, causing their expectations and evaluation of Yang Kai to rise a notch. This cousin of their young master really seemed to have the potential to succeed. Under the cover of this mysterious divine sense, as long as the three of them didn't attack, no one would be able to discover them, making them practically invincible. Not long after, Yang Kai, who was leading the charge, suddenly turned around and hid under a roof. The wind and cloud dual guards hurriedly followed, somewhat confused as to why Yang Kai had suddenly become so cautious. Just as they were about to speak, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, causing the two of them to quickly hold their breath. After a moment, the sound of fluttering clothes came from all directions, followed by several figures flying forward. The wind and cloud dual guards' expressions couldn't help changing slightly, only now realizing that Yang Kai wasn't just randomly speaking. He had actually noticed that some masters were approaching. What a strong sense! Both of them were secretly shocked. Although they hadn't released their divine senses out of caution, with their immortal ascension boundary cultivations, their cultivator's intuition was still there. Even they hadn't noticed anyone approaching, yet Yang Kai had, which was enough to explain many things. Staring at the figures of the people who were flying forward, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange grin. These people weren't trying to hide their figures, nor were they trying to hide their identities. The leader of this group was the Yang family's fifth brother, Yang Kong, who had been escorted by Tang Yuxian. As for Tu Feng, he was nowhere to be seen. He should have been left behind in Yang Kang's mansion to guard the flag. The survival of the flag was extremely important, so a powerful blood warrior had to be left behind to guard it. It was impossible for Yang Kong to leave his own mansion empty while attacking others. Yang Kong was accompanied by a number of masters who weren't weak. These people were all rushing towards the northeast corner of War City, so it was obvious they were all from the forces that had allied with Yang Kong. That direction was also the target of Yang Kai's trip, the mansion of his third brother, Yang Tai. Shortly after Yang Kang's group left, a series of shuffling sounds rang out as countless figures flew up into the sky, following closely behind Yang Kang's group as they rushed towards the northeast corner of War City. These people were all following along to watch the fun. Tonight's battle had attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people, so naturally, there were some bored people who wanted to witness the Yang family's infighting. How could they miss such a wonderful show? Seeing such a group of bored people, Yang Kai was also somewhat happy, winking to the wind and cloud dual guards before also soaring into the sky and flying forward with the rest of the group. Chapter 4:25. The crowd gathered together, all of them smiling widely as they followed Yang Kang's group towards the northeast. Although War City wasn't as large as the central capital, it was still a behemoth compared to the other cities. If not for this, the Yang family wouldn't have chosen to conduct the inheritance war here. Without a huge space as a battlefield, the inheritance war simply couldn't be carried out. Yang Kang's group flew at a leisurely pace, their expressions relaxed, and they even had the mood to chat and laugh leisurely, making them feel quite at ease. About half an hour later, they arrived at the northeast part of War City. In front of Yang Tai's house, Yang Kong and the others calmly landed. The bored people who had followed them to watch the fun also hurriedly found a favorable position and stopped, looking forward to seeing what would happen. Yang Kai and the wind and cloud dual guards also landed in a position not too far away, quietly waiting for the show to begin. Third brother, fifth brother is here. Yang Kong stood outside the house and shouted with a smile on his face, "Since you've come, come in." Yang Tai's voice called out from inside. Yang Kong smiled lightly and led the large group of people in. Although Yang Tai's voice was neither fast nor slow, anyone could hear the hidden powerlessness and loneliness in his tone. After all these years of life experience outside, he hadn't been able to obtain any decent merits, so he couldn't exchange for a blood warrior. There was no blood warrior around him to protect him, nor did he have the support of any other forces. With just the support of his mother's family, it wasn't enough to accomplish anything. Chiu Meng's original judgment was roughly correct. Yang Tai was destined to be the first to be eliminated. Inside the courtyard, Yang Tai stood upright. Behind him stood 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters and a few other cultivator whose strength wasn't too weak. These people were all from Yang Tai's mother's family, the Duan Mu family. As for the Duan Mu family, they were also Yang Tai's only source of support in the inheritance war. Whether Yang Tai could pass this night safely or not, he would have to rely on the strength of the Duan Mu family. On the other hand, Yang Kong not only had a powerful blood warrior like Tang Yuxian, who was proficient in soul skills, but he also had one of the 8 great families, the Gao family, as an ally. Gao Rangfeng also had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters with him. These 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters from the 8 great families couldn't be treated as ordinary people. They were strong enough to defeat an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. Other than that, there were also 5 or 6 Heavens Wander State experts and dozens of Yuan Qi State cultivators. With such a contrast in strength, the difference in strength was obvious. Yang Kong only needed to dispatch half of his strength to restrain all of Yang Tai's helpers. Capturing Yang Tai himself or seizing his flag would be as easy as flipping one's hand. And this was 1 person and 1 item. All of them could be exchanged for resources from the family. Yang Tai calmly looked at the approaching Yang Kong, his expression indifferent. Yang Kong stopped 10 feet away from him, and the 2 stared at each other for a moment. Yang Kong smiled and said, "Third brother, we're all brothers. Why don't you listen to my advice and settle this peacefully?" He obviously wanted Yang Tai to surrender on his own accord. Now that he had the absolute advantage, he naturally had the right to say such words. Hearing this, Yang Tai slowly but firmly shook his head. "My Yang family has always been defeated, never surrendering. Even if you are my brother, that won't do." "Good, I knew you would say that." Yang Kong nodded gently, the smile on his face slowly converging. "If it were me, I would have said the same thing. Since that's the case, don't blame 5th brother for not showing mercy. Do as you wish." Yang Tai's expression suddenly became cold. The Duan Mu family cultivator behind him also condensed their Yuan Qi at this moment, secretly taking precautions. At that moment, Tang Yuxian, who had always been by Yang Kang's side, suddenly frowned and whispered something. Yang Kang's expression became playful as he glanced back and called out, "7th brother, since you've come, why don't you just show yourself? What are you doing sneaking around?" A burst of laughter rang out as a group of people flew out from the night sky and landed in the courtyard, standing opposite Yang Kang's group. It was the Yang family's 7th brother, Yang Ying, and his allies. Yang Kong had the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng as an ally, while Yang Ying had the Kong family's Kong Zhan as an ally. Yang Ying also had a blood warrior by his side, so even if there was some gap in strength between the 2 sides, it was very small. The crowd watching the fun suddenly became excited. With the 3 Yang family brothers gathered here, there would naturally be a good show to watch. Now, whether it was Yang Kong or Yang Ying, who would be the one to eat the fat piece of meat that was Yang Tai. "Third brother, 5th brother, little 7 greets you." Yang Ying landed and first greeted them with a smile, his face filled with warmth and gentleness. "7th brother, if it weren't for you Xian noticing, I'm afraid 5th brother would have been stalked by you without even realizing it." Yang Kong smiled and shook his head. "What is 5th brother saying? In the inheritance war, all kinds of schemes and tricks are used. Little 7th was just quietly hiding for a moment. I was worried that there might be other brothers in the crowd watching the fun." Saying so, both he and Yang Kong swept their eyes around vigilantly. Yang Kai's head was wrapped in a hat and his face was covered, but when he heard these words, he couldn't help smiling. The Wind and Cloud brothers also couldn't help feeling like they had been exposed. No one should be coming. Yang Kong slowly shook his head. Tonight, eldest brother is biding his time. He is the eldest brother, so it's only right for him to show some respect to his brothers. Tonight, he won't be participating in the first battle. Eighth brother is currently in a state of panic and will only defend, not take the initiative to attack. Although the eighth brother Yang Quan had a blood warrior as his retainer, his mother's family was only a second-class force, so the support they could provide was limited. During the day, he hadn't been able to win over many followers, so naturally he didn't dare take the initiative to attack others. On top of that, he had a blood warrior as his retainer, so even if there was only one, it wouldn't be easy to break through, so no one had any ideas about attacking him on the first night. As for second brother and sixth brother, they should have taken their people to another place that is easier to attack. So here, it's only us two brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered meaningfully. Second brother Yang Zhao and sixth brother Yang Shen had gone to another place that was easy to attack tonight. So besides his own house, there was no other place. He just didn't know what the situation there was now. As Yang Kong spoke, Yang Ying couldn't help smiling. Fifth brother's news is truly fast. Little Seven admires you. Yang Kong shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss how to deal with third brother first. What does fifth brother think? How about we each take one of the people and the flag?" Yang Kong asked with a smile, not putting his third brother Yang Tai in his eyes at all, as if he wanted to divide up some kind of supplies with Yang Ying. Yang Tai's face couldn't help going pale, while the other Duan Mu family masters also wore angry looks. Yang Ying smiled and shook his head, calmly saying, "Fifth brother, don't blame little Seven for having such a big appetite. I want third brother's people, but I also want his flag." Yang Kong was stunned and couldn't help sneering. "Seventh brother, your appetite is really big. Then let's see if you have the ability to snatch food from the tiger's mouth." Yang Ying's smile also slowly converged, and his expression became cold. The two brothers stared at each other for a moment before the surrounding 1,000 meters suddenly became silent, the air seemingly stagnant. When the wind and rain came, the city was about to be destroyed. Asterisk xiao xiao xiao. Asterisk more than 10 powerful spiritual energy senses suddenly burst forth, and as if they had discussed this beforehand, the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying, simultaneously released the soul skills they had been accumulating for a long time. As the invisible forces collided, some people let out muffled groans and were forced to retreat a few steps, while others took advantage of the situation and fiercely attacked. The brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed at this moment, dazzling the onlookers. Tang Yu Xian flew to the side to protect Yang Kong from the whirlpool of battle, while the other blood warrior brought by Yang Ying also flew to the other side to protect him. The two Yang family young lords stared at each other from a few dozen meters away, their cold gazes colliding, creating a series of sparks. As key figures in the Inheritance War, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kong and Yang Ying wouldn't take action themselves. Firstly, doing so was dangerous, and secondly, their strength wasn't high, so even if they took action, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The blood warriors guarding them were also restrained by the Yang family's rules and couldn't take the initiative to attack. The blood warriors were only responsible for passive counterattacks, when no one attacked them or the Yang family young lords. Even if the situation was critical, they had to stand by and watch. The strength of the cultivator brought by Yang Kong and Yang Ying was roughly the same, so when they clashed, they were actually evenly matched. As the hosts, Yang Tai and the Duan Mu family cultivator were relaxed, no one actually came to find trouble with them. After observing for a while, Yang Tai coldly snorted. "Did you really think this third brother wasn't prepared at all? You're looking down on me too much. Release the arrows." Asterisk schwa, 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 asterisk on top of the surrounding walls and roofs. A number of figures appeared, each of them holding a powerful bow that glowed with a brilliant light. The shape of these bows was quite arrogant. At a glance, it was obvious they were high-grade artifacts. As for the cultivators holding bows, each of them was at least a true element boundary 8th stage master, with one or two even having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Yuan qi madly poured into the bows and artifacts, and in just a short time the cultivator holding the bows all went pale, seemingly having exhausted all of their yuan qi. Wherever the arrows were pointed, everyone felt a sense of danger, and their complexion changed greatly. As the violent power gathered, even the bored people who were watching from outside the mansion couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines, their scalps tingling as a chill ran down their spines, as if some kind of danger was staring at them. Asterisk schwa, 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 asterisk 6 or 7 powerful bows, the bowstrings trembling, the sharp arrows on the bowstrings emitting a dazzling light, like meteors falling from the sky, creating a halo of light visible to the naked eye as they slammed towards the cultivator, who was still fighting. The arrows flew out and instantly weaved into a rain of arrows, wrapping around Yang Kong and Yang Ying's followers. A loud bang rang out, shattering the sky and shattering the earth as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone's eardrums trembled as they lost their sense of hearing in an instant. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's eyes trembled as they stared in disbelief at the energy eruption below. Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior quickly circulated their yuan qi to protect Yang Kong and Yang Ying. RS. Chapter 4:26. After a while, the raging waves of energy gradually subsided. Half of Yang Tai's mansion was blown away by those 6 to 7 arrows and was almost razed to the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and people crawled up from the edge of the crater. The ground was littered with broken limbs and pieces of flesh. The scene was extremely bloody. The inheritance war was not a child's play. People could really die. The minced corpses and rotten flesh on the ground, as well as countless rocks, had proven this cruel fact. The entire Yang Tai's mansion fell into a suffocating silence. Only some intermittent groans could be heard. The smell of blood filled the air. Among the crowd of onlookers, many female cultivator averted their eyes, covered their mouths, squatted down, and began retching. Yang Tai watched all this indifferently, a trace of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions suddenly became gloomy. They never thought that their third brother would actually have such a trick up his sleeve in such a disadvantageous situation. It wasn't that they didn't know those people were lying in ambush on top of the walls. They were well aware of their position. It was just that they hadn't expected Yang Tai to be able to obtain such a powerful killing artifact. The Shattering Star Bao was only Earth-grade top rank, but it was capable of swallowing a cultivator's yuan qi without limit, releasing all of it in one shot. As soon as the arrow was released, the bow cracked and the cultivators were injured. The 6 or 7 Shattering Star bows, which were not easy to refine, were shattered the moment the arrows left the bowstrings. The force of the explosion even caused the cultivators holding the bows to be severely injured, their bodies riddled with holes. However, Yang Tai's purpose had been achieved. He was indeed unable to resist the attacks of Yang Kong and Yang Ying, but before he was defeated, he could viciously take a bite out of his enemy's flesh. I can lose, but whoever comes after me, I won't let them off so easily. Yang Tai's Shattering Star Bao had perfectly expressed his intentions. Under the barrage of arrows, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's cultivator subordinates had lost at least a dozen people, 2 of whom were immortal ascension boundary masters, and more than 20 had been seriously injured. Minor injuries didn't count. At the very beginning of the inheritance war, such losses were not small. How could Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions be good? Looking at the miserable situation below, the 2 of them were so angry that their eyes were about to crack. Kill them for me. Yang Kong and Yang Ying furiously ordered almost at the same time. In the next moment, the brief silence was broken. The 6 or 7 cultivator who had been injured by the explosion of the star shutter Bao had shot the arrows. He didn't even have the strength to resist before he was killed in one move. These were all cultivators of the Duan Mu family. Although the Duan Mu family was a first-class force and had many masters, they couldn't devote all of their strength to the inheritance war. Moreover, Yang Tai was destined to have no chance of winning. Therefore, although the Duanmu clan had sent quite a few people this time, they were only doing their best. The Duanmu clan's patriarch had long been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. Therefore, even if 6 or 7 people were killed, the others did not even frown. Old 7. 5th brother, I think it's better to deal with 3rd brother first. What do you think? Yang Kang's expression was gloomy as he stared at the motionless Yang Tai, asking his 7th brother Yang Ying. Exactly. Yang Ying nodded. The ownership of the people and flag will depend on your own methods. Yang Kong snorted. Under his command, the people he had brought with him attacked Yang Tai. At the same time, Yang Ying also issued an order to attack. In an instant, the two of them aimed their spears at Yang Tai and the Duanmu family. Among the cultivator the Duanmu family had dispatched this time, the strongest were only 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th stage masters. The rest weren't worth mentioning. Although the 6 or 7 Starshatter bows had won back some face, in this kind of head-on confrontation, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. The 2 immortal ascension boundary 7th stage masters tried their best to protect Yang Ying as they were forced to retreat. But after a short, while they were forced to retreat, at that moment, a person from each side of Yang Kong and Yang Ying secretly left the battlefield and hid themselves as they rushed towards the main hall of Yang Tai's mansion. That was where Yang Tai's flag was hanging. Although Yang Tai saw them, he was powerless to stop them and could only allow them to enter, a look of unwillingness appearing on his face. Get ready. Yang Kai, who had been quietly observing the situation, suddenly shouted. The wind and cloud guards' expressions became solemn, knowing that Yang Kai was finally going to make a move. Turning his head to look at the wind and cloud guards, Yang Kai smiled and said, Although the 2 seniors aren't weak in this kind of chaotic battle, I'm afraid they won't be able to gain any advantage. The Wind Guard nodded. What young Lord Kai says is correct, and among those people there are several whose strength is not inferior to ours, some even surpassing ours. As for what to do, young Lord Kai can give us orders. Old Cloud and I will do our best to cooperate. Just follow me. Go in and make a few false moves. Don't fight, immediately leave, Yang Kai whispered. The Wind and Cloud Guards were masters of the Dong family who had followed Dong Qinghan for so many years. If they died here, it would be a big blow to Dong Qinghan. Yang Kai had brought them here to fish in troubled waters. He didn't want them to risk their lives. Good. After listening to Yang Kai, the Wind and Cloud Guards nodded firmly. If they just went in and made a few false moves, there wouldn't be any danger. What they feared the most were the masters from the Yang family's Blood Warrior Hall. But as long as they didn't attack Yang Kong and Yang Ying, the Blood Warrior Hall's masters naturally wouldn't attack them. Also, go help Yang Ying's people. Attack Yang Kang's people. Don't attack both sides at once. If they only attacked one side, it would give Yang Kang's people the illusion that they were allies. Although they would quickly realize this, Yang Kai wanted to seize this fleeting opportunity. If they attacked both sides, it would only be a thankless task. As he spoke, 2 people suddenly rushed out from Yang Tai's room. One of them belonged to Yang Kang's camp, the other belonged to Yang Ying's camp. Both of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary, 5th stage cultivator, one of them holding a flag and running out, a look of joy on his face, while the other hurriedly chased after him. Obviously, the first person had moved faster and obtained the flag first. Yang Kang's eyes lit up, no longer caring about the battle below. He quickly shouted, "Come here!" When the master holding the flag heard this, he hurriedly rushed over to Yang Kong. As long as he handed the flag to Yang Kong with Tang Yuxian's protection, he would basically be safe. In your dreams! Yang Ying coldly snorted, leading the blood warrior behind him to rush towards the man. 7th brother, you stay here! Yang Kong laughed and leapt forward to intercept him. The blood warrior behind Yang Ying quickly moved to help. Tang Yuxian's soul skill burst out. In an instant, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had begun fighting, while Tang Yuxian and the other blood warrior were also engaged in a fierce battle. Amidst the chaos, Yang Kai had brought the wind and cloud guards to the battlefield. With so many pairs of eyes watching them, naturally some people had discovered their tracks. However, these people were just here to watch the fun. So even if they discovered them, they wouldn't alert Yang Kong or Yang Ying, instead just wondering where these three people had come from. The two Yang family young lords were fighting one-on-one. The two blood warriors were also fighting one-on-one. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters who had escaped from Yang Tai Central Palace were also fighting one-on-one. The rest of the people were jointly attacking the Duan Mu family in an attempt to capture Yang Tai. The entire war city had been divided into 4 parts. The Duan Mu family's cultivator had either been killed or injured, leaving only 4 or 5 who were still stubbornly resisting. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters were also covered in wounds. It was obvious they were on the verge of collapse. Yang Kai whispered to the wind and cloud guards before rushing towards the two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag. Before he even arrived, his spiritual energy had already burst forth. A strange and terrifying divine sense suddenly enveloped the entire Yang Tai's mansion like a giant mountain. It pressed down on everyone. Everyone who was fighting couldn't help but have a change in expression. Their attacking moves instantly turned into defensive moves. The divine sense of a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. The two blood warriors separated at the same time and quickly stood guard beside Yang Kong and Yang Ying, glancing around vigilantly. The two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who were fighting over the flag were also startled, nearly falling to their knees. Just as they were panicking over which powerhouse had suddenly made a move, a black shadow had already rushed in front of them. Both of them coldly snorted and simultaneously attacked this dark shadow. A strange purple light burst forth, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out. Soul's skill! The two men exclaimed, but before they could react, a burst of floral fragrance assaulted their nostrils as blood-red petals wrapped in a cold, murderous intent flew out in all directions. Caught off guard, the two men were simultaneously struck by this attack, a cold chill filling their knowledge seas, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, their strength wasn't weak and their souls were quite stable, so even though they were struck by Yang Kai's soul skill, they weren't injured. On the other hand, the 1,000 blossoming blood begonia that followed after forced them into a panic. In this brief moment, Yang Kai had already rushed in front of the master holding the flag, revealing a mouthful of white fangs as he grinned maliciously. When the man saw Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but become slightly dazed. By the time he regained his composure, the flag in his hand had already been snatched away by Yang Kai. "You." The master's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He naturally recognized the 8 Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, but he had never imagined that he would meet the youngest one here. For a moment, he felt like he was dreaming, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to breathe, continuing to entangle with 1,000 blossoming blood begonia while he leapt into the air and tossed the flag into the air. In the dark night, a golden light flashed and a pair of claws stretched out, accurately grabbing Yang Tai's flag and disappearing in an instant. The sound of flapping wings rang out and gradually disappeared into the distance. It was the golden feather eagle. "Are you an idiot?" The Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master in Yang Ying's camp couldn't help cursing. In his opinion, the opponent who had just been holding the flag had clearly been snatched away without any resistance. So how could he understand the confusion and shock in his opponent's heart? "It's him, he." The man knew he was in the wrong and didn't know how to explain for a while. On the other hand, Tang Yuxian, who was guarding Yang Kong, couldn't help but frown as she stared in the direction the golden feather eagle disappeared, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes as a smile appeared on her face. When she turned to look at Yang Kai again, Tang Yuxian's eyes softened. Chapter 4:27. The flag that should have belonged to Yang Kong had suddenly been snatched away, causing the originally joyful Yang Kong to be slightly startled, his mood instantly turning sour. Moreover, after the person who had snatched the flag flew up and down, the flag had already disappeared. Yang Kong couldn't help gritting his teeth and cursing, but he didn't dare to act rashly. That extremely powerful spiritual energy belonging to a peak immortal ascension boundary master still shrouded the surrounding area. Not only did Yang Kong not dare to move, but everyone present also didn't dare to move. Such a master hiding nearby was a deterrent to anyone. They didn't know who this person was, but they all knew in their hearts that this master was not one of them. Because of this deterrent spiritual energy, Yang Tai and the several Duanmu family cultivator, who were originally in a precarious situation, became much more relaxed at this moment. The wind and cloud dual guards, on the other hand, didn't have any scruples rushing into the battlefield, swinging left and right, attacking all the people brought by Yang Kong. Although the people brought by Yang Ying felt that these two were unfamiliar faces, they didn't think much about it, allowing the wind and cloud dual guards to act wantonly. After a few exchanges, the wind and cloud dual guards arrived in front of Yang Tai. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yang Kong couldn't help shouting, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and capture my third brother!" The flag was already gone. If they still couldn't capture this person, then this time they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Yang Kang's shout finally caused those who were on guard to take action. Yang Ying also shouted, "Stop them for me!" The cultivator on both sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. They were entangled with each other. The wind and cloud dual guards approached Yang Tai, and in the midst of the chaos they actually received the help of several cultivator from Yang Ying's camp, successfully forcing back the two Duanmu family masters guarding Yang Tai and grabbing him. Yang Ying laughed and shouted to the wind and cloud dual guards, "You too, please send him over." Yes, the wind and cloud dual guards quickly responded. "Hurry up." "Good." Saying so, he casually threw Yang Tai over. Yang Ying was taken aback, not understanding what was going on. The person who had just snatched the flag actually jumped into the air to intercept Yang Tai, carrying him and flying away. At the same time, the wind and cloud dual guards also flew into the air. They disappeared into the night sky in a streak of green light. "Fifth brother, seventh brother, thank you." A familiar voice came from afar. Both Yang Kong and Yang Ying's faces suddenly became ashen as they cried out in alarm, "Ninth brother!" When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they immediately went into an uproar. Ninth brother. That was the youngest young master of the Yang family, Yang Kai. Just now, when Yang Kong was speaking, he had also said that Yang Zhao and Yang Xin had brought people to Yang Kai's mansion tonight to cause trouble, and judging from Yang Kai's performance today, he didn't have much help. Even if his situation was better than Yang Tai's, it wouldn't be much better. At this time, shouldn't that ninth brother Yang Kai be in a terrible fix in his own mansion? Why would he appear here to reap the benefits? Moreover, he seemed to have only brought 2 helpers with him. This person was so bold. Without knowing why, when they heard Yang Kang's exclamation and felt the incredulity in his tone, the crowd felt a burst of excitement. It seemed that this kind of unexpected battle was the kind of show they had been looking forward to. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already flown 1,000 meters away with Yang Tai, his Yuan Qi fully activated as his figure flashed, leaving behind a long trail of after-images. It really is the little lord. Tang Yuxian smiled and muttered to herself. Just now, she had seen a golden light in the dark night. Tang Yuxian had some doubts about whether it was the golden feather eagle, but now hearing Yang Kai's voice, she immediately confirmed her suspicions. "Did you already know?" Yang Kong glanced at her unhappily. Tang Yuxian's expression remained serious as she shook her head. "It was just a guess, I wasn't sure." Yang Kang's expression became ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He knew that Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both had a very respectful attitude towards Yang Kai. This time he had deliberately chosen these two as his retainers for the inheritance war, firstly because their strength was really good, and secondly because he wanted to disgust Yang Kai. However, at this critical juncture, he had been the one to disgust Yang Kai. Both his flag and his people had been snatched away by Yang Kai. He and Yang Ying had fought a life and death battle and had lost so many helpers, but in the end they had obtained nothing. The depression in his heart could be imagined. Chase! Yang Kong grit his teeth and roared, immediately flying off. Yang Ying's expression was also gloomy as he followed without a word. The two groups of people left together, leaving behind only the ruins of Yang Tai's mansion and the 4 or 5 injured Duan Mu family masters. In order to chase down Yang Kai and recapture Yang Tai, the two of them had no intention of dealing with the remaining Duan Mu family masters. The first battle of the night was actually a sandpiper and clam fight, a fisherman taking advantage of the situation. This was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. The onlookers still wanted to see more, so they quickly followed. These people were also quite interested in the daring 9th brother Yang Kai, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They couldn't help wondering what kind of person this youngest young Master Yang was and how he was able to act so boldly. Faintly, these people didn't want Yang Kai to be caught. With the existence of such a person, the inheritance war would be much more interesting and exciting. With the ground covered in blood and corpses, the 4 or 5 Duan Mu family masters who had survived glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, slowly sitting down and adjusting their breathing. They had done their best. The Duan Mu family had sent a total of 30 to 40 people this time, but after this battle, only 5 of them had survived. This was a loss to the Duan Mu family's strength, but it would also strengthen the Duan Mu family's reputation. In the future, when people talked about this inheritance war, they would only praise the Duan Mu family for their loyalty and uprightness, knowing full well that they would lose but still sending people to protect them without hesitation. Such a family was bound to have people befriending them. So in the long run, the Duan Mu family not only didn't lose anything, instead they benefited. Yang Kong and Yang Ying led their own people to chase after Yang Kai. At first, they could still see his shadow, but as time passed, even his shadow disappeared. Many immortal ascension boundary masters released their divine senses in an attempt to detect Yang Kai's movements. But these divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, completely useless. Yang Kai and Yang Tai had disappeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. The results reported by their pursuers made Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions become more and more ugly. Your 9th brother's speed is too shocking. Gao Rang Feng muttered in horror. Carrying a person in his hand, he was actually able to leave so many immortal ascension boundary masters behind. Such speed was simply incredible. Regardless of his speed, under the divine senses of so many immortal ascension boundary masters, how could he hide his whereabouts and aura? Kong Zhan shook his head, somewhat unable to understand. Yang Ying's eyes flashed as he stared towards Tang Yuxian, chuckling lightly. 5th brother, I heard that your blood warrior's attainments in soul skills are far higher than anyone else's. Was she unable to detect it with her divine sense? Listening to Yang Ying's words, Yang Kong also quickly turned his eyes to Tang Yuxian, full of questions. Tang Yuxian shook her head lightly and said, I've tried. I couldn't detect the little lord's movements. Yang Kong frowned, quickly saying, Yuxian, I know you and 9th brother have a good personal relationship. But don't forget, this is the inheritance war. You are a blood warrior of the Yang family's blood warrior hall. Tang Yuxian's expression became serious as she said, 5th young lord, I understand what you're saying, but I also ask you to understand that blood warriors always distinguish between public and private interests. Since you used your merits to exchange with the family for me, and Tu Feng to serve as your retainers, before you fail, Tu Feng and I will do our best to assist you." Listening to her say this, Yang Kong didn't continue to press the issue, nodding slightly. "That's not what I meant. Since you can't detect him, ninth brother must have some kind of powerful master helping him hide his whereabouts." "You mean the master of that divine sense?" Yang Ying suddenly remembered the terrifying and strange spiritual energy he had just sensed. It should be, with such a powerful master helping him, it is indeed possible for him to do so. Yang Kang's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "Strange, how could ninth brother have such a powerful helper?" In the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world participated. Among them, the strongest master the 8 great families had ever dispatched was an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. As for the other first-class forces, they generally wouldn't send a peak immortal ascension boundary master to participate. Such masters were usually relatively old and wouldn't be willing to disturb the balance of the inheritance war. On top of that, these families couldn't afford to lose such a master. Therefore, the strongest master a first-class force could send was an immortal ascension boundary 8-stage master. Of course, this fact was not absolute. As the inheritance war heated up, peak immortal ascension boundary masters were likely to appear on the battlefield. As for the second-class forces, there were very few immortal ascension boundary 8-stage masters. For example, in Blood Battle Gang, only Sect Master Human was an immortal ascension boundary 8th-stage master. As the leader of the Blood Battle Gang, how could he participate? As for Storm Hall, there wasn't even a single immortal ascension boundary 8th-stage master. Even the Sect Master Xiao Ruohan only had a 7th-stage cultivation. Therefore, the masters a second-class force could send out were mostly immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th-stage masters. As for third-class forces, it was impossible for them to have too many masters. The support they brought was much smaller than that of first-class and second-class forces. In the inheritance war, people would die. If too many masters died, those forces wouldn't be able to afford it and would likely never be able to recover from this setback. Because of this, no matter which force participated in the inheritance war, the number of people they sent out was limited. As for a peak immortal ascension boundary master, none of the young lords had one yet. If Yang Kai really had such a powerful ally, Yang Kong and Yang Ying would be in grave danger. So how could they have time to think about anything else? Ninth brother really made a big profit this time. Yang Ying shook his head and smiled bitterly. The flag had been snatched by him, and now even Yang Tai was in his hands. Each person and flag could be exchanged for a lot of useful materials from the family, even artifacts, martial skills, and secret arts. These things could be used to equip his followers, allowing them to become stronger and stronger. He'll be able to hold on until tonight. Yang Kong coldly snorted. At this time, the battlefield over there should also be a great deal of chaos, right? Ninth brother didn't stay in the mansion and actually ran out on his own. Although this was a risky move, in Yang Kang's opinion, the gains weren't worth the losses. Chapter 428. Unable to catch up with Yang Kai, unable to find any trace of Yang Kai, and even more fearful of the mysterious peak immortal ascension boundary master, Yang Kong and Yang Ying both wore depressed expressions. After a moment of silence, Kong Zhan of the Kong family suddenly smiled and said, "The two of you, do you want to go to your ninth brother's house now?" Yang Kong and Yang Ying both glanced at him suspiciously, but soon their eyes lit up, and Yang Kai had run out on his own, so there was no one guarding his house. Moreover, that mysterious master had also been brought out by him, so the defenses there must be empty. Moreover, Yang Zhao and Yang Shen were also there. If they went there now, the 4 of them together would be enough to flatten Yang Kai's house. Looking at each other indifferently, the 2 brothers both saw the opportunity in this situation. But before they could consider the pros and cons, Gao Rangfeng of the Gao family shook his head and said, "That's not right. I think the 2 of you should hurry back to your own houses. If there really is a peak immortal ascension boundary master as Yang Kai's ally, I'm afraid your houses will be in danger right now." Hearing this, Yang Kong and Yang Ying's expressions changed greatly. They had only seen the opportunity to defeat others, but had completely ignored their own situation. This time, in order to eat the first piece of meat, the two of them had brought a lot of allies with them. In addition to leaving behind a blood warrior to guard their flags, they didn't have many powerful forces to guard their respective houses. At this time, if Yang Kai really took advantage of the situation, they would be defeated unjustly. Thinking so, the two of them no longer had any ideas about Yang Kai and quickly led their respective forces back. 10 kilometers outside War City, Yang Kai put down Yang Tai in his hand. Not bothering to seal his meridians and yuan qi, Yang Kai lifted his hat and called out, "Third brother!" Ninth brother's methods are quite good, Yang Tai said with a look of admiration. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I just took advantage of their loophole." Tonight, no one would have thought that he would dare to come out and cause trouble, so when Yang Kong and Yang Ying were fighting each other, they were completely unprepared. If not for this, how could Yang Kai so easily capture the flag? As long as they were slightly on guard, Yang Kai would not have succeeded this time. No matter what, now that third brother has fallen into your hands, it's all thanks to you. Yang Tai looked at Yang Kai indifferently and said, "Rather than being captured by those two, why don't you just stay here? Third brother would rather let you take advantage of me. At least you didn't take the initiative to attack me." "Third brother, you're being too serious." Yang Kai sensed his indifference and naturally knew that he was a little depressed because he was the first to be eliminated. "You can go back to the central capital. There's nothing for you to do here." Yang Tai was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing special. Just taking the flag is enough." Saying so, without waiting for Yang Tai to say anything else, Yang Kai's figure flickered and returned to War City. Standing in place for a long time, Yang Tai's expression gradually eased. Frowning, Yang Tai stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, a faint trace of gratitude appearing on his face. Yang Kai not taking him to the family to exchange for supplies was tantamount to giving him some face. Yang Tai hadn't achieved much in these past few years, nor had he done anything earth-shattering. His performance had always been mediocre, but as a Yang family young lord, his pride was still ingrained in his bones. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have chosen to die tonight and would have taken the initiative to surrender. If he was really captured by Yang Kai and taken to the family to exchange for supplies, if that happened, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Yang family in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tai looked up at the gem-like clusters of stars in the sky, smiled bitterly, and turned in the direction of the central capital. The battle here really had nothing to do with him. The Yang family young lords who had been defeated in the inheritance war were no longer allowed to participate, but those from other forces still had a chance to choose. Yang Kai shot out like a meteor, using his powerful divine sense to isolate his aura from leaking out as he hurried back to his mansion. Letting Yang Tai go wasn't because of their brotherly love. Yang Kai's relationship with his cousins was very thin, but tonight, Yang Tai's refusal to surrender had touched him a little. She shouldn't do anything to humiliate such a person. Northwest corner of War City, Yang Kai's mansion. Half an hour ago, almost at the same time as the chaos in Yang Tai's mansion, Yang Kai's mansion was also very lively. The information Yang Kong had received was not wrong. Tonight, among the 8 young lords, besides the eldest brother Yang Wei, who didn't take any action due to his status, only the 8th brother Yang Quan had remained inactive. The second brother, Yang Zhao, and his ally, the Yi family's Yi Xan Rou, led a number of masters to Yang Kai's mansion. Before these people had even begun to move, the 6th brother, Yang Shen and Xiao Zivuo, also arrived. The two sides stood firm and exchanged pleasantries, all of them exchanging pleasantries. Tonight, they had only come to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for them to become enemies. This was something everyone was very clear about. In front of the mansion's main hall, Hu Xingqian sat in an armchair, fanning himself with a folding fan in his hand as two beautiful maids poured wine for him, a look of contentment on his face. The arrival of Yang Zhao and Yang Xin didn't seem to disturb his mood. Next to Yang Zhao, Yi Xian Ro stood gracefully, a gorgeous smile on her face, her curvaceous figure blooming with a different kind of seductiveness, her skin white as jade, and her grace outstanding. The Yi family's first young lady, although not as famous as Qiu Yimeng, was still a prestigious figure among the younger generation. Behind Yang Zhao, the Xiang family's Xiang Chu and the Nan family's Nan Sheng stared down gloomily, their faces filled with pleasure. In particular, Nan Sheng, when he stroked his two severed fingers, a vicious light flashed across his face. Those two fingers were the result of Yang Kai forcing him to cripple himself. This kind of hatred was absolutely irreconcilable, and for the past few months, Nan Sheng had been constantly thinking about how to exact revenge. Yang Zhao's allies were strong and had a large number of people, but Yang Xin's side was not weak either. With the help of the Qiu family's Qiu Ziruo and the support he had gathered, he was able to resist Yang Zhao for a short time. On the other hand, in Yang Kai's mansion, besides the central capital wolf, only Qiu Yimeng and Xiang Tianshao were standing next to him. In addition, Chu Gao Yi stood like an iron tower in front of the main hall, motionless. In Jiu's whereabouts were unknown. However, everyone present knew that this shadowy blood warrior was lurking in the darkness, ready to launch a thunderous strike at any moment. Separated by some distance, Qiu Yimeng and Qiu Ziruo's eyes met. The former smiled slightly, her smile full of confidence, while the latter's eyes couldn't help flashing slightly before quickly returning to his former self, seemingly not wanting to show any timidity in front of his elder sister. At the same time, Xiang Chu and Xiang Tianshao also stared at each other, one expressionless, the atmosphere suddenly becoming a little tense. Sixth brother, what do you want to do with little brother Kai? Yang Zhao suddenly asked with a smile. Yang Xin also smiled. If second brother wants to eat the meat, little brother will drink the soup. Second brother can't eat all of it alone, right? Naturally. Yang Zhao slowly shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, since that's the case, second brother will take little brother Kai's flag. We'll split it evenly, as long as second brother is in charge. Yang Shen grinned meaningfully, quite satisfied with Yang Zhao's proposal. Intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced toward Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng and couldn't help curling his lips, a trace of disdain flashing across his eyes. The grievances between Yang Kai and them had already spread today. It wasn't difficult to explain why Yang Zhao chose little brother Kai instead of the flag. The Xiang and Nan families joining Yang Zhao's camp had greatly increased his strength, so he naturally wanted to express his gratitude to his allies. Capturing Yang Kai was tantamount to losing face, so Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng should be satisfied and would only serve him more loyally in the future. Hey, you two, aren't you tired of standing there talking? Why don't you come down? Hua Xingqian suddenly called out casually. Yang Zhao smiled and shook his head. No need, Brother Hua, let my little brother Kai come out and speak. I don't want to embarrass him too much. Yang Kai. Hua Stars grinned meaningfully. He doesn't seem to be at home. Not at home. Yang Zhao frowned, apparently thinking that Hua Stars was trying to fool him, asking curiously, if he's not at home at this time, where would he be? How would I know? Maybe he's somewhere enjoying himself. Haha. Hua Stars grinned as he stood up and opened his folding fan, pretending to be a romantic. In any case, he's not at home. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qiu Yimeng. She should know where Yang Kai is. Yang Zhao couldn't help turning his eyes to Qiu Yimeng, who smiled lightly and tucked her hair behind her ear, asking softly, if I say he's not at home, would second young lord believe me? Hearing her speak so ambiguously, Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown, subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai was playing some kind of trick. But soon, Yang Zhao's expression became firm, and he said loudly, I don't believe you. Tonight was such a sensitive time. How could Yang Kai not be at home? He must be hiding somewhere, not daring to show himself. Then second young lord can search this place and see if he can find him. Chiu Meng smiled lightly, but in her heart she was cursing him. Yang Kai had indeed said hello to her before going out, but before she could agree he had disappeared. Where he had gone or what he was going to do, she had no idea. No need. Yang Zhao's face showed a look of impatience as he shouted loudly, "Little brother Kai, come out yourself. Second brother promises not to embarrass you." After calling out twice in a row, Yang Kai didn't respond. Nan Shen couldn't help sneering. "Second young lord, it seems that your little brother doesn't want to give you any face. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just directly attack. He won't be able to resist." He seemed to be impatient to defeat Yang Kai, so he could watch him make a fool of himself and soothe the wounds he had suffered these past few months. "Matters between us brothers don't need others to meddle." Yang Zhao snorted. Nan Sheng's brow furrowed as he grit his teeth, not daring to say anything more. Xiang Chu saw that Nan Sheng had suffered a setback, but instead of restraining himself, he smiled and said, "Second young lord, I also think it's best to directly attack. The defensive forces here aren't too strong. If you and the sixth young lord join forces, what's there to fear? This is what it means to be courteous before resorting to force. If others don't appreciate it, Chapter 429. Xiang Chu could see at a glance that Yang Zhao's words were false. Although he was reprimanding Nan Sheng, he obviously agreed with Nan Sheng's point of view, but he had no choice but to say a few words. At this time, someone needed to add oil to the fire so that outsiders would think it was someone else who was helping him make up his mind. This way, in the future, others wouldn't say he didn't care about his brother's feelings. That was why Xiang Chu dared to continue instigating Yang Zhao. He was a hypocrite with a sword in his heart. Xiang Chu was such a person, so he naturally understood Yang Zhao's thoughts. Sure enough, Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. "Good, what Brother Xiang said is right. Second brother has already shown ninth brother enough benevolence. Since ninth brother doesn't want to give second brother face, I have nothing else to say." Turning his head and looking at Yang Xin, Yang Zhao smiled and said, "If ninth brother doesn't want to show up, sixth brother, you can go get the flag yourself." Yang Xin had been waiting for a good show with a smile on his face, but when he heard Yang Zhao's words, he couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Immediately realizing that he had fallen into his second brother's trap without a trace, Yang Zhao's intestines turned green with regret. Just now, Yang Zhao had discussed with him. One wanted a person, the other wanted the flag. Now that Yang Kai wasn't showing up, the only thing left was the flag. Naturally, it was up to Yang Xin to snatch it. Perceiving Yang Zhao's intentions, the smile on Yang Shen's face slowly converged and became dignified. Yang Zhao continued to smile and said, "Go get it yourself. Second brother promises he won't have any ideas about you." Saying such words in front of so many people was enough to show Yang Zhao's sincerity. Yang Xin frowned and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Thank you, second brother." Sweeping his eyes over the crowd he had brought, Yang Zhao pointed to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage cultivator and said, "Go to the central hall and take out the flag." This person was a helper from Yang Shen's mother's family and was also from a first-class force, so his strength wasn't too weak. However, his strength wasn't too high either. Seeing Yang Shen point at him, this cultivator couldn't help wearing a bitter expression as he glanced over at Chu Gao-yi, who was standing in front of the central hall. The blood warrior's name. Deterrence. "What are you afraid of?" Yang Xin snorted. The two blood warriors around ninth brother have yet to fully recover from their injuries. They can't even display 30% of their usual strength. What's more, they are restrained by the Yang family's rules and cannot take the initiative to attack. As long as you don't provoke them, they naturally won't attack you. They don't care even if I take out the flag? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master's eyes lit up. If this was really the case, then he had nothing to worry about. Of course not. Yang Zhao shook his head. They're only responsible for passive counterattacks. If you try to grab the flag, they'll naturally stop you. But as long as you're fast enough and run out with the flag, I think they won't be able to stop you in their current state. What are you waiting for? Yang Xin shouted impatiently. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master helplessly stepped out of the crowd. While watching Chu Gao vigilantly, Yang Kai pushed his divine sense to the limit, trying to find where Ying Jiu was hiding. But no matter how hard he tried, it was difficult for him to detect where Ying Jiu was hiding. This blood warrior didn't seem to be here at all. Hua Xing was still waving his folding fan leisurely. Qiu Yimeng's pretty face also wore a calm smile as her pair of beautiful eyes stared at the newcomer, clearly taking pleasure in his misfortune. Being stared at by her like this, the newcomer couldn't help feeling even more nervous. Slowly walking forward, this person condensed his strength and secretly became vigilant, bypassing Hua Xing and Qiu Yimeng before staring at Chu Gao Yi, who was standing in front of the main hall. Humph. Chu Gao Yi suddenly snorted, scaring the newcomer so much that he almost used the move he had been hiding. If he had used this move, Chu Gao Yi would have been able to counterattack. Ha 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 ha. Hua Xing saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Qiu Yimeng also pursed her lips, trying not to laugh. Seeing one of his subordinates disgrace himself like this made Yang Xin's face very ugly. The newcomer's face alternated between blue and red, seemingly feeling a little ashamed, and in a fit of anger he walked briskly into the main hall. It was as if he had entered a place where no one could stop him. From inside there was a rustling sound, and soon the newcomer rushed out holding a flag in his hand. "Sixth young lord, Before he could finish his sentence, a figure seemed to flash in the darkness, and everything quickly calmed down. The newcomer held a flag in his hand and stood at the entrance of the main hall, half of his body already out of the main hall, but he would never be able to take another step. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's expressions suddenly changed. The cultivator behind them also paled. "He's dead," a blood warrior next to Yang Zhao shouted, his eyes darting around. "It's Ying Jiu's shadow dance!" "So fast!" Yang Zhao's voice filled with horror as he asked in a low voice, "Did you see where Ying Jiu was hiding?" "I didn't see clearly." The blood warrior slowly shook his head. Ying Jiu's assassination and concealment skills are second to none in the blood warrior hall. Even the hall master and vice hall master would find it difficult to find him. I couldn't find him. After a pause, he shook his head again. "But what puzzles me is, shouldn't Ying Jiu be seriously injured? How could he still display such a powerful attack? His injuries shouldn't have healed, right?" Yang Xin asked in shock. One of his subordinates, suddenly dying, had put him in a bad mood. "Impossible." The blood warrior next to Yang Xin also interjected, shaking his head. "Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiu's injuries are very serious. When we saw them this morning, their vitality was still weak. It's impossible for them to have recovered in just a single day." "Then it must be his mad tyrant blood skill," Yang Zhao confidently inferred. The two blood warriors who had spoken before also nodded silently, a trace of sadness appearing on their faces. Ying Jiu using his mad tyrant blood skill now was likely the last time he would use it. After tonight, there would be no more Ying Jiu in this world. The blood warriors all had feelings for each other. Although they didn't talk about it openly, they were closer than blood brothers, willing to sacrifice their own life to save the others. In his current state, how long can his mad tyrant blood skill last? Yang Zhao asked. Even though he was reluctant to answer, the blood warrior next to him whispered, "About half an hour, his vitality will be completely overdrawn. Then we wait. We'll wait half an hour." Yang Zhao made up his mind. The mansion fell into a brief period of peace. Only Hua Xing once again sitting back in his armchair, humming an unknown tune while drinking and making merry, his leisurely appearance drawing everyone's attention. Yang Zhao was furious. Time passed slowly, and the feeling of waiting was torturous. After half an hour, Yang Zhao nodded. It's about time. Yang Shen's spirits rose. A trace of decisiveness appeared on his face as he said, Brother Qiu, this time let your two Qiu family elders go up as well. I don't believe we can't win back the flag. Qiu Zirua heard this and smiled, as sixth young lord commands. Saying so, he signaled to the two immortal ascension boundary fifth stage Qiu family elders, and they both stepped forward. Before they could move, though, Qiu Yimeng suddenly said, Brother, if I were you, I wouldn't play around with their lives. Your decision is too reckless. Qiu Zirua frowned and sneered. Elder sister, don't try to be mysterious. Yang Kai is destined to be eliminated tonight. You've always been good at reading people. But this time, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. With so many of us here, how can you resist? Stubborn fool. Qiu Yimeng shook her head in disappointment and no longer said anything. Yang Shen waited for the siblings to finish speaking before waving his hand. All of you go up. Split up half of you to entangle that Chugao Yi. The other half get me the flag. With a series of shuffling sounds, more than a dozen figures flew out. Half of them were immortal ascension boundary cultivators, the strongest of which was an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator, while the rest were not weak. Among the dozen or so people, the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator led 4 or 5 others to surround Chu Gao-yi, who had been standing motionless. None of them made a move and simply surrounded him, even though they knew that he was seriously injured. These first-class cultivators didn't dare to take the initiative to attack the blood warriors. Chu Gao-yi was like an ancient mountain, standing motionless, only glancing over at them indifferently. The rest of the people rushed to the main hall and rushed towards the man who had just died, wanting to take back the flag in his hand. These masters all had excited looks on their faces, as if victory was already in sight. Inzhou should have no power to attack at this moment, which meant that this flag would belong to whoever obtained it. Taking back the flag would be a great merit to Yangshin, so what was there to worry about not receiving a reward? 7 or 8 hands reached out to grab the flag. At that moment, a faint light burst out from the darkness, and a thin figure suddenly appeared. This person held 2 daggers in his hands that glowed with a dark light. While everyone was excited, a cold light flashed from these daggers. This thin figure blurred and suddenly split into more than a dozen copies, each of them cold and gloomy, each of them decisive in their killing intent. Shadow dance kill. Screams and screams rang out as blood splashed out. How could the masters who had tried to snatch the flag resist the assassination of an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior? In a flash, 3 of them were knocked to the ground. The others quickly retreated, but still couldn't avoid the fate of being injured. In an instant, the dust settled. Inzhou stood alone, holding his daggers like a ghost in the dark, standing at the entrance of the main hall, reaching out and retrieving the flag from the dead man's hand, tossing it back into the main hall. His figure quickly blurred and disappeared into the air without a trace. He didn't use his mad tyrant blood skill. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. The characteristics of a blood warrior after using his mad tyrant blood skill were very obvious. Their vitality would glow red, but Inzhou didn't show any such signs. Second brother. Yang Shen's eyes went bloodshot. Just now, he had mistakenly believed in Yang Zhao's judgment, causing his subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. Yang Zhao glanced at him coldly and frowned. Second brother made a mistake in his judgment. Then my losses, Yang Shen also knew that it was unrealistic to ask Yang Zhao to compensate him for his losses, hating himself for not being more cautious and trusting others so easily. Chapter 430. In front of the central hall, Inzhou had appeared like a ghost, killing 3 people before quickly disappearing. Yang Shen's subordinates no longer dared to act rashly, all of them turning back one by one. their faces filled with relief as they cast inquiring looks towards Yang Shen. Yang Shen's face was gloomy to the extreme, his stomach full of annoyance, no longer daring to issue orders casually. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, was frowning as he silently cursed. Ingjiu hadn't used his mad tyrant blood skill, but he was still so fierce. With his current injuries, this shouldn't be the case. Before coming here, Yang Kai had clearly heard that although Ingjiu was an elite of the Blood Warrior Hall, any Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master would be able to easily defeat him. Had he really fully recovered from his injuries? Or had he used some kind of special method to suppress his injuries? Yang Zhao was confused, secretly speculating, but still couldn't help feeling curious. Looking at Chu Gaoyi again from beginning to end, he hadn't said a word. His body hadn't moved at all, except for the occasional movement of his eyes. This blood warrior was no different from a corpse. However, even after being surrounded by 4 or 5 people, his expression hadn't changed at all, remaining as indifferent as water. Yang Zhao suddenly felt a headache coming on. Although the strength of the people he and Yang Shen had brought wasn't weak, if they wanted to snatch the flag from under the noses of 2 blood warriors, they would have to take a great risk. The biggest question now was how strong these 2 blood warriors in Yang Kai's house were. If they were just playing tricks, Yang Zhao was confident he could eliminate Yang Kai tonight. But if they weren't, after hesitating for a long time, Yang Zhao coldly snorted and said, "Sixth brother, it seems you can't handle this flag." Yang Shen's face went cold, unable to refute. "Since that's the case, second brother will help you." Yang Zhao stared down and said. Tonight's opportunity was rare. Yang Zhao didn't want to miss it. Even though he knew his decision was somewhat inappropriate, he couldn't help feeling restless. "You can help me, but as for the ownership of the flag..." Yang Shen had suffered a loss this time, but had learned his lesson and knew to ask clearly. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." How could Yang Zhao accept a loss? Right now, he didn't know where Yang Kai was, so if he hastily agreed to hand over the flag, he might not be able to obtain anything. Yang Shen frowned, not bothering with Yang Zhao's decision to go back on his word, pondering for a long time before nodding. All right. Now that 4 of them had died at once, Yang Shen couldn't wait to win a victory to salvage the situation. "Good, let's go." Yang Zhao chuckled and waved his hand. Behind him, the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, brought by the Yi family's Yi Xen Ro, as well as the 2 elders from the Xiong and Nan families, all set out. Yang Shen also signaled to the people he had brought with him. In an instant, the 2 brothers joined forces. More than a dozen mental travel realm experts approached the middle hall. At the same time, there was a group of Yuan Qi cultivators. Hey, let me make things clear first. You guys can go back, but don't drag me in. I'm just here to watch the fun." Hua Stars shouted and took a few steps back. Chiu Yimeng sneered and kicked him in the ass, sending him flying forward while she and Xiang Tianshao took a step forward. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang Tianshao suddenly appeared in the surroundings like ghosts. There were quite a few of them, but not many of them were presentable. The high realm experts brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Shen didn't show any fear and quickly approached the middle hall. Chu Gaoyi, who had remained motionless until now, suddenly roared as a violent Yuan Qi burst forth from his body. An invisible shockwave spread out in all directions as his voice rang like thunder in everyone's ears. "If you want to enter the middle hall, you'll have to pass through me first." Full of qi, there was no trace of injury on his face. Yang Zhao and Yang Shen's subordinates had already been alerted by Ingjiu, who was hiding nearby, so when they heard Chu Gaoyi's roar, it was hard to say which one of them had the worst mental fortitude and actually sent out a ray of light towards Chu Gaoyi. Chu Gaoyi blocked it and grinned. Because of the Blood Warriors' family rules, they were only responsible for passive counterattacks. Before others attacked them, they couldn't take any action. But now that they had been attacked, Chu Gaoyi could naturally act without any scruples. His figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light and in the next moment appeared in the middle of a large group of enemies. In the Blood Warrior Hall, Chu Gao was known as the one who dared to risk his life the most. He was most proficient in short bursts of power. In the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, he could release all of his yuan qi and spiritual energy into his body without leaving a single trace behind. During this time, basically no one could withstand his attack. A burst of spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, burst out from Chu Gao Yi's mind as a tyrannical soul skill suddenly exploded all around him. Forming a series of hand seals, Chu Gao Yi unleashed a series of exquisite and lethal martial skills. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet and thrown into chaos. No one had expected that this blood warrior, who should have been seriously injured, would dare to rush into the crowd and launch an all-out attack without any intention of defending himself. In just 3 breaths of time, someone had fallen to the ground and died while another was sent flying, exploding into a cloud of dust mid-air. Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, Xiang Chu, Nan Sheng, and Qiu Ziruo's eyes suddenly trembled. None of them seemed to have expected that the outbreak of battle this time would be so ferocious. On the other hand, the 2 blood warriors who had followed the 2 Yang family brothers glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. With their eyesight, they naturally saw that Chu Gao had fully recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to display such powerful combat strength. How had he recovered? When they saw him during the day, he was obviously the same as before, so how could he have undergone such a huge change in a single day? The 2 blood warriors couldn't understand this. Chu Gao Yi's ferocity and valiance had truly frightened his enemies. After 2 people died, the rest of the blood warriors couldn't help feeling a little nervous, none of them daring to get too close to him. What are you afraid of? With so many people, can't we take down a single blood warrior? Yang Zhao saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and roared angrily. At this point, there was no turning back. Either he didn't do anything, or he had no choice. He had already seen that Yang Kai was concealing his strength and biding his time. If he didn't defeat Yang Kai tonight, his youngest brother would definitely become a big enemy in the future, even more terrifying than his eldest brother Yang Wei. He had to get rid of him tonight. Yang Zhao grit his teeth. His shout really had a good effect. Those who had attacked Chu Gao had only been deterred by the blood warrior's name, but after stabilizing their footing, they quickly discovered that the blood warriors weren't invincible. Chu Gao Yi's method of only attacking and not defending had allowed him to force his enemies into a panic, even taking advantage of the opportunity to kill 2 of his blood warriors. But he had also added a lot of scars to his body. What's more, there were too many of them, so they could easily avoid Chu Gao Yi's killing moves. If they cooperated, it was more than enough to kill this powerful blood warrior, unless he used his mad tyrant blood skill. But with no one to support him, he wouldn't have the time to do so. For a time, everyone's morale soared and their courage soared, all of them pushing their martial skills and artifacts to the limit. In the next moment, more than a dozen streaks of light shot out from all directions towards Chu Gao Yi, who was surrounded in the middle. With so many energy beams raining down on him, even if Chu Gao Yi was a blood warrior, he couldn't resist them all, and in an instant, many wounds appeared on his body. However, Chu Gao Yi didn't make a sound and continued to use his yuan qi and soul skills. With this kind of method, the final result would undoubtedly be Chu Gao Yi's death, but Yang Xin and Yang Zhao subordinates would also lose more than half of their lives. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at the entrance of the central hall, then back at Yang Zhao and Yang Xin, her thoughts turning sharply. Ing Jiu couldn't come out now, but once he did, either Yang Zhao or Yang Shen would be able to easily take away the flag with the blood warriors. Hiding in the dark was the only way he could become a hindrance to Yang Zhao and Yang Xin, as well as a weapon to deter the enemy. Ing Jiu obviously understood this very well, so even if Chu Gao Yi was surrounded, he remained indifferent. However, if Ing Jiu didn't come out, Chu Gao Yi alone wouldn't be enough to defeat the enemy. This was something Qiu Yimeng also understood. In this situation, guarding the flag wasn't a problem. The biggest key was that the blood warriors couldn't die, otherwise Yang Kai's power would be greatly reduced. Go help. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yiming shouted. The autumn rain hall's people instantly moved out, and with a wave of Xiang Tianzhao's hand, the Xiang family's cultivators also swarmed in from all directions. Xiang Ergong taking the lead, brandishing his artifact blade as he bravely charged forward. With his strength, he naturally couldn't compete with an immortal Ascension boundary master. But among the people brought by Yang Zhao and Yang Xin, it was impossible for all of them to have reached the immortal Ascension boundary. There were still some who had reached the Yuan Qi boundary. These people were Xiang Tian, Zhao's targets. Killing one was one less. Seeing Xiang Tian Shao rush up, Xiang Chu couldn't help snorting, a trace of contempt flashing across his eyes. His younger brother's aptitude was indeed good, and he was quite popular in the family. But even if he was outstanding, he would never become the patriarch of the Xiang family, because once a battle broke out, he would be the first to rush forward. Which patriarch would take the lead and disregard his own safety? If this were the case, then all the families in this world would probably have to change patriarchs every few days. A patriarch had to act like a patriarch. A patriarch had to sit behind the scenes, coordinate the overall situation, and plan strategies. The one who rushed to the front was a general, not a commander. Staring at the figure of Xiang Tian Shao, Xiang Chu's eyes gradually became gloomy, a cold light flashing across them. You go too. Qiu Yiming turned to look at the smiling Huastars. Me too. Huastar's eyes widened. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the Hua family's young master. Do you think they'll dare kill you? Qiu Yiming shouted, grabbing Huastar's clothes and throwing him into the chaotic battlefield. Huastars let out a strange cry as he fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Qiu Yiming sneered. No one dares to kill you. At most they'll just injure you. Bitch! Hua Xingchen's legs were numb for a long time before he gradually regained consciousness. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath before raising his arms and shouting. Don't call me that. I'll tell you I am Hua Xingchen. I am the sole heir of the Hua family. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll kill them. Chapter 431. Hua Xingchen shouted loudly, the name of this central capital wolf, young Lord Hua, who among the crowd hadn't heard of him. Hearing him say this, both sides couldn't help rolling their eyes, Yang Zhao and Yang Xin's faces turning black. Huastar's standing on the battlefield was a complete hindrance. Anyone who tried to attack him had to be careful not to touch him. Even the surging Yuan Qi had to be careful not to touch him. Otherwise, if they really hurt him, with his playful personality, he would definitely settle accounts with them later. At that time, even with Yang Zhao and Yang Xin's protection, those who hurt him would likely not be able to avoid retribution. Of all the people present, only those from the 8 great families were qualified to fight with him and capture him. But the battlefield was so chaotic that Yang Zhao and Yang Xin didn't have the courage to go down personally. Before Huastars could finish speaking, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator was knocked out of the battlefield by Chu Gao Yi and hit his shoulder. The Hua family young lord was enraged on the spot, raising his hand and slapping this man across the face, cursing, Fuck, I already said I was Huastars, yet you still don't have eyes. If you hurt me, can you afford to pay for it? This Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator had been beaten by Chu Gao Yi to the point where he couldn't even breathe. His qi and blood were tumbling, and after being slapped by Huastars in front of everyone, he had nowhere to vent his resentment and anger. Opening his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell limply to the ground. He had actually fainted from anger. Blind fool! Huastars snorted. Yang Zhao and Yang Xin's expressions became more and more ugly. Huastar's actions were too shameless, except for him. None of the young lords from the central capital 8 great families had the face to do such a thing. The Yi family's Yi Xan Ro's charming face showed a wry smile, while Qiu Zirua also shook his head. Everyone was ashamed to be associated with such a person. On the other hand, Qiu Yimeng stood nearby with a smile, enjoying the Hua family young lord's shameless performance. Hua stars shuttled through the chaotic battlefield like there was no one around him. Anyone who saw him would retreat, making Hua stars extremely bored. He stood still and scratched his head. Qiu Yimeng, can I come back now? No one wants to fight me. Who would dare to fight with him now that he had said that? He was the only heir of the Hua family, unlike other families who had at least a few descendants who could carry on the family line. Just stand there. Qiu Yimeng replied with a smile, suddenly realizing that this debauchee young lord could play a significant role. No way. Hua Star's face immediately turned bitter. Outside, Yi Xian Ro's beautiful eyes turned. She said softly, "Second young master, let me go and capture him." Although Yi Xian Ro's fame wasn't as good as Qiu Yimeng's, she was still a leader of the younger generation of the central capital. Some people even called her and Qiu Yimeng the two delicate flowers of the central capital. On top of that, her own strength wasn't weak. Coupled with a variety of extraordinary artifacts, she was more than capable of exchanging blows with an ordinary immortal ascension boundary first stage master. Yes, capture Hua stars. She was rather confident. Others didn't dare to move against the Hua family young lord, but that didn't mean the 8 great families wouldn't. Yang Zhao heard this and shook his head, a dignified expression appearing on his face. You're not his opponent. Yi Xen Ro was stunned for a moment before smiling wryly. Second young master is looking down on me. Don't just look at my delicate appearance. In fact, I also have some skills. Yang Zhao smiled lightly and said meaningfully, I naturally know your abilities, and I'm not looking down on you. It's just that you're looking down on this young Lord Hua. Yi Xan Ro looked stunned and hesitated. You mean he? Yang Zhao chuckled. Before the Yang family young lords returned to the central capital, there were 3 most famous people in the younger generation, and Huastar's was ranked 3rd. Do you think he only became famous because of his lust? Xian Ro, you underestimate the heritage of the Hua family too much. Yi Xian Ro's expression became serious, and she nodded gently. Second young master's words make sense. Perhaps it's because I don't like this person that I underestimated him. While the 2 of them were talking, Xiang Chu, who was standing next to them, quietly glanced towards one of the immortal ascension boundary masters below. This immortal ascension boundary master understood and quietly left the besieging of Chu Gao Yi's group, intentionally or unintentionally moving towards Xiang Tian Shao, who was fighting a peak Yuan Qi cultivator. The battlefield was chaotic, so no one paid attention to such a small detail. Even Xiang Tian Shao himself didn't notice. A moment later, this immortal ascension boundary master arrived not far from Xiang Tian Shao, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he sent out a burst of invisible spiritual energy. At that moment, the Hua family young lord, for some unknown reason, staggered a few steps to the left. These few critical steps had allowed him to block Xiang Tian Zhao's path. His spiritual energy rushed into the Hua family young lord's mind and exploded. Hua Star's body suddenly released a blue halo. This was the soul-type artifact he carried with him, which played a defensive role. Seeing this blue halo, Hua Stars glanced around suspiciously and happened to meet the eyes of the immortal ascension boundary master who had attacked Xiang Tian Shao. Seemingly reacting, Hua Stars couldn't help grinning. You actually dared to use a soul skill to attack this young master. Your courage isn't small. Fortunately, this young master has a soul-type artifact on him. Otherwise, wouldn't you have succeeded? The man didn't expect such a change to occur and was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. Just now, someone had accidentally bumped into Hua Stars and was slapped in public. Now that he had used a soul skill to attack this young master, how could he have a good end? In an instant, cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he quickly waved his hand and explained, "Young Lord Hua, I didn't mean to." Hua Stars' expression became fierce as he ground his teeth. "You didn't mean to? Could it be you didn't mean to?" As he spoke, he threw a slap at Zhang Xian. The young master instinctively raised his hand to block Hua Stars' slap. But after blocking it, he realized that something was wrong, his expression becoming strange and brilliant. Young Lord Hua, Master, can you please not lower yourself to my level? You don't need to say anything. Hua Stars sneered. You're from the Xiang family, right? If this young master doesn't cripple you today, I'll call you Xiang Stars from now on. Stand there and don't move. How could the young master dare to move? He couldn't wait to directly slap himself unconscious. If he hadn't instinctively blocked that slap just now, allowing Hua Stars to vent his anger, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. His mouth was filled with bitterness, as if he had eaten a bitter pill. Hua Stars turned around and searched the battlefield. He didn't know which corpse he had found a sharp weapon. Waving it a few times, he slowly walked back and stood in front of the young master, his eyes sharp as knives, flashing a cold light as he sized him up. Speak for yourself. Should I chop you to death, or should I chop you to death? Even if this young master's strength was not bad at this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. Quickly turning his eyes to Xiang Chu, his eyes filled with pleading. Xiang Chu smiled helplessly. Although he was the future heir of the Xiang family, the Xiang family was only a first-class force. How could they be qualified to challenge the Hua family? He didn't dare to provoke a rogue like Hua Stars. Seeing Xiang Chu's bitter smile, the young master also knew that he would not be able to escape today, so he grit his teeth and said, Young Lord Hua, you decide for yourself. You have quite the backbone. Hua Stars was very surprised, seemingly not having expected this young master to not resist at all. Just as he finished speaking, the sharp weapon in his hand flashed a cold light. With a muffled groan, the young master standing in front of Hua Stars had one of his arms chopped off, blood gushing out like a fountain. Humph! Since you still have some backbone, I'll cripple your arm. The young master was in unbearable pain, but he still didn't dare resist, circulating his yuan qi to slow down the flow of blood, his face pale as he grit his teeth and said, Many thanks, young Lord Hua, for not killing me. Hua Stars casually said the Xiang family should have one of their arms cut off, and that Nan family should have done the same. If you don't get out of this inheritance war and return home, this young master will cut off all your arms and rename you the One-Arm Xiang family, One-Arm Nan family, wahahaha. Laughing wildly, Xiang Chu and Nan Shang's faces both became extremely pale. Hua Stars was obviously ridiculing the fact that the 4 masters from their families had been forced by Yang Kai to cripple their own arms. For both the Xiang and Nan families, this was a great shame, whether it was Xiang Chu or Nan Shang. Both of them couldn't help clenching their fists at this moment. This time, they had followed Yang Zhao to find trouble with Yang Kai, but after fighting for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't appeared. On the contrary, their camp had been completely destroyed by Hua Stars' shameless methods, even cutting off the arms of some of their masters. This was even more embarrassing than slapping their faces. Second young lord, please uphold justice for us. Xiang Chu grit his teeth and whispered to Yang Zhao, his tone filled with an unforgettable hatred. He was truly enraged. Yang Zhao couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he didn't want to intervene in this battle right now. First of all, Chu Gao-yi was still madly attacking, and the raging energy fluctuations made every corner of the battlefield unsafe. Secondly, Yang Kai still hadn't shown himself, so he didn't know what his little brother, who had been hiding his strength and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, was planning. However, the Xiang and Nan families were a big help to him. If he didn't do anything at this time, it would only disappoint them. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao nodded. Good. This young lord will meet him personally. Hearing him agree, Both Xiangqiu and Nan Shen couldn't help smiling. In the next moment, Yang Zhao and the blood warrior beside him flew into the battlefield. Seeing him personally appear, Huixing quickly converged his unrestrained expression and became dignified, muttering, "Second young lord is quite refined." Yang Zhao chuckled. "Others don't dare to fight with you, so I'll accompany you." Huixing smiled bitterly. "Isn't this the end?" Turning back to Qiu Yimeng, he muttered, "Beauty, please find a way to save me. Otherwise I'll be captured by second young lord. Although I want Yang Kai to lose, I don't want to be caught. That would be too shameful." Qiu Yimeng's body flickered as she sat down firmly in the armchair, a smile on her face as she said, "It's fine. In any case, it doesn't matter whether you're here or not. You can rest assured." "How can you be so cruel? A woman's heart is the most poisonous. How could young Lord Hun not understand?" Qiu Yimeng snickered like a viper. Huixing suddenly became speechless. Chapter 432. Old Hua, be careful. Yang Zhao chuckled, gently reminding him before slowly lifting his foot and stamping it down. Suddenly, several strange lines appeared on the ground, as if there were giant earthworms wriggling beneath them. A terrifying energy burst forth from below, causing Huixing's expression to change. Earth Demon Dragon Art, a heaven-grade, top-rank martial skill. Yang Zhao was able to clearly demonstrate its extraordinariness. Each of these earth fiend dragons was condensed from the soul of a fifth-order monster beast and stored in Yang Zhao's body, allowing him to use them flexibly when facing an enemy, often allowing him to catch them off guard and catch them off guard. Yang Zhao now had a total of 7 earth demon dragons at his disposal. With this move, when facing enemies in the Yuan-Chi realm, he could often defeat them without needing to move. Huixing's expression became dignified as he quickly retreated, using a mysterious footwork technique. With every step he took, a lotus flower bloomed beneath his feet, blocking and swallowing the earth demon dragons one by one. Moon-concealing lotus steps, also a heaven-grade, top-rank martial skill. This was a perfect match for Yang Zhao's earth demon dragon art. After retreating a total of 7 steps, Huixing paused in a panic and glanced over at Yang Zhao, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he chuckled. "Second young master, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? In any case, we've gone to the brothel together. Last time at the Spring Breeze Pavilion, you invited me. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Zhao couldn't help rolling his eyes, immediately coldly snorting. "You really are wolf in sheep's clothing. What is second young master talking about? I don't understand. Ha ha! Since second young master wants to fight, this young master will gladly oblige." Saying so, Huixing simultaneously released 2 different attribute energies. One was wind, the other was thunder. Wind howled, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The 2 energies merged into one and condensed into a giant fist that shot towards Yang Zhao. Wind and Thunder Qi Fusion Seal, the Hua family's mysterious grade, low-rank martial skill. The 2 forces of wind and thunder fused together, greatly increasing their power. Yang Zhao not only didn't show any signs of panic, but instead maintained a calm expression, not even showing any intention of dodging. Only a calm smile remained on his face. "Capture him." Just as the wind and thunder combined Qi Seal was about to reach him, Yang Zhao suddenly ordered. Huastars' expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Second master, this isn't appropriate, right?" Yang Zhao shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. "Evil people will be dealt with by evil people." While the 2 were talking, the blood warrior beside Yang Zhao had already stepped out. Blood warriors really couldn't take the initiative to attack due to the rules, but now that Huastars had attacked Yang Zhao, he could naturally counterattack. Yang Zhao had obviously intended to use his blood warriors to capture Huastars from the very beginning, which was why he had not evaded his martial skill. Just now, Stars Hua had used shameless methods to mess up the enemy's camp, But now Yang Zhao was using this almost cheating method to deal with him. The Blood Warrior simply waved his hand, and the wind and thunder forces disappeared. Even if this martial skill was mysterious grade low rank, when displayed by Huastars, it couldn't affect the Blood Warrior in the slightest. After breaking the wind and thunder combined chi seal, the Blood Warrior didn't hesitate and grabbed towards Huastars. Grand Duke, whose expression was one of shock, as if he hadn't expected Yang Zhao to be as shameless as himself. At that moment, two people suddenly appeared from nowhere, both of them wearing black tights. One of them shielded Hu Xingqian as he retreated, while the other lightly pushed out a palm towards the Blood Warrior. The Blood Warrior's face went cold as his yuan qi surged. With a loud bang, the black-robed man who had been hiding his head and tail was forced back several steps before he was able to stabilize himself. On the other hand, the Blood Warrior's figure remained steady. With just one move, the difference in strength between the two was obvious. The Blood Warrior was undoubtedly stronger, but the two men in black weren't weak either. "There's more help." Yang Zhao's expression sank. He had never expected that there would be so many high school masters hiding in Yang Kai's mansion. Chu Gaoyi alone was enough to pin down most of the people he and Yang Xin had brought. Chu Gaoyi was about to exhaust his yuan qi and spiritual energy, and victory was in sight. But at this critical moment, two masters who were only slightly weaker than the Blood Warrior had appeared. Yang Kai's mansion was equivalent to having 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8-stage masters. In addition, there was the Qiu family's Autumn Rain Hall, the Xiang family's group, and the Rogue Huastars. On the other hand, although he and Yang Xin's strength wasn't inferior to the other parties, in fact they completely surpassed them, the two Blood Warriors couldn't take the initiative to attack, so there was no hope for them to take this place. Where did his 9th brother get so many helpers? Yang Zhao's eyes went red with envy. Fuck! Huastars stared dumbfoundedly at the two masked men in black, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yang Zhao didn't know who these two people were, but he was well aware. These two had followed him for so many years that even if Hu Xingqian was blind, he would still be able to recognize them. These two fellows, who seemed to be hiding their heads and tails, were clearly his protectors. For a moment, both Yang Zhao and Huastars were stunned. Qiu Yimeng sat in her armchair and laughed happily, as if she had won a big prize. Yang Xin's face was as black as charcoal. The two sides stared at each other for a while before Yang Zhao grit his teeth and shouted, "Retreat!" If there was no hope of taking over Yang Kai's mansion tonight, what was the point of staying? Yang Zhao was also a decisive person. With a single order, the cultivator who had been besieging Chu Gaoyi jumped out of the battle. Chu Gaoyi, who was covered in blood, gasped for breath, but didn't pursue, simply standing in place and watching the enemy retreat. Xiang Tian, Zhao's cultivator, and the Autumn Rain Hall's people also quickly separated from the enemy. "6, young master, are we just going to give up like this?" Qiu Zirua asked somewhat unwillingly. He couldn't wait to defeat Yang Kai and prove his ability, so when he heard Yang Zhao's order to retreat, he was dumbfounded. "What else can we do?" Yang Shen had nowhere to vent his anger, so he simply replied. In tonight's battle, he had lost far more people than Yang Zhao, so his mood was naturally not very good. Saying so, Yang Shen sighed and was about to leave with Yang Zhao when a figure suddenly flew in from outside. A clear voice called out, "If we leave like this, 9th brother will feel a little apologetic, so I'll give 2nd brother and 6th brother a small gift to bring back." As he spoke, an overwhelming sword wave descended from the sky. 9-star sword school's mysterious grade martial skill. 10,000 swords returned to 1. Amidst the sword light, streaks of purple light burst forth as a mysterious and icy soul skill erupted. Tiger roars and ox roars rang out as beast soul skills burst forth. Thousands of sharp, blood-red petals fell from the sky like snowflakes, but each one of them was a deadly weapon. These numerous attacks were launched almost simultaneously, enveloping all of the enemies. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down once again became tense and murderous. "Young master, be careful!" Cries of alarm rang out. The two blood warriors took the lead to protect Yang Zhao and Yang Xin, while the Xiang family, Nin family, Qiu family, and Yi family's high rankers all rushed to their young master and young lady's sides, activating all kinds of martial skills and artifacts to ensure the safety of their young masters and young ladies. The energy between the heavens and earth suddenly became chaotic as a violent yuan qi raged. After a while, the earth-shattering commotion gradually subsided. Of the people who had come to attack Yang Kai's mansion, 6 or 7 had fallen while the remaining ones wore ugly expressions. Yang Zhao's cold eyes turned towards the star field. Midair, Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand, a smile on his face as he calmly said, "Second brother, 6th brother, good evening. 9th brother went out and just returned, so I apologize for my lack of hospitality. Between us brothers, I'm sure you won't mind." Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly while Yang Xin screamed, "9th brother, you really went out?" Before, when Hu Stars and Qiu Yiming said that Yang Kai wasn't at home, he and Yang Zhao didn't believe them, thinking that Yang Kai was afraid of being captured and had gone into hiding. But now that they saw him fly back, they had no choice but to believe it. "And," Yang Kai nodded, "the night was long, so I went to 3rd brother's house for a bit. I didn't expect you would come tonight. If I had known, I would have stayed to entertain you." 3rd brother's house. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed, suddenly realizing his 9th brother's boldness, and couldn't help admiring him. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao asked, "How is 3rd brother's situation?" 3rd brother was defeated. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. 5th brother and 7th brother jointly attacked, but 3rd brother couldn't hold on. It's normal that he couldn't hold on, but little brother Kai, you've greatly exceeded 2nd brother's expectations. Quietly, you've gathered so many people. 2nd brother admires you. 2nd brother is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. So, who took 3rd brother's flag and people? Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Xin couldn't help looking over with interest. "The news will come out tomorrow." Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Zhao didn't ask again, just nodding lightly and chuckling. "Since that's the case, 2nd brother will take his leave. Little brother Kai, the future is long. Next time, 2nd brother will be fully prepared. I hope you won't let me down. I'll try to satisfy you. Let's go." Yang Zhao shouted, leading his people and quickly retreating. Before Xiang Chu and Nan Sheng left, they couldn't help glancing over at Yang Kai with dread. Last time in Taifang Mountain, Yang Kai had left a deep impression on them, even though they had been clamoring for revenge. Seeing Yang Kai in person at this moment, they couldn't help feeling apprehensive. With Yang Zhao gone, Yang Xin naturally wasn't willing to stay any longer. His subordinates took the corpses of their companions and quickly disappeared into the night. The first night of the inheritance, war came to an end. In the sealed temple, the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters, the supreme elders from the various great families, all slowly opened their eyes, gradually withdrawing their divine senses, their turbid eyes filled with amazement. When one's strength reached their level, when one reached their age, it was difficult for anything in this world to cause them any kind of emotional fluctuation. But tonight, someone had done just that. Chapter 433. After a moment of silence, a white-haired old man asked in an extremely weak voice, "That northwest corner, which one of the Yang family's children's mansions is it?" Someone hesitated for a moment before replying, "It seems to be the youngest one." Everyone nodded gently, praising. Since ancient times, heroes have always come from the young. The Yang family's grand elder Yang, Li Ting, couldn't help laughing, his face filled with pride. Even though he no longer pursued anything in this world and his heart was as calm as still water, after spying on Yang Kai's performance tonight, he couldn't help feeling somewhat relieved, thinking that the Yang family had finally found a worthy successor. The Qiu family's grand elder, Qiu Daoren, nodded, His courage is great and his personal strength is impeccable. But in the inheritance war, these 2 points alone are not enough to win. I just wonder if he has more helpers. Pay more attention to his performance. This time's inheritance war seems to be much more exciting than in previous years. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this point of view. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary grand elders were all ancestors of their respective families. Before nightfall, they had already sent out their divine senses to every corner of War City, monitoring the surrounding movements. Yang Kai's actions naturally couldn't escape their perception. However, there was one thing these 8 people couldn't understand. What method did he use to suddenly erupt with such a tyrannical and strange spiritual energy? With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to possess a divine sense. So the only explanation was that this youngest Yang family young lord had a powerful soul-type artifact on him. This artifact was capable of releasing divine sense pressure, causing others to have illusions. Although all 8 of them showed interest in Yang Kai, that was the extent of it. These 8 old men would not participate in the inheritance war, nor would they interfere with it. If Yang Kai won, they would be happy to see it. If Yang Kai lost, they didn't care, including Yang Liting. They all shared the same thought. Almost immediately after the 8 old men withdrew their ocean-like divine senses, Yang Kai involuntarily let out a sigh of relief, the faint vigilance that had been hanging on his face finally converging. Glancing towards the Seal Temple, Yang Kai glanced over. He could sense that someone was watching him, and there was more than one person. However, those people's divine senses were so powerful that he was powerless to hide his whereabouts. Thinking of the rumors, Yang Kai quickly understood who was monitoring him. He had to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. With the protection of his knowledge sea and the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai believed he could conceal himself from the prying eyes of these 8 people. The feeling of being watched was very unpleasant, even though he knew that they wouldn't do anything. Yang Kai would not allow this to continue. He had too many secrets. Yang Kai. Chiu Meng was overjoyed as she stood up from her chair and called out. Glancing down, Yang Kai ordered, "Get someone to clean up the corpses and blood here." The corpses on the ground all belonged to their own people. The enemy's corpses had already been taken away by them. The Chiu family's autumn rain hall had lost 6 people, and Xiang Tianshao had also lost 7 of his men. 13 corpses were laid out in front of the central hall, and the smell of blood filled the air. After he finished speaking, his figure flickered, landing in front of Chu Gao-yi. In this battle, Chu Gao-yi had single-handedly resisted the attacks of nearly 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, several of whom were Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. If he hadn't been so fierce, it would have been difficult to predict what would have happened tonight. But now, Chu Gao-yi's body, which had just recovered, had suffered another heavy blow. His whole body was covered in blood, some from his enemies, some from himself, and some from his own. Subordinate didn't ask Little Lord to do this. Chu Gao-yi grit his teeth and said, "You've done well." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Receiving this praise, Chu Gao-yi grinned and his burly body began to sway. In the darkness, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Ingjiu who appeared and supported Chu Gao-yi, not letting him fall. "Send him back to rest." Yang Kai ordered Ingjiu. "Yes." Ingjiu nodded, supporting Chu Gao-yi as they slowly disappeared. Yang Kai then turned to look at the 2 masked men in black, chuckling lightly. "Many thanks for your hard work." The 2 men didn't say a word, simply cupping their fists to Yang Kai before leaving like a whirlwind. Hua Xingchen had been staring at them all this time, and even now his pair of eyes were like locusts gnawing at their backs, his mouth letting out a sinister grin as he sneered. After they left, Hua Xing turned to look at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "You're really something. You even schemed against father here." Yang Kai smiled and gently shook his head. "There's no need for them. This place is safe tonight. At most, you'll be taken away." Good, good, good. This young master won't argue with you. Hua Xingchen also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. With Ying Jiu in his peak state hiding nearby, whether it was Yang Zhao or Yang Xin, neither of them dared to act rashly. If the two of them could cooperate sincerely and use one of their blood warriors to entangle Ying Jiu while the other went to retrieve the flag, there was a chance they could succeed. But how could they sincerely cooperate? Each of them were rivals. If there was any benefit, then there was no benefit to be gained. Who would be willing to work for another's wedding dress? Yang Kai had obviously considered this point, so he felt relieved and boldly ran out on his own. The people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiangtian Shao were collecting the corpses when Yang Kai swept his eyes around and declared, "This inheritance war is something you all voluntarily participated in. No matter how many of you die, you should be mentally prepared." Hearing this, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall and Xiang family couldn't help frowning, suddenly feeling that this Yang Kai wasn't a good person. Others had come to help him win the inheritance war and had even died here. Yet he didn't even say a single word of praise. At the very least, he should have comforted them. So what if you're a young lord of the Yang family? Those who died here weren't animals, they were human lives. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic and continued, "I will remember all those who died here. In the future, I will pay you several times the compensation for your losses. So live and wait." Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly brightened as she smiled lightly. These words were enough for her. Although the time she had spent with Yang Kai wasn't long, it wasn't short either, and she had never heard him promise anything. A man who didn't always keep his promises was definitely a man who kept his word. For a moment, Qiu Yimeng was full of expectations for the future. She still remembered that Kai Yang had once said that what he needed were allies who would stand firmly by his side when he was in the midst of his most difficult times. He didn't need allies who wanted to get involved with him for their own benefits. But now, all of the people here had taken the initiative to come to his side when he was at his weakest. No matter what the reason was, they had obviously won his approval. In the inheritance war, the earlier you invested your capital, the greater the return you would receive. If you wanted to make friends with someone, you couldn't do so while they were still weak. Once they were strong, there would be no more opportunities. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a little lucky that she had made the right choice. This man was really a man who could bring about miracles. After this battle, the mansion was seriously damaged. After the Autumn Rain Hall and the Xiang family people finished collecting the corpses, they immediately threw themselves into the repair work, not even having time to rest. Qiu Yimeng was like a real housekeeper, directing what little strength she had to fill in the holes in Yang Kai's mansion as much as possible. At some point, the Hua family young lord had disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. Outside War City, Hua Xingchen swaggered out, walking straight for 10 kilometers before slowly coming to a stop and shouting, "Come out! What are you still hiding for?" The next moment, 2 old men at the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage walked out of the darkness and came up to Hua Xing, respectfully calling out, "Young master." Hua Xing stared at the 2 old men with a complicated look on his face, only asking after a long time, "Did father ask you to protect me in secret?" One of the old men nodded. "Yes, old master was afraid that something would happen to you tonight, so he asked us to watch over you in secret." Hua Xing was the only son of the Hua family. Although Hui Zheng hated his son for failing to live up to his expectations and had opposed his choice of Yang Kai as an ally during the day, how could he rest assured that his son would remain in such a dangerous place? Naturally, he had arranged everything so he could feel at ease. "Father asked you to protect me in secret." Hua Xing grit his teeth. "Don't you understand what that means? Why did you run out here? That Yang Zhao's blood warriors don't have the guts to kill me. At most they'll capture me. But this young master won't lose a single hair. And the 2 of you actually covered your faces, both of you hiding your faces, making a fool of yourself. This young master will die from anger because of you. Fortunately, You hid your actions well and only exchanged a single blow with the Blood Warriors. So those people probably couldn't see your origins. Otherwise, wouldn't my Hoof family have lost a great deal of face this time? Of the masters sent by the central capital's 8 great families to participate in the inheritance war, except for the Yang family Blood Warriors, the strongest was no more than an immortal ascension boundary 5th stage master. The Hoof family's 2 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters had actually fought. If news of this spread out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The 2 old men glanced at each other, both of them wearing awkward expressions. The one who spoke first saying, "We also have our own difficulties." Difficulties? What kind of difficulties? Let's hear it. Hua Xing squinted at the 2 old men. The 2 old fellows immediately looked embarrassed. Stuttering, they recounted what had happened during the day. As Hua Xing listened, his expression became uglier and uglier, waiting for them to finish before chuckling. 2 pots of wine were enough to buy you? I think you should just go to the Chiu family or the Yang family. My Hoof family probably doesn't have that kind of fine wine for you to enjoy. Young master, please don't be angry. The 2 old men panicked and quickly said, "The key is that the Chiu family's first young lady personally sent us 2 pots of wine. We really couldn't refuse." Hua Xing curled his lips and glared at them for a moment before gritting his teeth and cursing. "This pair of adulterers is really cunning to the extreme. It's all your fault. You 2 idiots didn't hide well and let others discover your whereabouts." Chapter 434. The 2 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters from the Hua family both wore awkward expressions, wanting to explain to their young master that it wasn't their fault for not hiding properly, but they simply couldn't bring themselves to do so. Even now, they still didn't understand how they were exposed. This matter was full of mysteries. This time this young master is finished, he's really going to die without a burial. There's no way to reverse this situation. Huastar sighed and shook his head. What happened? The 2 masters were shocked. They had followed Huastars for so many years, but had never heard him speak such serious words. At first, they thought Huastars had some kind of abnormality with his body, so how could they not worry? Young master, if I were to run 10 laps around War City naked, wouldn't you say I'd die? Huastars said with a sullen expression. The expressions of the 2 experts suddenly became extremely strange. They secretly thought that although their young master was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, he had never been raised to have such an indecent hobby since he was young. Glancing at each other, the 2 masters seemed to be imagining a scene of Huastars running around War City naked, causing all the women in War City to scream. For some reason, both of them couldn't help laughing. Quickly restraining their expressions, one of them asked, "Young master, what happened? How could you do that? Did someone force you?" "No one forced me. It's just that this young master made a bet with that bastard Yang Kai on impulse during the day." Thinking back to the day's bet, Stars who gritted his teeth angrily. That bastard Yang Kai clearly had a plan in mind. Thinking that he wouldn't be able to resist tonight, he had actually been attracted by a golden feather eagle and excitedly agreed to his bet. At that time he had thought that this fool was a bit whimsical, but now it seemed that the fool wasn't Yang Kai but himself. After briefly explaining the bet during the day, the 2 masters from the Hua family suddenly became speechless. They both knew their young master's character. Hua Xingchen's reputation in the outside world was quite bad. He was known for being unrestrained and unrestrained, but when such a person made a promise, he would absolutely abide by it. In other words, this person's gambling character was quite good. He was indeed a rogue. However, he had never regretted gambling with others. From the beginning, he didn't have enough silver. Directly mortgaging the profound light gang to Yang Kai could be seen from this point. He was a very conceited person who didn't like owing people things, including bets and favors. Since he had made a bet, now he had lost. Now he would really be forced to run 10 laps around War City. The 2 powerhouses of the Hua family could almost predict that when this news reached the Hua family, Old Master Huizheng would be so angry that he would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Young Master Zzzz, let's hear it, Huistars Hua. Without a care for his image, he sat down on a large rock and cast a sidelong glance at the 2 men. Young's young master. S's young master. Young master, I don't think that young Lord Yang Kai really wants you to run 10 laps around War City naked. Young master, you are an ally of his, so he should give you some face. You might as well explain it to him directly. He will probably do you a favor and turn the big problem into a small one, and the small problem into nothing. Nonsense. Huistars snorted. Although this young master hasn't spent much time with him, I'm quite clear about his temperament. This bastard is ruthless and ruthless, even more difficult to deal with than this young master. If I don't do something, he'll definitely force me to run 10 laps. Perhaps he's already looking for me right now. As he spoke, he ground his teeth. Damn, this bastard's personal strength is extraordinary. If not for that, this young master would have directly beaten him to vent his anger. Thinking back to the scene of that night, and thinking back to how he had defeated Xiang Tianshao in a single move, Huistars, who couldn't help feeling a little resentful. Both of them were young lords from the 8 great families, so how could he be so strong? What does young master want to do? One of them heard Huistars' words and couldn't help asking. I don't know, that's why I'm asking you. Huistars acted like a hands-off boss. The man pondered for a moment before slowly saying, in any case, young master has already declared himself an ally of young Lord Yang Kai. Although the old master opposes it, it's useless. What's more, Yang Kai's house seems to be lacking both manpower and supplies. Our Hu family has a lot of financial resources. It's better to ask the old master for some manpower and supplies. This way, I'm afraid young Lord Yang Kai won't pursue the matter of your bet. Hearing this, Huixing Chun grinned meaningfully and pointed to the master. You're the one who said that. This young master didn't say anything. When we get home, if my father asks, you'll report it truthfully. The master couldn't help being stunned and immediately smiled bitterly, understanding that Huistars had long since planned this and was just trying to induce him to speak up. In this way, if Huizheng asked, he would have a reason to explain. Huizheng was annoyed with his son's reckless actions and didn't give him any power to mobilize. But if these 2 masters acted as lobbyists, perhaps he could really mobilize manpower and supplies from the Hu family. Good, let's go home. We need to finish this matter before the sun comes out, lest that bastard say this young master goes back on his word and doesn't keep his word. Stars crossed his arms behind his back and swaggered back towards the central capital, the 2 immortal ascension boundary 8th stage masters following closely behind him. From an angle where no one could see, Stars' expression became dignified and serious, no longer showing any of his previous arrogance. In tonight's battle, everyone had only been amazed by the powerful defensive capabilities of the 2 blood warriors, but they had also been distracted by their own shameless actions. It seemed that no one had time to think about how the 2 blood warriors had managed to restore themselves to their peak in just a single day. Huistars, who admitted that he had underestimated Yang Kai. Before nightfall, he really thought that Yang Kai would definitely lose tonight. Even if he guessed that he had some kind of trump card up his sleeve, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. However, he really hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to easily defend his mansion and even run around on his own. This Yang family little lord was really interesting. Not only him, but all the other young lords of the Yang family were also not easy to provoke. His original intention was just to play around in this inheritance war to pass the time, but now Huistars was faintly looking forward to seeing what the final outcome of this inheritance war would be. He wanted to see whether Yang Kai would win or lose. With a deep look in his eyes, Stars considered many things on his way home. On the first night of the inheritance war, there were a total of 2 battles, one at the 3rd brother Yang Tai's house and the other at the 9th brother Yang Kai's house. The final outcome of these 2 battles had greatly shocked the crowd. Similarly, in both of these battles, there was a single person who was entangled in them, Yang Kai. In the battle at the third brother Yang Tai's house at the last moment, both the flag and the person had been snatched away by Yang Kai, but his own house, without him guarding it, had actually been perfectly defended. This was simply incredible. No one who heard these two pieces of news was willing to believe it, and after many inquiries, they were able to confirm that the news was true. At the same time, another bombshell was thrown out. This Yang Kai not only had Starshua as an ally, but even the Chiu family's Chiu Yimeng had temporarily left her family and become his helper. Starshua was a useless young lord, so it was understandable that he didn't have a good eye for talent. But why was Chiu Yimeng willing to temporarily leave her family to help him? The Chiu family's first young lady's name was extremely resounding, and she had always been known for her sharp eyes. So Chiu Yimeng's actions made many people think. All of a sudden, Yang Kai had gone from being completely ignored to a Yang family young lord with the support of 2 young lords and young ladies from the 8 great families. Not only did this shock the entire War City, but even the entire central capital began to spread Yang Kai's name. Yang Kai's fame was currently unparalleled. The moon was hidden and the sun was rising. In the courtyard, Yang Kai was practicing his unyielding golden skeleton secret art when Chiu Yimeng walked over with a tired face. She had barely slept all night, and after cleaning up the aftermath of yesterday's battle, she had been busy until now. Standing 10 meters away from him, Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes revealed a suspicious look. She had seen Yang Kai use this set of martial arts before, so she was naturally familiar with it now. However, no matter how she looked at it, she couldn't see what was so profound about this set of martial arts. It seemed like she could also use it easily. She didn't know why Yang Kai was so fond of this set of martial arts, and why he always chose to use it at sunrise. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked softly. "Your cousin is here." Chiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and replied, "That fat man. And that fat man. Let him find a place to live. I'll go find him later." "Oh." Chiu Yimeng nodded, walking a few steps before turning back and saying, "I forgot to tell you, today you'd better set aside some time." "What for?" "There will probably be a lot of people coming to join you." "I don't know any of them." Yang Kai frowned, still performing his martial arts unhurriedly. Today there were people coming to seek refuge. It must be because the news of last night had spread out. Although during the day yesterday, many forces had already chosen allies at the south gate of the central capital. But even more forces were secretly observing, waiting to see the performance of the various young lords last night before making a decision. Yang Kai's performance last night was too eye-catching, so it wasn't surprising that there would be people coming to join him. Listening to Yang Kai's answer, Chiu Yimeng didn't refute it, instead gently nodding. "Good, if people we don't know come. I'm afraid they're only here for benefits." She thoroughly understood Yang Kai's character. He was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Now that the relationship between them had eased a bit, how could Chiu Yimeng oppose him and make him hate her? Nodding, she went back to her work. Half an hour later, Yang Kai finished his work, his bones crackling with joy. The unyielding, golden skeleton body secret art he still hadn't been able to fully display. This seemingly ordinary set of martial arts actually contained the essence of the martial Tao. The more he used it, the greater the pressure he would have to bear. With Yang Kai's current cultivation, he could only display half of it at most. He estimated that he would need to reach the above immortal ascension boundary at least to be able to fully display the unyielding, golden skeleton body secret art. Chapter 435. In a side hall of Yang Kai's mansion, Dong Qinghan was sipping tea, recalling some of the things the Wind and Cloud brothers had told him after they returned last night, the shock in his heart still not completely subsiding. Although he was not present at the time, through the description of the Wind and Cloud brothers, Dong Qinghan still realized how terrifying Yang Kai was. His cousin's growth these past few years was like a divine blessing. Dong Qinghan couldn't help feeling a little envious. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai came out sweating profusely. Dong Qinghan didn't blame him for putting on airs. After all, he had beaten him many times when he was a child. When Dong Qinghan saw Yang Kai, he was closer than a real brother, so naturally he didn't think too much about it. "You little brat." Dong Qinghan didn't get up, just stared at Yang Kai playfully. "You've got some skill. You didn't waste me lending the Wind and Cloud brothers to you for half a night." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "If I don't have a diamond, I won't take on porcelain work. Last night, I worked hard for the two seniors." Towards Feng Yun and Feng Yin, Kai Yang also respected them, not only because they were his cousin's guardians, but also because before High Heaven Pavilion's disaster, Feng Yun had traveled thousands of miles alone to deliver a message, giving the hundreds of people from High Heaven Pavilion some time to evacuate ahead of time. If the Wind Guard hadn't arrived in time, High Heaven Pavilion may have suffered some losses. If that had happened, his relationship with Qiu Yimeng would have been irreconcilable. The Wind Guard smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Old Yin and I just went to take a look around. We didn't contribute much. The one with real skill is young Lord Kai." The Cloud Guard also nodded silently. When the two old men looked at Yang Kai again, they couldn't help admiring him. There was no other young man who could amaze them like this. Their own young lord was considered good among the younger generation, but compared to this young master, he was still far from enough. Even Feng Yin didn't know to what extent a person like Yang Kai could grow. "This time, I brought 30 people with me to help you. In addition to the Wind and Cloud brothers, there are 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and the rest are all Yuan Qi cultivators, the lowest of which is Yuan Qi 5th stage." Dong Qinghan's expression changed. "In addition, my father asked me to bring some supplies, most of which are finished pills and some raw materials. There are quite a few of them." Yang Kai nodded silently and said with a smile, "Thank you, uncle." The Dong family was Dong Suju's maternal family, and Yang Kai was Dong Suju's son. As a first-class force, the Dong family was able to send so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Moreover, he even had the materials to bring along with him, which was already very good. After all, before this, Yang Kai's chances of winning the inheritance war were almost nil. There was no hope at all. These people from the Dong clan must have been mentally prepared to sacrifice all of them. The loss of this group of people, in particular the loss of a Heaven's Gate Realm Master, was a heavy blow to the Dong family. Yang Kai knew what the Dong family had done for him. "I've already handed over everything to your steward." Dong Qinghan smiled, his slightly obese face filled with a wretched expression. "You mean Qiu Yimeng?" Yang Kai was stunned. Who else could it be? "Little brat, not only are you proud on the battlefield, but you're also proud of your love life. You're really something," Dong Qinghan said enviously. "Moreover, I heard from my little sister that there seems to be a pure and beautiful woman who misses you day and night." Dong Qinghan's words were filled with envy. Even though he was the young lord of a first-class family, it was difficult for him to compare to Yang Kai's luck. Yang Kai's brow twitched, and just as he was about to ask, Qiu Yimeng walked in from the outside and smiled. "What are you two brothers talking about? Why do I seem to hear you speak ill of me?" "I wouldn't dare." Dong Qinghan quickly got up from his chair. In front of Yang Kai, he could act as he pleased. After all, they were cousins, and in terms of closeness, he was closer than any of Yang Kai's cousins. But in front of Qiu Yimeng, Dong Qinghan didn't dare act rudely. Yang Kai chuckled, but before he could answer, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the woman next to Qiu Yimeng, his brow furrowing slightly. This was a rare beauty. Her beautiful black hair flowed down like a waterfall, her arched eyebrows, a pair of starry eyes that could captivate souls, a delicate nose, pink cheeks that were slightly flushed, and 2 cherry lips that were dripping with water. Her oval face was as beautiful as a flower, and her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was absolutely beautiful, and she was charming and affectionate, pleasing to the eye. This beauty's figure, appearance, and temperament were all comparable to Chiu Meng's. However, if someone who didn't know her saw her for the first time, they would definitely not be attracted by her beautiful face, but rather by her pair of full breasts. This pair of jade peaks was a rare sight, almost bursting out of her clothes, trembling with elasticity. Next was her waist, which was as soft as a water snake, as if it had no bones, and her round buttocks seemed to ripple as she walked. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but stare at this pair of soft breasts for a while. Chiu Meng saw this and lightly snorted, straightening her back. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai's eyes shifted upwards, just in time to meet the woman's pair of watery eyes. There seemed to be a mix of joy, regret, excitement, embarrassment, and a variety of other emotions. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose slightly, and the woman also pursed her lips into a smile. Yang Kai, do you remember this girl? Dong Qinghan asked with a smile. Naturally, I remember, Yang Kai nodded, turning to the woman and saying, Senior Sister Lan, long time no see. Since we last met, it's been 3 or 4 years. The woman converged the complex look in her eyes and calmly replied. This woman was none other than Lan Chu Dai from High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai had bought 2 Yang Attribute spirit grass seeds from her, and later, when they entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, he had teamed up with her. However, inside the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, Yang Kai and this senior sister had some disagreements, so they parted ways. Later, when the first class forces heard that the Heaven's Cave Inheritance had appeared near High Heaven Pavilion, many of their disciples had obtained benefits from it, so they tried to poach her. At that time, Lan Chu Dai was poached by Dong Qinghan into the Dong family. She had also obtained a lot of benefits from the Heaven's Cave Inheritance. At that time, Lan Chu Dai was only at the Qi transformation boundary 7th stage, but now she had reached the Yuan Qi boundary 6th stage. Yang Kai's impression of the senior sister was neither good nor bad. He only felt that she was a bit of a snobbish person who always fought for every opportunity. After such a long time, Yang Kai no longer cared about the little entanglements of the past. Lan Chu Dai was alone in High Heaven Pavilion, and she was also a woman, so it was understandable for her to be snobbish, especially since she was beautiful and had the capital to back it up. If such a woman did not find ways to improve her strength and become a powerhouse, what awaited her would only be reduced to a man's plaything. Everyone had their own difficulties. Yang Kai could understand. Senior sister is amazing. Your strength has risen so quickly. Thinking quickly, Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. How can I compare to junior brother? Lan Chu Dai smiled. Senior sister never thought that I would have a junior brother from the central capital's Yang family. If I had known earlier, senior sister would not have accepted the money for those 2 seeds. Her words were polite and even somewhat restrained. It seemed that after this meeting, along with the change in status of Yang Kai, Lan Chu Dai was slightly uncomfortable. Chiu Meng observed from the sidelines and couldn't help feeling that the relationship between this pair of senior sister and junior brother was a bit too dull, without the slightest hint of joy. Although she didn't know the reason for this, she was still able to infer some information. Dong Qinghan smiled and interjected. Yang Kai, Sister Lan is now the leader of our Dong family's younger generation. Many people in the Dong family worship her. Really? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Her strength has risen rapidly, and she's also very beautiful. I don't know how many people like her. Dong Qinghan said, intentionally or unintentionally. Lan Chu Dai's cheeks couldn't help but blush as she glared at Dong Qinghan. Young Master Dong, don't speak nonsense. As she spoke, she secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and found that he was indifferent, so she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Good. Chiu Meng clapped her hands, interrupting their meaningless conversation. Let's postpone reminiscing for the time being. Now that everyone is here, Yang Kai, tell us about your plans for the next few days. What plans? Yang Kai looked at Chiu Meng in amazement. The Chiu family's first young lady blinked twice. You are the master of this mansion, and you won a great victory last night. Don't you have any plans for the next few days? What plans do you have in mind? Yang Kai smiled. You can attack your eighth brother Yongquan. As far as I know, although Yongquan has an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior as his retainer, there is only one. With our current strength, we can easily deal with him. As long as you attack him, you can let Chu Gao Yi or Ing Jiu entangle that blood warrior. At that time, it will be easy to capture him and seize his flag. Do you think my brothers are vegetarians? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Would they just watch me attack my eighth brother and remain indifferent? Of course they aren't vegetarians. Sitting on top of a mountain to watch the tigers fight and then reap the benefits of the fisherman's quarrel, especially since you are the first one to do so. However, last night, except for your eldest brother Yangwei, who didn't lose any of his strength, everyone else has lost some of their strength. In the next few days, they will only be recruiting and expanding their own forces. How could they spare any energy to deal with you? Even if they did, they would only be harassing you. If it were up to me, we should go out tonight and eliminate your eighth brother. Your ambition isn't small. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. I admit what you said makes sense, but I won't attack my eighth brother. Why? Chiu Meng asked suspiciously. If we miss these few days, we may not have such a good opportunity in the future. Dong Qinghan also nodded seriously. Young Lady Chiu is right. I also think we should go out tonight. He hadn't been able to participate in last night's battle, so naturally he couldn't wait to stir up some trouble. Haven't you figured out the rules of the inheritance war yet? If you can defeat my eighth brother, then you will have a chance to grasp his strength. With such a good opportunity, why hesitate? Chiu Meng couldn't understand. If she were in Yang Kai's shoes, there was no need to think too much. Tonight, she would strike while the iron was hot and turn the world upside down, making her name even more resounding. So when she heard Yang Kai refuse her proposal, she was a little confused. R.S. Chapter 436. In the side hall, not only was Chiu Meng puzzled, everyone else also didn't understand why Yang Kai didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. Now he should have the qualifications to attack Yongquan. Could it be that at this time you still care about your brotherly feelings? Chiu Meng sneered. Don't forget, last night you were attacked by two brothers. When did they care about you? Your Yang family's inheritance war, to put it bluntly, is a survival of the fittest, using the blood and bones of the other family's cultivator to pave your road to fame. Yang Kai frowned. Although he admitted that what Chiu Meng said was true, he still didn't say anything. Chiu Meng didn't seem to notice his expression and continued. What's more, even if you don't attack Yongquan, someone else will sooner or later. Instead of letting others take advantage of this piece of fat, it's better to grasp it in your own hands now. Junior brother, there should be a reason for doing this, right? Lan Chudai suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes flashing a soft light of understanding. Chiu Meng couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable as she snorted. What reason? Think about it yourself. Your young Lady Chiu is so smart. Naturally, you can figure it out. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Chiu Meng stared at him, her slightly fluctuating mood suddenly calming down. The reason why her tone had been so harsh was because, no matter what she suggested, Yang Kai had never accepted it. She couldn't help but feel discouraged. Secondly, it was because Yang Kai had just glanced at Lan Chudi's chest, which made her feel very uncomfortable. This young lady also has one. It's just not that big. Chiu Meng was a smart person. She was intelligent and naturally had her own way of thinking about things. After calming down, her thoughts quickly turned, trying to figure out why Yang Kai hadn't attacked. Dong Qinghan saw the slightly tense atmosphere and didn't dare to interrupt, only remaining silent and pretending to be deaf and mute. Inside the side hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a while, Chiu Yimeng's eyes lit up and she raised her head. Looking towards Yang Kai with a look of understanding, she smiled and said, I understand. Since you know, don't suggest it again. Yang Kai nodded. I won't order you around in the future. It's like showing off in front of an expert. Chiu Yimeng spat disdainfully. Good girl, it's better for women to be obedient. Yang Kai gave her a "you're quite sensible" look. Dong Qinghan had just taken a sip of water, but when he heard these words, he almost spat it out, coughing uncontrollably as his admiration for Yang Kai deepened. Who would dare to say such words to Chiu Yimeng? None of the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families had the courage, nor the qualifications to do so. Only his own cousin dared. How bold! But the Chiu family's eldest young miss actually didn't refute. Lan Chu Dai listened to the conversation in a daze, but she was too embarrassed to ask. He still couldn't figure out the deeper meaning behind it. On the other hand, Elders Feng and Yun nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Can I ask? Dong Qinghan's curiosity was piqued. What kind of riddles are you playing at? Chiu Yimeng chuckled lightly and turned to the wind and clouds. If 2 seniors have guessed correctly, please share it with young Master Dong. Don't make your young master anxious. The elders Feng and Yun glanced at each other before the wind guard lightly coughed and said, These 2 old men can only see one reason. If there is anything wrong with what we said, we hope young Master Kai and young Lady Chiu can point it out. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Young Master Kai is now in the limelight. Of the remaining 7 young lords, no one can match him. On the surface, it is indeed a good time for him to take advantage of the situation. The other young lords all suffered heavy losses last night and have no time or mood to pay attention to others. As for the eldest young Lord Yangwei, since he didn't take action last night, it is obviously because of his status as the eldest young lord. This time, if young Master Kai were to attack Yang Quan's mansion, with young Master Yangwei's temperament, he wouldn't act in secret. At most, he would join forces with young Master Kai and share the benefits. But if young Master Kai really did this, he would have defeated 2 Yang family young lords in a row. As a result, his reputation would naturally become even more resounding. But that resounding reputation would also push him into the limelight. The other 5 young lords would definitely regard young Master Kai as their biggest enemy, perhaps forcing them to join forces to suppress him. The wind guard's face was filled with horror as he quickly said, The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. Listening to him, Dong Qinghan and Lan Chu Dai couldn't help but suddenly understand why Yang Kai didn't agree with Chiu Yimeng's proposal. The wind guard's analysis was meticulous, and it was indeed very possible. No, it was definitely going to happen. If the other Yang family young lords were really forced to join forces, Yang Kai's days would not be easy. Being in the limelight once was enough. Doing it twice would only be counterproductive. For a moment, Dong Qinghan couldn't help secretly rejoicing that he had not been born in the Yang family. If he had been born in the Yang family, with such a sinister character as Yang Kai as his opponent, he was afraid he wouldn't even know how he had been defeated. The wind guard slowly shook his head. This is the only reason this old man can see. But I think young Master Kai must have other reasons. Can young Master Kai explain to this old man? Is this reason not enough? Dong Qinghan was stunned. This reason alone was enough to make Yang Kai stay put. Yang Kai smiled lightly. There are indeed other reasons, but I can't say for now. If I say it now, it will only make people think I am too arrogant. You'll understand in a few days. The wind guard nodded gently. Since young Master Kai has some difficulties, there is no need to force him. Let us wait and see. Chiu Yimeng sighed. I can't understand you more and more. Even she couldn't figure out the second reason why Yang Kai didn't attack, and she didn't know if he had a third reason. As the group was talking, Xiang Tian Shao walked in with a serious expression, cupping his fists and saying, Young Master Kai, someone has come to join us. Didn't I say I didn't want anyone I didn't know? Yang Kai frowned. The person who came said he knew you. Xiang Tian Shao replied. Which family? Yang Kai suddenly felt a little surprised. The Lu family. Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng glanced at each other and smiled, both of them knowing that Lu Liang had sent someone. Since they've come, let them come in, Yang Kai ordered, not giving face to the monk but the Buddha. The Lu family had definitely come to deliver gifts. Xiang Tian Shao nodded and went out to greet them. After a while, Lu Song led 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters into the hall. Lu Song really didn't want to give the materials he had brought to Yang Kai. In his mind, Yang Kai was definitely a treacherous and cunning person. Otherwise, why would he try to extort his Lu family's wealth? He had never seen such a shameless person before. If possible, Lu Song would have taken this batch of materials to one of the other Yang family young lords. But after Yang Kai's bizarre performance last night spread out, Lu Song suddenly realized that it was impossible not to deliver these things. Lu Liang had ordered that no matter how Yang Kai's performance in the Inheritance War was, these things had to be given to him. What's more, Yang Kai's performance was not ordinary. If this batch of materials was privately handed over to someone else, he would definitely be punished when he returned home. This time, not only did he have to deliver gifts, but he also had to bring people to act as a hired thug for Yang Kai. Lu Song couldn't help feeling disgusted. The Lu family had dispatched a lot of people this time, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters to act as Lu Song's protectors, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage, and 20 Yuan Qi cultivators. With such a force, no matter which young lord they chose to rely on, they would definitely be welcomed into his mansion. But this Yang Kai was too arrogant, actually allowing his subordinates to lead him in without even bothering to greet him. Lu Song was annoyed. When he walked in, his expression was calm, but after seeing Qiu Yimeng, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Lu Song greets cousin." Qiu Yimeng gently nodded, "And you've worked hard." Lu Song smiled. "It's not hard. I just came to deliver some things. It's nothing." Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd and asked, "Which one of you is young Lord Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "I am." Lu Song's eyes swept over the corners of his mouth, rising slightly as he chuckled. "Greetings, young Lord Kai. This Lu Song has long been looking forward to meeting you." When Qiu Yimeng heard these words, her brow couldn't help wrinkling slightly. Lu Song's tone was slightly provocative. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not caring much about it, simply saying, "Patriarch Lu must have spent a lot of money." Yang Kai had just blackmailed Lu Liang, so it would be strange if this young Lord Lu's mood was good. So Yang Kai didn't bother arguing with him. After all, what he had done was a bit unkind. But there was a reason for it. Lu Song hadn't expected Yang Kai's reaction to be so calm, so he didn't dare show any disdain, simply saying, "Before I came here, my father ordered me to deliver these things to young Lord Kai. The people I brought are at young Lord Kai's disposal. I hope they can help young Lord Kai in the Inheritance War." "And I understand." Yang Kai nodded. "Since that's the case, you can do as you please. The mansion is quite large. Have Qiu Yimeng arrange a courtyard for you to rest in. If there's anything you need, I'll call for you." Regarding the change in attitude of the Lu family's patriarch, Lu Liang, Yang Kai didn't show any surprise, but he didn't care much about this group of people from the Lu family. If he hadn't guessed wrong, Lu Song's group should have arrived in War City a long time ago. They hadn't shown up yesterday and only arrived today, apparently waiting to see if he would be eliminated last night. Whether this guess was correct or not, Yang Kai would have to ask the Bamboo Knot Gang about it. For such late allies, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't treat them the same as the Dong family and Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng smiled and was about to arrange for Lu Song's group when Xiang Tian Shao suddenly ran in and said, "Young Lord Kai, someone else. Who?" "Purple Fern Valley." Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she said in surprise, It's Xiao Man. As she spoke, she hurried over to Kai Yang and whispered, "It's not that Xiao Man didn't want to help you yesterday, but you also know that Xiao Man is just a girl. Although she has some status in Purple Fern Valley, she doesn't have the right to make decisions. For her to be able to bring people here today, she must have spent a lot of effort. You should thank her properly." Chapter 437. Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng's situation was quite similar. Both of them were women and had high status in their respective forces. But because they were women, they often felt helpless. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Let's go out and greet them." Hearing him say this, Qiu Yimeng suddenly smiled. "Seems you still have some conscience." Standing up, Yang Kai led the group out. Before leaving, Qiu Yimeng turned to Lu Song and said, "You wait here for a moment. I'll arrange everything for you later." Lu Song nodded indifferently, feeling a sense of contempt in his heart. After all, when he had just arrived, Yang Kai had not gone out to greet him. Outside the mansion, the group from Purple Fern Valley, led by Luo Xiaoman, waited quietly. A moment later, Yang Kai and Qiu Yimeng walked out together, followed by Dongqing Han and Lan Chudai. "Elder Sister Qiu." When Luo Xiaoman saw Qiu Yimeng, she called out happily and was about to rush forward. But when she saw Yang Kai standing right next to her, she immediately stopped and shrank her neck, becoming extremely timid. Her fear of Yang Kai had penetrated deep into her soul. She didn't know why, but as long as she saw Yang Kai or even thought about him, Luo Xiaoman would become afraid. This time, if it weren't for Qiu Yimeng, she wouldn't have had the courage to choose to stand on Yang Kai's side. Xiaoman, Qiu Yimeng knew that she was timid and quickly stepped forward to hold her hand, comforting her for a while. Yang Kai glanced at her with a smile, and then at Lan Chudai, who was following behind Dongqing Han. Surprisingly, he found that these two women had one thing in common. Both of them had a pair of proud breasts. Both women were not tall. They could even be described as petite and exquisite, but their chests were extraordinarily large. After looking at them for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. Lan Chudai took in his unscrupulous gaze and blushed slightly. Purple Fern Valley's Fan Hong. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." A young man from the Purple Fern Valley crowd stepped forward and cupped his fists with a smile. "Brother Fan is not an outsider. There's no need to be so formal." Yang Kai laughed. Fan Hong smiled bitterly. "Last time at High Heaven Pavilion, if young Lord Kai was offended in any way, I hope young Lord Kai won't take offense. Fan Hong is here to apologize." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. His attitude also became much more amiable, and he laughed heartily. "It is my honor that Brother Fan is willing to help me. Everything that happened in the past is just a passing cloud, and I have long forgotten about it. Last time in High Heaven Pavilion, the Dong family's Dongqing Han, the Bai family's Bai Yunfeng, and this Fan Hong from Purple Fern Valley had joined forces to poach people from other sects. Later, they met Yang Kai and learned that he had a set of mysterious grade martial skills. All of them were moved, and each of them wanted to buy the black level martial skill from Yang Kai. Dongqing Han knew Yang Kai's details, but Bai Yunfeng didn't, so after offending Yang Kai, Bai Yunfeng ended up dying in the ash-gray cloud evil land Spider Mother's lair. At that time, Fan Hong's attitude towards Yang Kai wasn't very good, but at least he didn't bully others like Bai Yunfeng, so Yang Kai didn't hold any grudges. Hearing him say this, Fan Hong suddenly smiled and thanked him profusely. "Let's go in and have some tea. We'll talk while we drink." Yang Kai warmly said. The people from Purple Fern Valley weren't many, but they weren't few either. In terms of strength, they weren't much different from the people brought by the Liu family. Since the Inheritance War was a stage for the younger generation, these people naturally followed Fan Hong and Luo Xiaoman's lead. However, Luo Xiaoman and Qiu Yimeng had always been inseparable, so Yang Kai guessed that the people from Purple Fern Valley would probably follow Luo Xiaoman's orders. which was equivalent to following Qiu Yimeng's instructions. This meant that they could truly become his helpers. Yang Kai's thoughts quickly turned, and he quickly set the people from Purple Fern Valley in his mind. Arriving at the main hall, Yang Kai introduced the young lords and young ladies of the various forces one by one. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Lu Song's expression wasn't very good, but when he saw Yang Kai go out to greet Luo Xiaoman, a look of understanding suddenly appeared in his eyes, and the anger in his heart subsided. Since ancient times, heroes loved beautiful women. Now that such a beautiful young woman had come to seek refuge, Yang Kai taking the initiative to greet her was understandable. A pair of shifty eyes swept over Luo Xiaoman and Lan Chudai, secretly comparing which of them had more capital. Luo Xiaoman was originally a mischievous girl, but after going to the ash-gray cloud evil land, her temperament had changed greatly, her courage becoming smaller than a mouse's. Being stared at by Lu Song like this, she suddenly felt a little uneasy and couldn't help hiding behind Qiu Yimeng. On the other hand, Lan Chudai gracefully stood next to Dong Qinghan, her pair of beautiful eyes staring back at Lu Song without the slightest trace of fear, a cold smile appearing on her face. Lu Song immediately restrained himself. Although Yang Kai was talking to Fan Hong and Dong Qinghan, he was also observing the expressions of everyone in the hall. Noticing Lu Song's awkwardness, he couldn't help sneering in his heart. Senior Sister Lan was not a person to be trifled with. She was a strong person, so how could she allow others to take advantage of her without reacting? Before they could exchange a few words, though, Xiang Tian Shao, the errand boy, actually walked in again. Before he could speak, Yang Kai asked, "Who is it this time?" "It's a young man and woman. Their strength is probably around Yuan Qi 7th stage." Xiang Tian Shao replied meticulously, "They say they are old acquaintances of young Lord Kai. One is called Qin Shueshu, and the other is called Su Xiaoyu." "Them." Yang Kai looked surprised. "You know them?" Qiu Yimeng asked in surprise. "And I know them." Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. "I met them one time when I was out for life experience. They were a pair of brother and sister from Reflecting Moon Sect." Reflecting Moon Sect? Qiu Yimeng frowned. "If I remember correctly, this Reflecting Moon Sect should be just a second-class sect." "It's a second-class sect." Yang Kai nodded. Xiang Tian Shao then asked, "Young Lord Kai, they're only two people and don't seem to have a master accompanying them. What do you think we should do?" "Only two young cultivators around Yuan Qi 7th stage wouldn't be able to play a role in the inheritance war. If one wanted to participate in the inheritance war, all the great forces in the world would either send a large number of people to assist or provide supplies. It was impossible for them to only send two weak young cultivators to help." Xiang Tian Zhao's question was obviously because he thought Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu wanted to use old acquaintances as an excuse to climb up the great tree known as Yang Kai. Xiang Tian Shao quite despised such people who tried to climb up the social ladder. "Yang Kai, even if they're old acquaintances, if they have bad intentions, you should know how to refuse." As his cousin, Dong Qinghan felt that he had an obligation to remind him. If he really did so, it would only disappoint other allies who had brought people and supplies. After all, after the inheritance war was won, this Reflecting Moon sect would also want a share of the spoils. However, if they were sincere in coming to help, even if they were few in number and had low strength, it wouldn't matter. At least it was their good intentions. "They won't." Yang Kai shook his head, got up and straightened his clothes. "Wait a moment, I'll go out and greet them myself." Qiu Yimeng stared blankly, not understanding why Yang Kai would treat a second-class sect so seriously. Even when he had just greeted the people from Purple Fern Valley, he hadn't been so happy. After pondering for a moment, Qiu Yimeng chuckled. Turning her head to look at Lu Song, she found that the Lu family young master's expression had become quite ugly. Frowning, Chiu Yimeng knew that he was resentful because of Yang Kai's preferential treatment and couldn't help secretly sighing. Lu Liang, sending his son to participate in the inheritance, war this time was likely to ruin their plans. Chiu Yimeng hadn't had much contact with this Lu family young master, so she didn't know what his character was like before, but now it seemed that this cousin of hers wasn't enough to accomplish anything great. Suddenly smiling, Chiu Yimeng said, "Lu Song, don't think too much about it. Since those two people are Yang Kai's acquaintances, there's nothing wrong with him going out to greet them. Later, when they come in, we'll just send them away. I'm afraid they don't have the qualifications to stay here." Dong Qinghan couldn't help glancing over at Chiu Yimeng with some surprise, seemingly not having expected this young lady Chiu to be so narrow-minded. Lu Song was secretly annoyed, but when he heard Chiu Yimeng say this, he suddenly smiled, thinking that Chiu Yimeng was supporting him, quickly nodding. "What cousin says is right. Which one of us here isn't from a first-class force? That Reflecting Moon sect is quite interesting. A trivial second-class sect actually wants to send only 2 people to participate in the inheritance war. Ridiculous. I'd like to see what kind of face they'll have to remain here." Chiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, no longer saying anything. Seeing the encouragement in her eyes, Lu Song couldn't help rubbing his hands together, waiting for Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu to come in so he could teach them a lesson. Outside the mansion, a young man and a young woman were waiting anxiously. Su Xiaoyu stared inside for a long time, but didn't see any sign of Yang Kai, so she couldn't help pursing her lips and asking, "Brother, do you think that Yang Kai is this Yang Kai? Why didn't anyone stop us, even after we reported our names?" Qin Shueshu heard this and smiled wryly. "You're asking the wrong person. How could I know if this Brother Yang is the same Brother Yang? This world is big. There are many people with the same name and surname." "Ah." Su Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling a little lost. "If the Yang Kai here isn't the one we know, then if we ran over here and were rejected by him, how shameful would that be? If it's shameful, then it's shameful. Master didn't want to participate in this inheritance war. Our Reflecting Moon sect is just a second-class force. Our capital isn't strong, so even if we participate, we won't get any benefits. It was only because we heard that there was a Yang Kai here that Master allowed us to participate. If the person here isn't the one we know, it's actually a good thing to refuse. We can just go back home and save ourselves some trouble." "I think he is," Su Xiaoyu suddenly affirmed. "Do you remember his performance in that isolated world? Those people from the Tianlang dynasty were all toyed with by him. All of our lives were saved by him. Besides the central capital's Yang family, I'm afraid there is no other force capable of cultivating such a person." Recalling all his experiences in that isolated world, Chen Shueshu couldn't help smiling bitterly. At that time, if it weren't for this Yang Kai, that group of cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty would likely have been completely wiped out. Whether it's him or not, we'll see soon enough. Chapter 438. As the brother and sister pair were talking, they saw Yang Kai walk out from inside. "Brother Qin, little sister Shu, I trust you've been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled, seemingly having not been so happy for a long time. Chun Shui and Su Xiaoyu were just wondering if the Yang Kai they knew was the one from the central capital's Yang family, but after seeing him in person, they couldn't help falling into a daze, even forgetting to answer, just standing there stupidly staring forward. At this moment, the two of them didn't know why, but their hearts suddenly skipped a beat, as if they had never imagined that they would be lucky enough to make friends with such a character, causing their faces to glow. "Is there a flower on my face?" Seeing their hesitation, Yang Kai jokingly asked. Hearing the affability in his tone, the brother and sister pair recovered and returned to their normal state. Chen Shui calmly greeted, "Junior Brother Yang, it's been a long time." Su Xiaoyu pursed her lips and looked Yang Kai up and down, muttering angrily, "You really are from the central capital's Yang family. We actually didn't know anything about it. So hateful." Junior sister, Chen Shui tugged at Su Xiaoyu's clothes and glared at her. The Yang family has rules. When its disciples go out for life experience, they must not reveal their identity. Junior brother Yang didn't deliberately deceive you. I know. Su Xiaoyu smiled. I was just a little surprised. It's not too late to know now. Come on in. Yang Kai warmly greeted the two of them and led them in. Along the way, Su Xiaoyu chattered like a sparrow, constantly asking questions. She was only from a second-class sect, and although she was the future pillar of Reflecting Moon sect, her status wasn't high. Even the young lords and young ladies of first-class forces rarely saw her. So now that she had suddenly met someone from a superforce, her curiosity was naturally overflowing, especially since this person was someone she had known for a long time. On top of that, they had all gone through thick and thin together. Su Xiaoyu's questions were messy and chaotic, like a village girl from the countryside entering a big city. All kinds of questions bombarding the two of them. Yang Kai led the two of them inside, while answering casually. Chen Shui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Is your Yang family big? I heard that it occupies 1/10 of the entire central capital's surface area. Just by riding a horse, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to complete a single lap. Is that true? The more Su Xiaoyu asked, the more excited she became. Yang Kai didn't answer. Suddenly, a disdainful laugh was heard. The voice entered his ears. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help feeling startled. Quickly glancing around and discovering that Yang Kai had led them to a side hall where many people were already sitting. Those young masters and young mistresses were dressed luxuriously. It was obvious that they came from extraordinary backgrounds. Most of them were accompanied by powerful guardians, and the accessories they wore were also glowing. Obviously, they were all high-grade secret treasures. Shi and Chen Shui, on the other hand, although they also had secret treasures and were dressed properly, they were nothing compared to those people. However, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The one who laughed was a young master sitting on a chair. At this moment, he was looking at them as if they were country bumpkins. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed red in an instant, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Yang Kai frowned slightly and smiled. Don't listen to the nonsense of outsiders. Although the Yang family occupies a large area, it's not so exaggerated. Oh, Su Xiaoyu's eyelashes fluttered. Even with Yang Kai's help, she was still embarrassed. Chen Shui gently squeezed her palm and conveyed his comfort, making Su Xiaoyu feel much better. She really didn't expect that there would be so many people waiting here. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have asked so many idiotic questions. She really hadn't seen much of the world, but when she went out, she knew what to say and what to do. It was just that Yang Kai had been very easygoing before, not showing the slightest contempt for her and Chen Shui because of their extraordinary background. Su Xiaoyu was so happy that she had asked a few more questions, but she didn't expect it would reach the ears of others. Come, let me introduce them to you. Yang Kai lightly brushed aside the awkwardness and said enthusiastically, These two are friends I met in an isolated world, Reflecting Moon sects Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu. In that isolated world, Yang Kai had received a lot of guidance from Chen Shui. After that, this brother and sister pair had wanted to travel together with Yang Kai and take care of each other. At that time, they were both Yuan Qi boundary third stage cultivators, while Yang Kai was only at the separation and reunion boundary third stage. Chen Shui and Su Xiaoyu obviously wanted to take care of him. Because of this, Yang Kai also had a good impression of these two. Chen Shui smiled and shook his head. Junior brother Yang is too serious. It was junior brother Yang who saved my brother and sister's lives. If it weren't for junior brother Yang, I'm afraid my 2 brothers and sister would have already become skeletons. This life-saving grace will always be engraved in our hearts. Since you are Yang Kai's friends, you are also Dong Qinghan's friends. Fatty Dong smiled and stood up, cupping his fists in a pleasant manner. Fatty Dong was very clear that the friends Kai Yang had made over the past few years had all been made with heart and soul. They weren't friends that were mixed with the slightest interest or interest. Such people were what Yang Kai liked the most. Generally, all young lords from powerful families had a common problem. When others came to make friends with them, their first thought was to suspect that they were trying to form a relationship with them. Therefore, Dong Qinghan was also quite serious about this matter. So, it is young Master Dong. Chen Shui had obviously heard of Dong Qinghan's name and quickly returned the greeting. Purple Fern Valley, Fan Hong. Greetings, Brother Fan. Chiu family, Chiu Yimeng. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled lightly, her pretty face glowing with an amazing luster. Chen Shui's expression shook, while Su Xiaoyu also turned a surprised look towards Chiu Yimeng. So, it is the Chiu family's first young lady. It is an honor to meet you. This wasn't some kind of polite greeting. Chen Shui's words were filled with sincerity, a look of admiration even appearing on his face. Chiu Yimeng chuckled happily, glancing towards Yang Kai provocatively, as if saying, "Even if you don't take me seriously, this young lady is still famous throughout the world." Everyone present took the initiative to greet Chen Shui out of respect for Yang Kai. Only Lu Song sat in his chair with a trace of contempt on his face. Chen Shui turned to him and smiled, cupping his fists. "May I ask who this is?" He naturally saw that this person was looking down on him and his junior sister. It was him who had just ridiculed them. It was normal for a second-class sect's disciple to be looked down upon by a first-class family's disciple. Chen Shui had seen this many times, so naturally he didn't hold any resentment. Moreover, the people here should all be Yang Kai's allies, so how could he embarrass Yang Kai? Yang Kai also wanted to resolve the conflict between him and Lu Song. After all, if everything went well, everyone would be working together in the future. If there was a conflict between allies as the head of the family, Yang Kai would also be in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, when Chen Shui lowered his posture and asked, Lu Song didn't say a word, as if he was deaf, simply holding his tea and calmly blowing at it. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Immediately, he turned to look at Chiu Yimeng. No matter what, Lu Song was still Chiu Yimeng's cousin. Yang Kai wanted to see who gave Lu Song the courage to act so arrogantly here and who supported him. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai happened to meet the beautiful eyes of the Chiu family's first young lady. Chiu Yimeng actually smiled at Yang Kai and slowly shook her head. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown, his eyes slowly narrowing, the cold light in his eyes becoming even colder. Chen Shui waited for a moment, but still didn't see Lu Song answer, so he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Patiently, he continued to ask, "This brother, has this Chen offended you in any way? If so, this Chen will apologize to you here. I ask this brother master to be magnanimous." After these words came out, Su Xiaoyu's eyes instantly became moist, and she even had the urge to cry. Chen Shui was her senior brother, and also her lover. It was not a big deal for her to be ridiculed by Lu Song. She was just embarrassed, that was all. But seeing her hero apologize to someone so humbly, how could she not feel distressed? Especially since the other party was looking down on them for no reason at all. With tears in her eyes, Su Xiaoyu turned her head and looked towards Yang Kai, hoping that he could mediate so that her brother would no longer be embarrassed. Yang Kai grinned at her and moved his mouth. Su Xiaoyu didn't see what he was saying, but she understood the meaning of his eyes. "Don't worry." Su Xiaomei's mood suddenly calmed down. Knowing that Yang Kai wouldn't just sit back and watch, she couldn't help sniffling and holding back the tears in her eyes, not saying a word. After Chen Shui asked twice, Lu Song finally put down the teacup in his hand and shook his head proudly. "No need to be so serious. You haven't offended me in any way. It's just that I'm a bit of a loner, not good at communicating, especially with those who haven't seen the world." Chen Shui's expression froze for a moment before he smiled awkwardly. "Is that so? Then this Chen will be rude." Lu Song raised his eyes and looked at Chen Shui, chuckling. "Are you from Reflecting Moon sect?" Yes, Junior Sister and I are from Reflecting Moon sect. How many people have come to participate in the inheritance war this time? Chun Shue's expression became somewhat awkward. For the time being, it's just me and Junior Sister, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Song's sneer. The Lu family first young master stood up and walked forward with his hands crossed behind his back, putting on a haughty look as he said, "Only 2 people. Yuan Qi 7th stage. Yet you want to participate in the inheritance war? Do you think this is child's play?" Hearing this sarcastic remark, Chun Shui was left speechless, his face flushed red. Lu Song smirked as he quietly glanced over at Chiu Yimeng. The Chiu family's first young lady was currently smiling with a look of approval on her face, making Lu Song feel like he should strike while the iron was hot and get rid of these 2 guys who were trying to climb up the social ladder. "Do you know how many people my Lu family brought?" Lu Song looked at Qin Shui contemptuously. 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, 1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage, 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage, in addition to 20 Yuan Qi cultivators and countless supplies. Chapter 439. Inside the main hall, Lu Song arrogantly sneered. Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong both snickered. They weren't idiots like Lu Song, so they naturally understood what was going on. But since Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng didn't say anything, the 2 of them didn't intervene, instead choosing to sit back and watch the good show. Lu Song, seeing Chiu Yimeng's look of approval, became even more arrogant and sneered. "If you want to get something in return, you must first invest. Can your Reflecting Moon sect take out so much strength and materials? Sorry, I forgot you're just a 2nd-class sect, so you probably don't have such strength. But at the very least, my Lu family should take out at least half of its strength. If you can't, I advise you to go back to where you came from." Young Master. The Lu family's Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage master's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He wasn't young and had been observing the situation, so of course he could see the coldness and displeasure in Yang Kai's eyes. His own young master was in someone else's mansion, speaking arrogantly, bullying and suppressing Yang Kai's friends. Wasn't this not giving Yang Kai face? What's more, when Yang Kai had just introduced Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, his tone was quite serious. These 2 didn't have high backgrounds, but they were clearly highly valued by Yang Kai. If Lu Song was allowed to continue, he was afraid he would ruin things. "Young Master, you've already said so much. Sit down and have some tea." Under the watchful eyes of so many people, this master couldn't say anything, so he could only quietly signal Lu Song. However, Lu Song simply turned a deaf ear and continued to sneer, becoming more and more arrogant. Chun Shue's face became uglier and uglier. "Lu Song." Yang Kai suddenly glared at the Lu family first young master coldly and shouted, "What orders does young Lord Kai have?" Lu Song immediately stopped his endless taunts. He quickly asked. Towards Chun Shu, he could speak bluntly, but towards Yang Kai, he didn't have the courage. "You can go." Lu Song was stunned, his face full of confusion. "I'll give you 30 breaths of time. If you don't leave my mansion in 30 breaths of time, I'll make you stay here forever." Yang Kai's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Song was completely stunned. He had never expected such an ending. Yang Kai was clearly trying to chase him away, but what made him confused was the person he was chasing away was not the 2 from the Reflecting Moon sect, but him. Young Lord Kai must be joking, right? Lu Song's mouth twitched slightly as his face gradually reddened. If he was really kicked out by Yang Kai in front of so many people, he would definitely be kicked out. He had lost all his face. "I'm not joking. You have 25 breaths left." Yang Kai snorted. "How is that possible?" Lu Song screamed as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. "Our Lu family has contributed so many people to help you participate in the inheritance war. Yet you actually want to drive us away? Don't you want this help? Yang Kai didn't answer and just stared at him coldly. Perceiving this coldness, Lu Song couldn't help feeling a little scared. But suddenly, as if thinking of something, he shouted, "My cousin is also here to help you. She's a great help to you. If you drive me away, aren't you afraid she'll also leave? If she doesn't know what's good for her, I'll also drive her away." Yang Kai sneered, "You have 20 breaths left." Chiu Yimeng couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Cousin." Lu Song finally panicked, secretly regretting all the nonsense he had just said. He stared at Chiu Yimeng, expecting her to say a few good words, so Yang Kai wouldn't be so arrogant. Chiu Yimeng sighed. "Lu Song, you should leave. This man says 1 is 1, 2 is 1. You've angered him. I can't help you." "But 15 breaths." Yang Kai issued a final warning. "Young master, let's go." The Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Lu Song. Lu Song didn't see the hidden meaning behind this farce, but the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Master did. Knowing that it was useless to say anything more, he quickly pulled Lu Song along with his other companion and rushed out. Seeing Lu Song's embarrassment and helplessness, Su Xiaoyu suddenly flushed with excitement and secretly clenched her fists. All the insults and ridicule she had received before seemed to have been returned at this moment. She couldn't help glancing towards Yang Kai gratefully. Outside, Lu Song's shouts could be heard. "I'm not leaving. I brought people and supplies to participate in the inheritance war. Yet someone actually wants to drive me out. Today, he wants to drive me away. Tomorrow I'll expose this matter and see who dares to seek refuge with him in the future." Inside the hall, Chiu Yimeng shook her head, secretly smiling bitterly. If this Lu family young master's performance hadn't been so bad, how could the Chiu family's first young lady have been so insidious as to push him out? The Lu family was supported by the Chiu family, and they were also related. If there was even the slightest possibility, Chiu Yimeng would have been more than happy to let Lu Song stay here. Hearing him actually threaten her, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help rejoicing that her decision had been correct. Driving him away now would only cause him to lose face, but if she had allowed him to stay, perhaps one day Yang Kai would kill him. "Did you encourage him to do so?" Yang Kai stared at Chiu Yimeng meaningfully. Although Lu Song was a bit of an idiot, without Chiu Yimeng's support, he wouldn't have dared act so presumptuous in front of him. Just now he had acted so arrogantly and unscrupulously because when Yang Kai went to meet Qin Shuaishu and Su Xiaoyu, Chiu Yimeng had given him some hints. "And I just casually said a few words." Chiu Yimeng nodded lightly. "What's wrong with that? I don't think you wanted to keep him here anyway." "And I didn't want to keep him here, but he did bring a batch of things with him, so it wouldn't be good to drive him away." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "That's why you should thank me." Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she unabashedly claimed the credit. With Yang Kai, she had no intention of being polite. This man was too strong. If she were to show weakness, she would only be led by the nose by him for the rest of her life. Yang Kai pretended not to hear her and just turned to Qin Shuaishu. "Brother Qin, I've let you suffer." Qin Shuaishu scratched his head. From the exchange between Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng just now, he had understood some of the meaning. It seemed that this time it was a trap for that person, and he had just caught up with it. However, Qin Shuaishu didn't mind and just smiled. To be able to contribute to junior brother Yang, what's the matter? So what if I'm criticized? I won't lose a piece of flesh. Frowning, Qin Shuaishu said, "It's just that if you drive him out like this, it may not be good for your reputation." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Keeping him here is troublesome. This person is too unreasonable. Even if he doesn't have a conflict with you now, he will have conflicts with others in the future. A single piece of rat shit can ruin a pot of porridge. I won't allow such a thing to happen. It's better to cut the Gordian knot. Don't you see that Chiu Yimeng, your cousin, doesn't want to take care of him? Chiu Yimeng curled her lips. Don't push me. You make it sound like I'm a vicious woman. If you drive him away, I'll have to explain it to Lu Liang. Huh. I hope Lu Liang understands my difficulties. Of all the people he could have sent, why did he send this person? Perceiving Chiu Yimeng's embarrassment, everyone fell silent. At that moment, some fluctuations of power suddenly came from outside, mixed with a few muffled groans. Everyone's expression changed, not knowing why a battle had suddenly broken out. Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense, and his expression soon calmed down. Turning to Chiu Yimeng, he said, I'm very glad you found a way to drive Lu Song away. What happened outside? Chiu Yimeng asked in surprise. Everyone else also looked puzzled. He provoked someone he shouldn't have. Yang Kai sneered. Being so blind, he only has himself to blame. As he spoke, the battle outside subsided and Lu Song's miserable howls reached everyone's ears. Listening to them made everyone's blood run cold. What the hell is going on? Chiu Yimeng was anxious and couldn't help but want to go outside and see what was going on. That bastard actually dared to have ideas about father. A cursing voice came from outside, and a moment later, Huixing walked in with an annoyed look on his face. As he cursed, he shouted, Who do you think father is? Don't you know what kind of person he is? After coming in, he shouted, Hey, Yang Kai, what happened to that little brat just now? Why did he try to steal my things as soon as he saw me? What did he steal from you? Yang Kai was stunned. His divine sense had only probed the general situation and wasn't clear on the specifics. Father's treasures. Huixing waved his hand. Bring them in. Immediately, a group of people came in carrying a few boxes and placed them on the ground. With both hands on his waist, Huixing said, That's all. That little brat wanted to steal from me. I don't know what's wrong with him. Chiu Yimeng was extremely helpless and hurriedly asked, What did you do to him? I broke a few of his ribs and threw him out. Huixing replied indifferently. Hearing this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling relieved and glanced at Yang Kai, both of them not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Lu Song was probably unhappy that he had been driven out and had lost all his supplies. So when he saw Huixing bring some things over, he wanted to steal them to make up for his losses. He had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary, 7th Stage Masters, while Huixing only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary, 5th Stage Masters. In terms of strength, he clearly had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, these 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary, 5th Stage Masters weren't ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. By the time he realized what was going on, it was already too late. Fortunately, Huixing didn't want to kill anyone in Yang Kai's house. Otherwise, Lu Song's life would have been forfeit. After listening to Chiu Yimeng's brief explanation, Huixing suddenly realized, So that was your cousin. Fortunately, I didn't go too hard on him, otherwise he would have died. Chiu Yimeng, how did you have such a bad cousin? Let's not talk about me first. You suddenly disappeared last night. Where did you go? Chiu Yimeng asked. Huixing's expression couldn't help becoming a bit awkward as he hesitantly said, I went home to find my father and ask for some things and people. Your father actually arranged for some of the family's masters for you? Chiu Yimeng was overjoyed. With the addition of the Hua family's forces, Yang Kai's strength would definitely increase greatly. I had no choice but to give them to him. Huixing was very embarrassed and didn't want to explain too much. Walking over to the boxes, he opened them and shouted to Yang Kai, Look, a box of alchemy materials, a box of artifact refining materials, all of which are at least have in grade a few mysterious grade, a box of finished pills, a box of healing materials, a box of soul calming pills, a box of artifacts, and, although the grade is a bit low, all of them are earth grade, but they should be enough to equip some people. There are also a few good items. Finished speaking, Huixing stared at Yang Kai majestically and asked, For boxes, and this young master, you can choose what you want. Chapter 440. The words of the Hua family's great young lord could be described as sonorous and forceful. Everyone in the hall heard this and stared blankly at him and Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that there was some unusual relationship between these two. Lan Chu Dai was a big-breasted beauty. She covered her mouth in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Kai's face went black, knowing that Hostar's words were too easily misunderstood. So he couldn't help snorting, "Speak clearly!" Hostars also realized that there was something wrong with his words and couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "Don't misunderstand. It's just that yesterday I made a bet with Brother Kai on whether he could survive last night. This one's eyesight wasn't good enough, so I lost." "What was the bet?" Chiu Yimeng suddenly became interested. She really didn't know about the bet between Yang Kai and Hostars. "If I lose, I'll give him my golden feather eagle. If he loses, ha!" Yang Kai looked at Hostars with a smile. "Young lord who has to strip naked and run 10 laps around War City." Everyone couldn't help laughing, and many of the women couldn't help blushing. Thinking about the scene of this young lord who running around naked in War City, it really was quite funny. A loss is a loss. There's no need to say it out loud. Hostars was extremely depressed, but suddenly his expression turned to one of indignation. "Yang Kai, you can choose. If you want these things, our bet is over. But if you say no, this young master will take off his clothes right now and fulfill the bet. But don't even think about these things. Even this young lord will have to leave this place." Saying so, he opened his folding fan and fanned himself. "This young master has never broken a bet with anyone." As he spoke, his expression was one of contentment, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Obviously, Yang Kai would accept the masters and materials he brought with him, compared with letting him run 10 laps around War City naked. These masters and materials were more practical. As long as Yang Kai wasn't stupid, he would know what to choose. Yang Kai smiled and said confidently, "Then I ask young Lord Hua to take off his clothes." Stars' expression gradually froze as he waved his folding fan stiffly, saying with a bitter expression, "Young Lord Kai, don't be like this. I haven't done anything to offend you. Why must you be so ruthless?" Chiu Yimeng, who was standing to the side. Stars quickly turned to her. "Chiu Yimeng, young lord, why are you looking at him?" Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head and solemnly said, "I can't do anything about this man, you know that." Stars, master. Seeing Fatty Dong sitting there, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This fat brother, at first glance I can see that your relationship with Yang Kai is not shallow." Dong Ching Han's face went black. Was Xing Qin calling him Brother Fatty really made him unhappy, even if he wasn't happy about it? However, due to the other party's status, Dong Dang couldn't do anything. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Hua, please forgive me. My words carry little weight." They were contending with each other. Dong Pang Zi was very depressed to find that this young Master Hua was actually staring at Lan Chu Dai, who was standing beside him. His pair of eyes were shining with a lustful light. Dong Pang Zi could not help but cough. A beauty. Xing, who didn't hesitate to praise as he swept his eyes around, quickly discovering Luo Xiao Man again. The light in his eyes became more and more vigorous, and even his nostrils began to emit waves of heat. Luo Xiao Man quickly hid behind Fan Hong, a look of panic filling her face. She had never seen such a lecherous and daring lecher. It was as if the word lecherous was written all over his face. He was even more shameless than Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, are these people all your allies?" Huastar's suddenly asked. "And they all came here today." Huastar's face suddenly became serious as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai. First, he cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Young Lord Kai, I, Huastars, was short-sighted and looked down on you. Young Lord Kai, please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a playboy young lord. How could I compare to you? Last night's battle, I deeply realized my mistake. So I rushed back to the central capital and begged my father to give me some men and supplies. From now on, I, Hwistars, am young Lord Kai's man, and when I die, I will be young Lord Kai's ghost. My only request is that you make me stay. Saying so, he actually sat down and muttered, In any case, I'm going to stay here. You can't drive me away. Chiu Yimeng shook her head and sighed, turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, I think it's best to let him go. If he really stays here, the women who come here will feel uneasy. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. That's what I mean. Young Lord Kai, young Lady Chiu, I was wrong. How can you be like this? Hwistars was on the verge of tears. Although he had seen countless women, it was rare for him to encounter a woman like Lan Chu Dai and Luo Xiaomen occasionally. He would encounter a prostitute who was attracted by his identity and wealth. Enough. Yang Kai frowned and was too lazy to continue this nonsense, waving his hand and saying, Let your people send the things inside. He didn't want to do anything to Hwistars, nor did he expect him to bring people and supplies. It was just that a playboy like Hwistars wouldn't listen to him in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimated that Hwistars would restrain himself a lot in front of him in the future. Hearing this, Hwistars was overjoyed and quickly got up from the ground, shouting to his subordinates, What are you waiting for? Quickly send the things inside. Also, tell our people to behave themselves. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the Hua family. Everyone here is a friend, do you understand? Yes. The few people from the Hua family nodded and hurriedly left with the boxes. The Hua family young lord grinned and walked over to Luo Xiaoman's side, asking with a smile, What's your name, beautiful woman? Luo Xiaoman was frightened and stood up timidly, walking over to Chiu Yimeng and tugging on her clothes. Elder sister Chiu! Seeing this delicate appearance of a helpless woman begging for protection, Hwistars couldn't help but feel excited. Chiu Yimeng patted her hand and sneered at Hwistars. If you dare have any ideas about her, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Hwistars laughed dryly. So there's someone behind you. Don't worry. Chiu Yimeng is under your protection. So I promise I won't touch her. Saying so, he rushed over to Lan Chu Dai, but before he had time to ask, Lan Chu Dai smiled and said, I am Yang Kai's senior sister. Hwistars suddenly became speechless and felt extremely depressed. Don't make trouble. Chiu Yimeng snorted. Although you're lustful, you're not that horny. What's more, with your identity as the Hua family's young lord, what kind of beautiful woman can't you get? Using this kind of method to resolve your embarrassment is too clumsy. Hwistars scratched his head and smiled. You can see it, but it's pointless to say it out loud. Saying so, he shrugged his shoulders and found a seat to sit down, quickly restraining the arrogance on his face. Waiting for him to calm down, Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly. Yang Kai, I think you need to plan carefully. I'm afraid your house will become more and more lively in the future. Yesterday it was quiet here, but today 3 groups of people have arrived. The other young lords shouldn't have such great charm. Although it's lively with so many people, the various forces are not familiar with each other. If you don't coordinate properly, I'm afraid there will be some inevitable conflicts. Yang Kai chuckled. With you here, why should I bother? Chiu Yimeng glared at him. Do you really think I'm a servant? Capable people do more work. Dong 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 also smiled. If young Lady Chiu is the one to coordinate, my Dong family will not object. Purple Fern Valley as well. Fan Hong nodded gently. They were all first-class forces, and their strength was about the same. But Chiu Yimeng was different. She was from the central capital's Chiu family, and her personal strength was high, so she was indeed qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although it is somewhat embarrassing to say this, my reflecting moon sect is also willing to listen to young Lady Chiu. Not only us, I think the people who come later will also have no objections. Chun Shue Shu said. The people who come later? Chiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Shu smiled and said, "Because we weren't sure if this Yang Kai was the one we knew before, my junior sister, and I decided to take the initiative to inquire about the situation. If he is, then my Reflecting Moon sect will participate in the inheritance war to help junior brother Yang. If he is not, then my Reflecting Moon sect will not participate in this muddy water. So that's how it is. Then, how long will it take for your sect's people to arrive?" Chiu Yimeng didn't show any contempt towards his Reflecting Moon sect just because they were a second-class sect, which made Qin Shu feel very gratified. "They'll arrive within 3 days and are already on their way. Once we send word back, they'll decide whether or not to continue." Chen Shu smiled and looked at Yang Kai. "It's not just our Reflecting Moon sect. There are many others who are also on the way." "Who are they?" Yang Kai was a little surprised. "They're all people you know." Chen Shu smiled lightly. "In addition to our Reflecting Moon sect, there is also Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. 10,000 Flower Palace's people are also participating in the inheritance war?" Chiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling surprised, while Hu Xing couldn't help laughing. "Interesting. This will be a feast for the eyes." 10,000 Flower Palace was a very special sect, a first-class sect composed entirely of women. Because they were all women, their competitive spirit wasn't strong, and they had never participated in the previous inheritance wars. However, Chiu Yimeng hadn't expected that this time 10,000 Flower Palace's people would actually participate and even choose Yang Kai's side. And because these sects suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land a few days ago, they didn't intend to participate. But when they heard that there was a Yang Kai here, they all became interested. Chun Shu explained. Chapter 441. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai showed a trace of gratitude. In the last war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, almost all the first-class forces had been involved. Every one of them had suffered losses, but some had suffered large losses while others had suffered small losses. Yang Kai hadn't expected that these people, who had almost been forgotten by Yang Kai, would be able to persuade their sect's elders to participate in the inheritance war because of his existence. In particular, the people from 10,000 Flower Palace had broken hundreds of years of precedent and must have encountered a lot of resistance from their elders. Yang Kai could imagine the hardships involved. Most importantly, last night's events had not yet reached their ears, so they didn't know the current situation in War City. Without knowing Yang Kai's current situation, the fact that they had come to him without hesitation was the most important thing. The people he had made friends with in the isolated world were all sincere in wanting to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives from the hands of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. These people were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective sects. Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, 10,000 Flower Palace. Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her face filled with an attractive luster as she sighed. All first-class forces. The first 3 aside, 10,000 Flower Palace actually came to participate in the inheritance war because of you, Yang Kai. Your face is really big. Just how many people have you met in the past few years? Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong also looked at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering how he had such a wide range of contacts. Chun Shu smiled and shook his head. In fact, there are 2 other sects that I can't contact. If I could, I'm afraid they would also come. Oh, which 2 sects? Chiu Yimeng asked with great interest. She also wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai. One is the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, and the other is the Tianlang dynasty's son Luo Temple. Everyone was visibly moved. The Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. Of all the people present, only Chiu Yimeng knew the details of this sect. Although it was based in the Endless Sea Islands, it was still a first-class force, no weaker than the first-class forces of the Great Han Dynasty. This was because the sects in the outer seas occupied many islands with abundant spirit chi. These islands produced some materials that the great Han dynasty didn't have. This would make it easier for the cultivator of the overseas sects to cultivate. As for that dark azure hull, everyone had heard of it before. The superpower of the Tian Lang dynasty. Their status was equivalent to the central capital's 8 great families. As long as one had a bit of knowledge, they would naturally not be unfamiliar with this name. Everyone present was a young master and young lady of a first-rate force. So how could they not have heard of the great name of Dark Azure Hull? Young Lord Kai is truly amazing. Not only do you know friends from the Endless Sea Islands, you even have friendly relations with people from other countries. This Fan Hong is truly impressed. You bastard. Chiu Yimeng ground her teeth. Before, when I asked you how many contacts and helpers you had, you told me you had none. I almost believed you. Humph. Let's see how you're going to hide it now. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head, not bothering to explain. He didn't include the people Chen Shu had mentioned, but the way these sect disciples knew how to repay their kindness surprised him and warmed his heart. Junior Brother Yang, since this place is really yours, I'll send a message first. In that case, I'll go back and report the news first, so that the people from the sect can rush over as quickly as possible. Also, the soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, and 10,000 Flower Palace all need me to send a message to inform them. I'm not sure, but if they know you're here, they'll definitely be very happy. Chen Shu proposed excitedly. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Pausing for a moment, he called out, "In Jiao!" Inside the hall, a vague figure appeared like a ghost. No one knew where he had been hiding before, nor how he had appeared. It was as if he had always been there. The vague figure rippled and gradually condensed into a solid form, revealing the thin but shrewd Ing Jiao. Everyone present was shocked, especially the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing behind the various young lords and young ladies. Even they hadn't noticed Ing Jiao's aura before. This elusive blood warrior was really extraordinary. Subordinate is here. Escort Brother Chen out of the city. Yes, Chen Shu and Su Xiaoyu arriving in War City wasn't a big deal, but after leaving Yang Kai's house, they would definitely be regarded as enemies. If they weren't protected, they would likely be intercepted. Each of the Yang family's young lords had their own intelligence network, so naturally they would do everything possible to suppress the new forces of their opponents. Chen Shu obviously knew this and didn't refuse, instead cupping his fists to Ing Jiao, his expression dignified and respectful. Then I'll have to trouble senioring. Junior Brother Yang, junior sister, and I will take our leave first. Little sister Shu, you stay here. You can go alone. Chiu Yimeng suddenly said with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I just want to know what this isolated world you spoke of is all about. What did that bastard do to you in that isolated world to make you so grateful? Hearing this, Chen Shu smiled lightly. Good, junior sister. You stay here and accompany young Lady Chiu. Brother can go alone and return quickly. Saying so, he cupped his fist to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Ing Jiao nodded and his body blurred again, disappearing in the next instant. Chiu Yimeng, you arrange things for them. Yang Kai said before turning to the others. I don't think there will be any fighting in the near future, so we can take advantage of this opportunity to get to know each other. Where are you going? Chiu Yimeng asked. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned and strode away. Cultivation, madman. Chiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. His strength isn't without reason. Huistar said thoughtfully, his expression becoming frivolous. If I worked half as hard as him, I wouldn't be too bad, right? Chiu Yimeng was too lazy to respond. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the floor, inspecting the black book space. During this period of crazy gathering, the black book space was filled with a variety of materials, as well as finished pills. As for artifacts, besides the box of Earth-grade ones that Stars had brought today, there weren't many. These finished artifacts could be distributed to arm his own forces. Yang Kai's mental fortitude wasn't bad, but when he saw the dazzling array of materials, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. These materials included spirit herbs and herbs used in alchemy, rare metals of the 5 elements, all kinds of spirit pills, and rare materials that were rarely seen in the world. Everything could be found here. If there was a good alchemist or artifact refiner here, using this huge batch of materials, it would be enough to refine many rare and useful spirit pills and artifacts. Yang Kai suddenly found that, unknowingly, he had actually gathered a wealth not inferior to that of a medium-sized family. And this was just the beginning. The Bamboo Knot Gang was still constantly purchasing materials from the outside world, and as more forces came to join them, more and more materials would be brought in. Not only was Yang Kai gathering materials, but the other Yang family young lords were also doing the same. It was just that Yang Kai was one step ahead of them. The first result of the Yang family's inheritance war was that the price of alchemy and artifact refining materials had all risen. As the price of materials rose, the status of alchemists and artifact refiners also rose. Many alchemists and artifact refiners had also gathered in War City and the central capital, waiting for the Yang family young lords to recruit them. Yesterday was the first day of the inheritance war, and all the Yang family young lords were focused on competing for the first victory. But today, all the Yang family young lords had received news that they were recruiting high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners, and the treatment they received was absolutely excellent. The higher the grade of the alchemist and artifact refiner, the more important they would be. Only the 8th brother, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai didn't make any moves. Yang Quan was aware that victory was hopeless, and even if he recruited alchemists and artifact refiners, there would be no one willing to work for him. So naturally, he was too lazy to bother. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't care about alchemists and artifact refiners from outside. He was already prepared, sorting out the finished pills in the black book space. Yang Kai took out all the Yang attribute pills and those that cultivated spiritual energy. When he saw the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly startled. Where did Su Yan go? He had already ordered the Bamboo Knot Gang to send out hundreds of people to inquire, but there was still no news. Even the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion and Ling Tai Su seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai realized that High Heaven Pavilion still carried the name of an evil sect. The world was still afraid of the existence of the Demon Lord. As long as Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he wouldn't be able to restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. The name of an evil sect wasn't a big deal. The key was that the Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion. This was the fundamental reason why all the great forces feared High Heaven Pavilion. If they could cultivate a Demon Lord, it didn't mean they couldn't cultivate a second. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began to absorb the energy from the Yang attribute pills. In War City, there were 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters monitoring the situation, which made Yang Kai realize that if he didn't quickly break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, sooner or later his secret would be discovered by these 8 old men. Right now, he was Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage, only 2 minor realms away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. It took Yang Kai an entire day to fully absorb all the Yang attribute pills. He could clearly feel that the Yang liquid in his dantian and the Yuan Qi in his meridians had become thicker and purer. The incense burner he hadn't used for a long time was taken out again and lit up beside him. While circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The incense from the incense burner could suppress the speed of the true Yang secret art's circulation. If this continued, the true Yang secret art would adapt to this huge pressure. Once the incense burner was gone, its circulation speed would naturally increase, displaying great benefits when facing an enemy. Using his spiritual energy to spy on the true alchemic way was one of the best ways to cultivate one's soul. Chapter 442. The true alchemic way was too broad and profound. Not only did it contain a variety of magical alchemy spirit arrays, but it also contained the experiences of countless alchemy grandmasters. This knowledge was enough for Yang Kai to use for a lifetime. But if he wanted to extract this information from the true alchemic way, he would have to consume a lot of spiritual energy. When one's divine sense was being replenished, it would naturally improve rapidly. Time passed quickly, and with a huge amount of materials as a backup, Yang Kai's cultivation and spiritual energy were growing at an obvious rate. Every morning, when the sun rose, Yang Kai would practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. At the same time, he would take a drop of myriad drug liquid. After such a long period of accumulation, the myriad drug liquid's effect of cleansing his body had begun to show itself, allowing Yang Kai to cultivate faster and more efficiently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, providing endless benefits. As his strength improved in the future, the effects of taking the myriad drug liquid every day would only grow. This was a snowball effect. War City, East Side, eldest brother Yang Wei's house. After a few days of secluded cultivation, Yang Wei came out for a walk and happened to see Meng Shan Yi of the Meng family standing in his courtyard, seemingly waiting for him to come out. Meng Shan Yi was pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Brother Meng, Yang Wei greeted, eldest young master. Meng Shan Yi heard his name and smiled happily, hurrying over, his eyes immediately lighting up. Eldest young master seems to have made a breakthrough in his secret art. Yang Wei nodded gently and said lightly, I'm about to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, second stage, probably in the next few days. Meng Shan Yi couldn't help feeling admiration and envy. Although he was the eldest son of the Meng family and his aptitude was quite good, he was still only at the 9th stage of Yuan Qi. Although he was about to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he still couldn't compare with the Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei. Among the younger generation of the central capital, there were quite a few geniuses. Meng Shan Yi sighed in his heart. The Lu family's Lu Qing Yao didn't need to be mentioned. The Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng had also broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, first stage 2 months ago. Although the immortal ascension boundary, second stage wasn't. All of them had reached that level. This made Meng Shan Yi feel a sense of crisis. Although he was the young master of the Meng family, and it didn't matter if his strength was not that great, which man didn't want to become stronger? What are you doing here? Yang Wei asked. It's like this, young master. Since you came to War City, you've been in retreat. It's now the 4th day. I should report to you about the situation outside. Yang Wei gently nodded, turned around and said, Let's talk inside. Inside the room, the two sat across from each other at the table. Yang Wei was silent, quietly listening to what happened on the first night of the inheritance war in his third brother Yang Tai's house. His expression remained unchanged, as if everything was within his expectations. However, when he heard that Yang Kai had not only snatched the flag, but also snatched the person, he was shocked. His eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, emitting a trace of light, and a trace of surprise finally appeared on his face. Meng Shan Yi smiled bitterly. Your family's 9th brother's actions are too unexpected. Yang Kong and Yang Ying tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing a lot of rice. Furthermore, he seems to have released Yang Tai back to the central capital instead of exchanging him for supplies. He did that? Yang Wei asked in surprise. That's why I said his actions were too unexpected. Meng Shan Yi shook his head. In any case, I couldn't see what his next move would be. Originally, I thought he would take advantage of the situation and capture Yang Quan in one fell swoop, while everyone else was recuperating. But he hasn't done anything for several days now. If he was smart enough, he wouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. And at first I didn't understand, but after thinking about it, Yang Kai obviously doesn't want to attract too much attention, so he's biding his time. Meng Shanyi's face showed a touch of admiration. He sees things much further than I do. Don't underestimate my ninth brother. I feel like there's something wrong with him. Yang Wei frowned, recalling the first time he saw him in front of the Elder Hall. His yuan qi couldn't help fluctuating. First young master, you mean ninth brother may be his biggest enemy. Even stronger than second brother. How is that possible? Meng Shanyi's face was filled with disbelief, seemingly thinking that Yang Wei was overestimating Yang Kai, although many people have sought refuge with him these past few days. All the young lords have done the same. First young master, the friends you've made over the past few years have all gathered here. They all want to see you. Yang Wei nodded gently. I'll arrange for them later. Meng Shan, he couldn't help asking with some excitement. First young master, are you planning to take action? What action? Yang Wei looked at him suspiciously. Meng Shan, he frowned. First young master, don't you want to attack Yang Quan? Yang Kai isn't willing to attract too much attention right now. Besides you, everyone else is recuperating, so this is a rare opportunity. As long as first young master brings your friends over, I don't think Yang Quan will resist. After all, you are the eldest young master. You have prestige in the hearts of your brothers. Yang Quan only had an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, while his mother's family was only a second-class force. Such a defensive force would be vulnerable in front of the current Yang Wei. If I go and attack 8th brother now, I'm sure I can win. Yang Wei didn't refute Meng Shanyi's point of view. Even if he resists, he won't be able to. Then why is first young master hesitating? Meng Shan, he was confused. If there isn't much benefit, I won't do it. Yang Wei shook his head. This topic ends here. When it's time to attack, I will. Brother Meng, accompany me to meet those people now. Saying so, Yang Wei stood up. Although Meng Shan, he was depressed, he didn't say anything more. But how could defeating Yang Quan not have any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Quan himself and his flag could be taken to the family to exchange for materials. After defeating him, he could also collect his current support. How could there not be any benefits? At this moment, 300 kilometers away from War City, in the wilderness, 2 dignified and enchanting women were walking while laughing. Beside these 2 women, there were 2 pure young girls. One of them was more lively, calling out Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan, and talking about interesting topics, causing the 2 women to laugh again and again. On the other hand, the other girl was very quiet. This girl was covered with a veil, making people unable to see her true appearance. However, her pair of beautiful eyes were bright and clear, making people infatuated. On her forehead, there was a light blue gem, making her look even more elegant and refined. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world and didn't eat the world of mortals. When she looked towards the direction of War City, the eyes of this veiled young girl were filled with expectation and joy, as well as a hint of shyness. Recalling the figure from her memories, it seemed that her cheeks hidden under the veil blushed slightly. A young girl in love was the most moving. At this moment, she was at the most beautiful moment of her life. Even the 2 beautiful women who saw her couldn't help feeling a little stunned. The more lively young girl suddenly rushed over and grabbed the arm of the veiled young girl, giggling. Is elder sister Xia thinking about my cousin? Xia Ningchang heard this and became extremely shy, her delicate earlobes instantly turning completely red as she stammered. No, don't speak nonsense. Ha ha, Dong Qingyan laughed wickedly. You're still denying it? When I mention him, your face becomes even redder. I'm blushing? Xia Ningchang couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her cheeks, but then she suddenly realized that she was still wearing her veil, so even if she was blushing, no one would be able to see it. However, her cheeks really were burning hot. Look at how nervous you are. Dong Qingyan didn't give up and continued to ask, Elder sister Xia, what do you like about my cousin? From what I can see, he's just ordinary, nothing special. I don't like him. Xia Ningchang wrinkled her nose and flatly denied. Then, why did you leave Hidden Cloud Peak as soon as you heard that he was participating in the inheritance war? Master can't bear to part with you. If you leave, no one will be able to discuss the alchemic way with him. I'm his little senior sister. A senior sister taking care of a junior brother is a matter of course. Xia Ningchang bit her red lips and replied in a low voice, seemingly thinking that this reason was too far-fetched and that even she couldn't believe it. On the side, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan overheard the conversation between the two girls and couldn't help chuckling. Towards Xia Ningchang, this clever, quiet, and innocent girl, these two beautiful women were very fond of her. The two of them had no children in their lives, so during the few months they spent on Hidden Cloud Peak, they almost treated her as their own daughter. Xia Ningchang liked Yang Kai. This was something they both knew and approved of. They both felt that in this world, only a young lord from the Yang family was worthy of Xia Ningchang and had the ability to protect her. You really don't like him? Dong Qingyan asked mischievously. Xia Ningchang reluctantly nodded. That's great. I'll be able to marry my cousin in the future. Dong Qingyan giggled, her words shattering the heaven and earth. Ah! Xia Ningchang was shocked as she stared at Dong Qingyan dumbfoundedly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Good. Qingyan, don't tease your elder sister Xia. If you continue to tease her, she'll cry. Auntie Xiang couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Dong Qingyan to her side, glaring at her for a moment before whispering to Xia Ningchang, Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just lying to you. Xia Ningchang nodded gently and smiled. Sister Dong wants to marry junior brother, it's fine. You two are cousins. If you really become husband and wife, then you'll be even closer. This time it was Dong Qingyan's turn to be dumbfounded, quickly waving her hands. I don't want to marry someone like my smelly cousin. The person I want to marry is an ordinary man who will only love me for the rest of his life. Only then will I be happy. Auntie Xiang was also secretly surprised by Xia Ningchang's magnanimity. This girl clearly cared about Yang Kai very much. Her longing for Yang Kai on Hidden Cloud Peak was heart-wrenching. But when she heard someone wanted to marry him, not only did she not object, she even smiled. What's going on? Chapter 443. Xia Ningchang obviously didn't want to continue discussing this topic, her brow furrowing slightly as she softly said, Auntie Xiang, this time Medicine King's Valley has dispatched so many people. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? As she spoke, she glanced back. Behind these four women was Old Man Meng. Treasurer Meng's face was filled with worry as he sighed. When he thought about seeing that little bastard Yang Kai again, he couldn't help feeling sorry for his precious disciple. But his disciple was wholeheartedly devoted to him, and Meng Wu Ye could only sigh helplessly. When it came to matters of love, Meng Wu Ye couldn't control it, even if he wanted to. Thinking of this helplessness, he couldn't help but squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Behind Treasurer Meng was a large group of people, all of them wearing white robes. There were at least 30 of them. Of these people, the strongest was Qin Zhe, a trivial immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator, while the weakest was only at the separation and reunion peak. If such a group of people were to be pulled out into battle, they could only be described as unable to withstand a single blow. However, these people were all alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Even if their strength was lacking, they were still respectable existences. No matter where they went, no one dared to take the initiative to attack them. Alchemists were also divided into grades, corresponding to the grade of precious treasures, ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade. Each grade was also divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Alchemists generally had obvious symbols on their chests to show their rank. Each petal corresponded to a grade, gold, silver, and white, corresponding to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' robes, it was easy to see what level they were. These alchemists from Medicine King's Valley all had flower petals embroidered on their chests. At the very least, they had 2 petals, while half of them had 3 petals. Among them, Qinzhe had 4 petals, for petals was the symbol of mysterious grade. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were only a few dozen alchemists who were qualified to wear 4 petals. A quarter of them were concentrated in Medicine King's Valley. Those who had 3 petals embroidered on their chests were heaven-grade alchemists. Those who could easily refine heaven-grade pills, and 2 petals were earth-grade alchemists. Martial uncle, what orders do you have? When Qinzhe saw that Xia Ningchang had turned around, he hurried forward and asked her respectfully. He thought that Xia Ningchang wanted him to do something. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Senior Qin, please don't call me that. I'm younger than you. How can I bear that title? Qinzhe shook his head. That won't do. Since Martial Uncle Xiao has already informed Medicine King's Valley, he will treat you as an equal. No matter how old you are still my martial uncle. Xia Ningchang could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know what to say. Originally, when she heard that Yang Kai was going to participate in the inheritance war, she just wanted to rush to the central capital with Meng Wuya to help. But she hadn't expected that Xiao Fuxing would suddenly give her an order. He had gathered 30 Medicine King's Valley disciples and brought them along. Xia Ningchang had stayed in the Hidden Cloud Peak for a long time, so only the people of the Hidden Cloud Peak knew about her attainments in alchemy. Alchemists were a group of proud and aloof people. Qinzhe and the others originally looked down on Xia Ningchang, but after hearing Xiao Fusheng's words, all of them were stunned. Xia Ningchang's attainments in alchemy were not inferior to his own. In fact, Xia Ningchang was certain that in time he would reach a height that Xiao Fusheng had not yet reached. Qinzhe naturally did not believe this. Who in this world could compare with Grandmaster Xiao? Relying on the fact that he had just been promoted to mysterious grade alchemist a few days ago, he confidently competed with Xia Ningchang. The result was a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Qinzhe sincerely admired him and no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. Alchemists were like this. They did not scheme against others. If you wanted them to respect you, you had to conquer them with your alchemy skills. To a certain extent, alchemists were a group of relatively upright people. It was not easy for the disciples of Medicine King's Valley to see Xiao Fusheng and learn alchemy from him. But now a top-level alchemist on par with Xiao Fusheng had suddenly appeared, and one so young at that naturally he would be respected. These 30 people, from their initial reluctance to follow Xia Ningchang, now took the initiative to follow her and learn the alchemic way from her. However, Xia Ningchang was well aware that Xiao Fusheng had spent a great deal of effort to recruit 30 alchemists to follow her, and had even said that he would treat her as an equal. On the surface, he wanted these people to become apprentices to her, but in reality, he was helping Yang Kai in disguise. It's none of your business. Ning Chang is just talking to me. Aunt Xiang waved her hand. Qinzhe didn't complain and immediately retreated, leading the 30 alchemists behind him. Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war before. Now that it has rashly participated, I'm afraid it will be criticized. Xia Ningchang said worriedly. Aunt Xiang smiled and softly said, Don't worry, no one is qualified to comment on Medicine King's Valley's actions. However, Grandmaster really cares about Yang Kai. If not, how could he have used the Elder Token to transfer 30 people from Medicine King's Valley? He even asked me and your Aunt Lon to come along because he was afraid that Yang Kai would have some kind of accident. Xia Ningchang nodded silently. How could Xiao Fusheng not care about Yang Kai? Yang Kai had twice asked her and Lu Si to bring him 2 sets of extremely valuable alchemy spirit arrays, and during this time the Grandmaster had been immersed in studying them, even forgetting to eat and sleep. For the Grandmaster, these 2 sets of spirit arrays were more fascinating than any other treasure. So how could he not care about Yang Kai's safety? What Medicine King's Valley had remained neutral for thousands of years? What Medicine King's Valley did not participate in worldly disputes? In front of these two sets of spirit arrays, nothing could stop him. He had even argued with the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley over this matter, almost quarreling with him. Thinking of the Grand Master's willfulness and protectiveness, Xia Ningchang couldn't help smiling. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened and the group stopped to rest by a riverside. Looking in the direction of War City, Xia Ningchang's mood fluctuated. Tomorrow he would see his junior brother. What should he say first? For a time, Xia Ningchang fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion inside the room. An incense burner rose, and the fragrance filled the entire room. The true Yang secret art seemed to be slowly circulating under the pressure of a great mountain. Yang Kai didn't ask, instead focusing on the mysteries and mysteries conveyed by the true alchemic way, comprehending the complex truths of heaven and earth contained within, his state of mind unconsciously improving. As his understanding of the true alchemic way became deeper and deeper, Yang Kai also realized its preciousness, his expression constantly changing, sometimes shocked, sometimes excited, sometimes confused, all kinds of different expressions. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the true alchemic way, was completely unaware of the situation in the outside world. His whole body glowed with a strange light as he focused wholeheartedly on comprehending and understanding. All kinds of alchemy grandmaster's insights and experiences were also digested into his mind. A brand new picture seemed to slowly unfold in his mind, and through prying into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai gained a deeper understanding of the martial Tao. There was a kind of restlessness in his heart, and he couldn't help wanting to experiment with alchemy himself. He wanted to see how the first pill he refined would bloom with a brilliant light. But when he remembered what Xiao Fusheng had once said, Yang Kai forced himself to suppress this desire. Until he reached the immortal ascension boundary, he couldn't perform alchemy. Right now, Yang Kai's goal was to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. Once he reached the immortal ascension boundary, there would be enough time for him to begin practicing alchemy. In order to improve a cultivator's strength, not only did they need to rely on the accumulation of yuan qi, but also the tempering of their physical body, as well as their own comprehension and cognition, was the key to making a breakthrough. Therefore, when a cultivator encountered a bottleneck, they would not choose to enter secluded cultivation, but would instead walk around casually. Perhaps they would encounter some special opportunity and miraculously break through their bottleneck. Yang Kai faintly felt that exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way would not only increase the strength of his spiritual energy, but would also bring great benefits to his cultivation. Immersed in this situation, Yang Kai didn't know how long it was before he gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that his true Yang secret art was still slowly circulating, but it was undoubtedly much faster than it had been at the beginning. The yuan qi in his body had already adapted to the current pressure, and as time passed, it would only become faster and faster. Moreover, his own yuan qi 8th stage cultivation seemed to have soared by a large margin. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai felt a little happy. Standing up, Yang Kai put away the incense burner into the black book space and condensed a stream of pure yuan qi at his fingertips, slowly rotating, creating a huge attractive force that absorbed all the fragrance in the room. The incense burner's incense was too overbearing. Apart from himself, who possessed the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that no one below the immortal ascension boundary would be able to withstand it. If one of the palace's maidservants walked in and inhaled it, they would likely immediately die. Opening the door, Yang Kai stepped out. He had been in seclusion for a few days now, so the people Chen Shu had mentioned should have already arrived. As the host, he should show up and welcome them. Walking through the winding corridor, halfway through, Yang Kai suddenly saw Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman talking to each other. These two women standing there were quite the eye-catching sight. Their figures were the same, and they were equally strong. Their twin peaks seemed to exude a sense of temptation, as if they were trying to suck him in. The two of them obviously had a lot of common topics to talk about. Senior sister Lan, Luo Xiaoman. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted them. Lan Chu Dai turned her head and smiled happily. But Luo Xiaoman, on the other hand, was so scared that her face went pale. "Are you so afraid of me?" Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Luo Xiaoman with interest. The latter's eyes flashed as she tried to hide, but there was nowhere for her to hide, so she couldn't help but stare at Lan Chu Dai imploringly. "Junior brother, don't bully her." Lan Chu Dai stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly taking out a handkerchief and wiping his face, explaining with a smile, "It's a little dirty. Junior brother, you should wash it properly. You are now a person of status." Yang Kai allowed her to act so intimately, his lips curling up slightly as he smiled meaningfully. "Senior sister Lan is considerate. I will pay attention." Chapter 444. Saying so, he turned to Luo Xiaoman and smiled. "Tell me, why are you so afraid of me? I don't think I've done anything to you, right?" Luo Xiaoman blinked her long eyelashes, lowered her head, and whispered, "I don't know. In any case, I'm just afraid of you." "How afraid are you?" Yang Kai took a step forward. Luo Xiaoman screamed, "Don't come any closer!" Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stopped, fearing that if he took another step, this girl would faint from fright. "Forget it. You two can continue chatting." Feeling a bit bored, he strode away. The people from Reflecting Moon's sect had already arrived. Not only that, but all the sects Qin Shui Shu had mentioned before were also present. They were already on the road, and after receiving Chen Shueshu's message, they had traveled even faster. These people, under Qiu Yimeng's arrangement, had each found a courtyard to settle down in. Learning that Yang Kai had come out of seclusion, they all rushed to the main hall to meet him. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhen, Pure Heart Palace's Zuofeng, 10,000 Flower Palace's Han Shaoqi, Yihan, Lu Qingru, and Hua Ruoyin were all present. In addition to Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, almost all the people Yang Kai had met in that isolated world were present. After not seeing each other for such a long time, these leaders of their respective sects naturally had their own opportunities, and their strength had improved significantly. However, after realizing how strong Yang Kai was, this group of people could only smile bitterly and sigh that no matter how hard they worked, they would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai. Back in that isolated world, each of them had surpassed Yang Kai by at least a great realm, but now, Yang Kai had surpassed them. What's more, Yang Kai, a Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, couldn't be compared to an ordinary Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator. As time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. Exchanging pleasantries, the main hall was lively. Unfortunately, Yi Qingxi and Zhou Bazajura sect are overseas. Zi Mo's Sunluo Temple is also in another country, otherwise we would all be here now. Qin Shueshu sighed. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. Back then, in that exotic land, everyone had gone through life and death together, so they naturally had a friendship. "The future is long," Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly turned his head to the left and asked, "How is Li Xan Yuan doing right now?" Back then, in the exotic land, in the end, there were two survivors from the Palace of Conscience. One was Zuofeng, and the other was Li Xan Yuan. However, the latter's luck was rather bad, as the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's soul, controlling insect, drilled through his dantian, crippling his cultivation. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this person, everyone fell silent and looked over with concern. Zuofeng's expression darkened as he said with a wry smile, "Ever since he came back that time, Brother Li seemed to be quite optimistic on the surface. However, only he knew the bitterness in his heart. My master also went to the Medicine King Valley to inquire and found out that there is a kind of medicinal pill called the Heaven Mending Pill, which has a chance of repairing damaged dantian. It was just that this pill required a lot of materials, and its grade was also very high. Very few people were able to refine it. My master has been collecting materials all this time, but there was an accident in Medicine King's Valley a few days ago, so now is a busy time. My master is not accepting requests from outside cultivators to refine this pill, so we can only wait for a few more days. And since there is a medicinal pill that can repair his dantian, that should be easy. Yang Kai nodded. When the time comes, I'll help you find someone to refine it. Brother Yang, do you have connections? Zhua Fang was overjoyed and immediately realized that the person in front of him was not the same Yang Kai he had met in the exotic land, but rather a direct descendant of the Yang family. I know some people. They'll probably arrive in a few days. Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking of a gentle and quiet face. Chiu Yimeng suddenly smiled and interjected, Yang Kai, do you know how many supporters you have now? Less than 10, right? Yang Kai glanced at her. Chiu Yimeng snorted lightly and casually said, Chiu family, Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Reflecting Moon Sect, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. There are a total of 9. You know them? Yang Kai nodded. Although he had been in retreat for the past few days, he still had a rough idea. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? There are many you don't know. Chiu Yimeng smiled. Many supporters I don't know? Yang Kai chuckled. That's interesting. Tell me, what is it that I don't know? It just so happens that I need to report to you, Master, that Tianyuan City has also sent some people to deliver things, and a group of people. Tianyuan City? Yang Kai was stunned. Chiu Yimeng shook her head. You didn't blackmail them and then forget about them, right? The first-class force that Lan Zhang belongs to? Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when they were attacked on the way back to the central capital, not only did the Lu family suffer an unexpected calamity, but Tianyuan City was also targeted by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had not deliberately blackmailed it, nor did he send a letter to it. Now it seemed that the person in charge of Tianyuan City was quite clever, sending people and supplies without a word. Chiu Yimeng nodded. I've seen the people who came and they're not bad. The young man leading them is the son of Tianyuan City's city, lord, and has a very gentle temperament. He has been here for 2 days now, and his subordinates have been very honest. As long as they aren't as blind as Lu Song. Yang Kai didn't care. You can decide for yourself. If they are useful, keep them. If not, send them away. Chiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Yang Kai was ready to give her some authority. She couldn't help secretly rejoicing that she had temporarily left the Chiu family to help him. Otherwise, if she had gone to Yangshin's side, she would have only been an ally. However, the people from Tianyuan City have come for some reason. So in the future, don't accept people you don't know. Yang Kai said, and I know. Chiu Yimeng was very happy. Besides Tianyuan City, is there any other force I don't know about? Yang Kai asked again. Chiu Yimeng's expression became dignified as she quickly said, the Duan Mu family, I don't know if you've heard of it. Duan Mu family? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I can't remember where. What kind of relationship does this family have with me? They actually came to me to seek refuge. This Duan Mu family is the family of your third brother Yang Tai's mother. Do you understand now? Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. My third brother? Yang Kai was surprised. The Duan Mu family didn't send many people, only 5, but one of them was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, one Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, one Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, and 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. The 5 people who survived that night? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That night's battle could be said to have been extremely tragic for the Duan Mu family. There were a total of 30 to 40 people, but in the end, only 5 of them were able to survive the chaotic battle. It was obvious that these 5 people were not easy to deal with, so it was understandable that they had such a high level of cultivation. At that time, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had led their forces to chase after Yang Kai, so they didn't have time to deal with these 5 people. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Inheritance War, they could have tried to persuade these 5 people to join their camp. However, even if they really did so, there shouldn't be much hope. After all, so many people from the Duan Mu family had died. Yes, it's them. Chiu Yimeng stared deeply at Yang Kai, her red lips exuding a seductive luster. Tell me honestly, when you let your 3rd brother go that night, did you have this plan in mind? Glancing over at her, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You think too much of me, don't you? I let my 3rd brother go because I wanted to. There was no need to think too much about it. Hearing this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Fortunately, you aren't that shrewd. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the confidence to face you in the future. Listening to the Chiu family's first young lady's ridicule, everyone present couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Some of them couldn't believe that the current Yang Kai could bring so much pressure to the world-renowned Chiu Yimeng. But, in any case, your move is quite exquisite. Chiu Yimeng smiled. The fact that these 5 people came to join you should have been instructed by Yang Tai. Yang Kai nodded silently. He hadn't expected his 3rd brother would also do such a thing. He couldn't help smiling slightly. So, you now have the support of 11 forces. Chiu Yimeng's voice was slightly excited. There weren't many things that could make the Chiu family so excited. Of these 11 forces, 2 were super forces. Of the remaining 9, only Reflecting Moon Sect was a 2nd-class force. The rest were all 1st class. From a few days ago, when no one was interested in him, with no hope of victory, even 90% of the people were certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to survive the first night, to now having 11 major forces. Yang Kai's mansion's development and gathering speed could be described as astonishing. Such connections and charisma were second to none among the Yang family's direct descendants. Chiu Yimeng seemed to be able to see the dawn of victory. Restraining her expression, the Chiu family's first young lady solemnly said, "Right now, the support you have is greater than any of your brothers. According to the information I've inquired, only your 2nd brother Yang Zhao has 20 big and small forces to help him. However, most of his helpers are from 2nd-class and 3rd-class sects, so although their numbers are slightly greater, in terms of quality, they can't compare to yours. However, as time goes by, your advantage will become smaller and smaller, and you may even be surpassed by them. You need to be mentally prepared." "I know," Yang Kai grinned confidently. "Not all of them are here yet." Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she lightly snorted. "You'll have to tell me all about it someday, otherwise I really don't know how many helpers you've hidden away." Seeing Chiu Yimeng's gentle appearance, everyone couldn't help feeling shocked, their expressions becoming playful, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Yi Han of 10,000 Flower Palace even laughed. "Young Lady Chiu, if you want to subdue Yang Kai, wouldn't that be a piece of cake?" "He doesn't like me," Chiu Yimeng replied half-truthfully, quietly observing Yang Kai's reaction. Yang Kai grinned wickedly and said, "I'll go to your room tonight. Let's have a good chat." Chiu Yimeng's beautiful face couldn't help paling slightly. His heart still hasn't changed. Han Xiao, Qi spat disdainfully. Back in that isolated world, all of her women, except for Su Xiaoyu, had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. The past was still vivid in her mind. How could Han Xiao Qi forget? Chapter 445. Perhaps because of her status as the great senior sister, Han Xiaoqi's temperament was cold. Yi Han was innocent and lovely. Lu Qingru was charming, and Hua Ruoyin was quiet and well-behaved. Staring at Han Xiaoqi, Yang Kai seemed to find a bit of Su Yan's shadow in her, his sharp eyes inadvertently becoming soft. The two of them were both great senior sisters in their respective sex, so there were some similarities between them, but Su Yan was undoubtedly colder than Han Shaoqi. Her coldness was reserved for outsiders, but in front of Yang Kai, her ice would only melt like snow in early spring. Han Shaoqi's neck flushed red, and under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she couldn't bear it and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, whispering, "I'm telling the truth. Why are you looking at me like that?" Chiu Yimeng couldn't help snorting, secretly gnashing her teeth, thinking that all men were bad things, seeing a beautiful woman and becoming lustful. The tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes and the deep affection on his face, as long as one wasn't blind. Anyone could see it. None of the people present were children. How could they not understand? "Yang Kai, you don't have to be so direct." Zhuo Fang laughed dryly. "Although senior sister Han is beautiful, and we all want to take a few more glances at her, we can only sneak a peek. Why are you being so obvious?" Han Shaoqi was already feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Kai, so hearing this, her face reddened and she glared at Zhuo Fang. "You're not a good thing either. You're just jackals of the same tribe." Zhuo Fang suddenly laughed. Yang Kai didn't answer, nor did he explain, the strange look in his eyes gradually converging, becoming extremely calm. Immediately, turning his head, he looked out of the hall. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Dong Dong's face showed a trace of anxiety, and after coming in, he didn't greet the others, instead hurriedly saying, "Yang Kai, something's happened. You have to take people out to see what's going on." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The others also couldn't help wearing dignified expressions. In the inheritance war, there was always an unexpected situation. Since they had chosen to come to Yang Kai's government to help him, they would naturally be prepared to fight at any moment. Qin Yan's group has arrived in War City, but he was stopped in the city. "They're here." Yang Kai's expression shook as a look of joy appeared on his face, not daring to delay. Hurrying out, he shouted, "Ingjiu, come with me." Without the protection of a blood warrior, appearing in broad daylight was a very dangerous thing to do. No, you have to mobilize at least half of the support you have now. You still don't know the situation over there. There was some cold sweat on Fatty Dong's forehead. It was obvious that when he received the news, he was also shocked. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He nodded and said, "Then the Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, and Duamu family will follow me. Chiu Yimeng, you stay." The Chiu family's first young lady replied in a low voice, "What about us?" Han Shaoqi asked. "Everyone should also stay and rest. This time it shouldn't be a big deal." Saying so, Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan hurriedly rushed out. As they rushed out, Dong Qinghan blew a loud whistle, and in the next moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from inside the mansion. When Yang Kai arrived at the door, Hua Stars and Xiang Tian Shao had already led a group of people to wait outside. Among them were the 5 Soul Ascension Boundary Masters Yang Kai had met that night. After seeing Yang Kai, they nodded lightly. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded to the 5 Duanmu family masters. "Yang Kai, what happened?" Hua Stars asked curiously. This was the first time Yang Kai had gathered people to take the initiative to attack, so he was inevitably curious. "I'll tell you as we walk, I don't know." Yang Kai responded casually. A group of people rushed out in a grandiose manner. How could Qin Yan be stopped by someone? As they hurried along, Yang Kai had time to ask. Although she was Xiao Fusheng's disciple, after all, she had only studied the alchemic way for a short time. The fact that she could refine earth-grade pills was already quite impressive. Moreover, with Xiao Fusheng's method of training his disciples, Dong Qingyan probably hadn't even started learning alchemy yet. Such an alchemist didn't seem to have any value in being stopped. Dong Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was just Qingyan alone, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a problem. But do you know how many people she brought with her? 30 people. Dong Qinghan said seriously, a total of 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, half of whom are heaven-grade alchemists, while one is mysterious grade. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even the always frivolous stars who couldn't help gaping. Why would people from Medicine King's Valley come to participate in the inheritance war? The Hua family young lord almost thought he had misheard and couldn't believe his ears. Dong Qinghan shook his head. I don't know the specific situation. You'll have to ask Yang Kai. They came here this time to seek refuge with Yang Kai. As he spoke, Dong Qinghan stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, obviously having some speculations in his heart. Hua Stars, who was shocked. Yang Kai, where did you get so much power to mobilize those idiots from Medicine King's Valley? That group of people's eyes are on top of their heads. Even this young lord isn't worthy of their attention. How are you so powerful? Yang Kai frowned and ignored Hua Stars Hua, his heart filled with anxiety. Dong Qingyan had come, so his little senior sister must have come as well. In War City, she had been stopped by his brothers and sisters. If his little senior sister had an accident, because of this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became cold as his yuan qi surged madly. Dong Qinghan and Hua Stars Hua, who were following behind Yang Kai, couldn't help feeling startled, turning their heads in horror. They found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly changed, becoming violent and filled with a faint, bloody smell. This kind of murderous aura gave them goosebumps, and they couldn't help distancing themselves from him. After walking a short distance, though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed as he turned to Xiang Tian Shao and said, Second young master Xiang, don't follow me. Xiang Tian Shao didn't say a word and just stared at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. Waving his hand, Yang Kai whispered a few words in Xiang Tian Zhao's ear, nodding slightly to him. Yang Kai then turned to the 5 immortal ascension boundary masters from the Duan Mu family and cupped his fists. Several seniors should also follow second young master Xiang. Qiu Yimeng will know what to do. The 5 Duan Mu family masters nodded in unison. Xiang Tian Shao then led his own people and the 5 Duan Mu family masters back. What are you doing? Hua Stars Hua looked puzzled. Yang Kai frowned. I didn't know the situation was like this before, but now that I know, naturally I need to make some arrangements. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't be able to bring those people back. They dare attack Medicine King's Valley's people? Hua Stars Hua stared at him. Extraordinary times require extraordinary treatment. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmly said, If it were me, I would rather offend Medicine King's Valley than allow such a large number of people to help my enemy. Besides, they won't kill anyone. They'll just find a way to abduct Medicine King's Valley's people. Listening to him say this, Dong Qinghan and Hua Stars both nodded lightly. Not killing anyone meant they wouldn't offend Medicine King's Valley too much. So in the future they could prepare some gifts to apologize to Medicine King's Valley. In the middle of War City, the group of people from Medicine King's Valley wearing white robes had all stopped. Dong Qingyan and Xianing Chang stood side by side, while Auntie Xiang also stood nearby. From all directions, they were surrounded by several groups of people. And as time passed, more Yang family young lords were leading a large number of masters to arrive. Even though they were surrounded, the group from Medicine King's Valley still wore an arrogant expression, each of them showing contempt and arrogance. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan also wore calm expressions. Only Dong Qingyan was gnashing her teeth in anger, while Xia Ningcheng's beautiful eyes were filled with worry and anxiety, glancing towards the northwest from time to time. Apparently, that direction was the location of her junior brother's mansion. On the other hand, the several groups of people surrounding the group from Medicine King's Valley didn't show the slightest disrespect. Instead, all of them wore flattering smiles on their faces as they bowed, respectfully. Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying stood in 4 different directions. In addition to Yang Kang's depressed expression, the other 3 were all glancing at each other vigilantly. Yang Kong was really quite depressed. When this group from Medicine King's Valley entered War City, they had to walk 1,000 meters past his house. By the time someone came to report that 30 alchemists in white robes had suddenly appeared in War City, it was already too late for Yang Kong to rush over. Although he had successfully stopped this group of people, the news had quickly spread, causing Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying to also appear here. Now that all the young lords were urgently recruiting alchemists and artifact refiners, the appearance of such a large group of people in War City would inevitably attract attention. What made Yang Kong vomit blood, though, was that this group of alchemists was actually from Medicine King's Valley, completely incomparable to the alchemists from ordinary forces. The one leading this group was none other than the young Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, Qin Zhe. Although Qin Zhe was more than 40 years old, his old man was still alive, so even in his middle age, he still carried the title of young Valley Master and was respected by the world. Qin Zhe was also a famous figure in the alchemy world. His aptitude in alchemy was outstanding, and it was not impossible for him to reach the same height as Xiao Fusheng. It was rumored that Qin Zhe had recently passed the test of the Medicine King's Valley Elders and successfully promoted to a mysterious, grade, low-rank alchemist. The 4-petal flower embroidered on his chest was the most conclusive evidence of this. Looking at the others, half of them were heaven-grade alchemists, while the rest were earth-grade alchemists, all of them earth-grade top rank. These numerous petals dazzled the eyes of the Yang family young lords, causing them to become envious. With such a group of people, if they could pull them into their camp, how many pills would they be able to refine? How many people could they equip and enhance their strength with these pills? The 4 Yang family young lords silently calculated in their hearts and were shocked to find that as long as they could supply enough materials, with the help of this group of people, within 3 months, the strength of all the people they controlled would rise to a new level. In other words, with such a group of people in the future of the Inheritance War, they would have a considerable advantage. For a time, no matter who it was, the eyes of the 4 Yang family young lords turned red and their breathing suddenly became hot. The temptation of these more than 30 alchemists was no less than 30 naked beauties begging for love. Only their demeanor was too arrogant. R.S. Chapter 446. However, those who came from Medicine King's Valley were all like this, each one of them looking down on others and arrogant to the extreme. The 4 young lords didn't seem to care, instead all of them acting as if they were juniors. Brother Qin. Dong Qin Yen looked depressed. I told you to disguise yourselves before entering the city, but you didn't listen. Now you've been surrounded like monkeys. What are we supposed to do? It's fine. Qin Zhe waved his hand indifferently. My Medicine King's Valley disciples won't dare attack them. I'll just send them away. Saying so, he swept his eyes around indifferently and coldly said, For young lords, by surrounding this Qin and others here, could it be you want to start a war with my Medicine King's Valley? Without any explanation, a big hat was placed on their heads, causing all of the Yang family young lords to be frightened and quickly wave their hands. We wouldn't dare. Senior Qin is too serious. Qin Zhe coldly snorted. Not long ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded my Medicine King's Valley, burning my peaks and killing my valley disciples. Now you Yang family young lords don't even take us seriously. Good, good. The Yang family really is the Central Capital's first young lord. You've got guts. The 4 young lords all shrank their necks, not daring to answer. Not to mention you 4 juniors. Even if Yang Ying saw this Qin, he wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect. Qin Zhe's tone was tough, his attitude was bad, and he refused to back down. Even though Yang Kong and the other young lords were depressed, they didn't dare show it on their faces, all of them squeezing out smiles and apologizing profusely. Although the 4 Yang family young lords had blocked this group of Medicine King's Valley young lords, they also wanted to pull them into their camp so they could work for them in alchemy, so how could they dare offend them? So in terms of attitude, each of them was more respectful than the other. Allowing Qin Zhe to ridicule them, none of them dared to speak back, neither retorting nor backing down. All of them simply stood there with a smile on their faces, making it clear they didn't want to let them go. Yang Zhao waited for Qin Zhe to finish venting before smiling, respectfully saying, "Senior Qin, these are guests from afar. If you aren't in a hurry, please come with us. Why don't you come to my house?" As soon as they heard this, Yang Zhao, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also hurriedly extended invitations in the most sincere and humble manner, all of them saying they would like to invite Qin Zhe's group to rest, drink some tea. Qin Zhe coldly snorted and said, "No need, I won't accept a reward without any effort. Get out of the way, we have to continue on our way." Yang Zhao and the others seemed to have been nailed to the ground, unable to move, their faces filled with confusion. The people from Medicine King's Valley were even more difficult to deal with than the average peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If he couldn't fight them, it would be difficult to convince them with just words. What made Yang Zhao even more concerned was why this group of people had suddenly appeared in War City. Medicine King's Valley had never participated in the Inheritance War. Now that more than 30 people had suddenly appeared here, they couldn't help but ponder over the profound meaning contained within. If only there was a way to pique their interest. That way, even if he didn't invite them, they would probably take the initiative to go. But what could possibly pique their interest? He thought for a while. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Senior Qin, this junior has a matter he would like to ask. Is it convenient for Senior to discuss?" Qin Zhe was annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He snorted and said, "You're blocking my way, so I can't advance or retreat. Now tell me, is it convenient or not?" Yang Zhao knew that Yang Kai wasn't feeling well and didn't continue to provoke him. Instead, continuing, "This junior has been out for life experience for the past few years and once entered a remote mountain range by mistake. While resting at night, I suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate and found a very strange world spirit treasure. It was a flower with a baby's face and was blooming with 7-colored light." Qin Zhe's expression was extremely ugly, but when he heard Yang Zhao mention this, he couldn't help showing a trace of excitement, staring at him eagerly, seemingly forgetting his anger. And then Qin Zhe hurriedly asked, wanting to know what happened to that 7-colored flower. Seeing that Yang Zhao had successfully attracted Qin Zhe's interest with the topic of spirit medicines, the other Yang family young lords couldn't help feeling annoyed, secretly hating their second brother for being so quick-witted. Knowing that they couldn't use force to deal with these people from Medicine King's Valley, bringing up such a topic was just what they wanted. All of them quickly began racking their brains, trying to recall what kind of precious treasures they had obtained over the years. That world spirit treasure also developed sentience. This junior wanted to reach out and pluck it, but unexpectedly it ran away. "Idiot!" Qin Zhe cursed. Yang Zhao didn't show the slightest annoyance and instead continued with a smile. Yes, this junior was foolish and didn't think too much about it at the time, allowing it to escape. What was the final result? Did you manage to obtain that spirit flower? Yang Zhao smiled and nodded. Fortunately, this junior was fast enough to catch up with it and harvest it. After returning to the sect, I made some inquiries and found out that it was a black, grade-high, rank 7-colored ghost nascent flower. This junior listened to the advice of an alchemist and sealed the 7-colored ghost nascent flower with a spirit array and raised it in a patch of sand. It was fine before, but a few days ago it seemed to be showing signs of withering. I don't know what happened. Idiot, a complete idiot. Qin Zhe flew into a rage, as if his wife had been taken advantage of, his face filled with anger. Who told you that the 7-colored ghost infant flower had to be raised in sand? Please enlighten me, Senior, Yang Zhao hurriedly asked. Qin Zhe calmed his anger and showed a look of disdain, casually saying, "The 7-colored ghost infant flower is born with the ability to emit a sound similar to a baby's cry. If a cultivator is allowed to hear this sound for many years, it will be beneficial to the growth of their soul. On top of that, this spirit flower can be refined into a mysterious grade pill that can nourish one's soul. What Senior says is right, but the grade of this spirit flower is too high. In this world, besides Grandmaster Shao, I'm afraid no one would dare to refine it. So this junior has been raising it ever since. Yang Zhao nodded solemnly. Who said that no one but Grandmaster Shao can refine it? Although Qin Zhe showed an expression of disdain, he didn't say anything more, simply saying, however, this spirit flower naturally prefers the cold, so if it is raised in sand to provide it with energy, it won't have any problems in the short term. But after a long time, its medicinal efficacies will begin to fade, and it will naturally show signs of withering. Your Yang family has deep financial resources, so it shouldn't be a problem to obtain some ice crystals filled with world energy, right? The alchemist who suggested this to you is an idiot, an insult to the title of alchemist. So that's how it is, Junior understands. Yang Zhao suddenly understood. Qin Zhe nodded, his face filled with arrogance as he said, It's not too late to learn now. If you wait another half a year, this spirit flower will have no value at all. Yes, as Senior Qin says, this junior will immediately follow Senior's instructions. Saying so, Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he continued. But this junior is clumsy if Senior is willing. Qin Zhe sneered, I won't go. No matter what you say, this Qin won't go. Yang Zhao was stunned, never having expected Qin Zhe to refuse so bluntly. This shouldn't be the case. Normally, when this group of alchemists heard about a mysterious, grade, top-rank alchemy material, shouldn't they all follow him around and insist on seeing it? Why was it different this time? Seeing Qin Zhe refuse Yang Zhao, the other Yang family young lords were secretly pleased, but soon their brows furrowed. Qin Zhe's refusal to listen to reason this time made them feel quite troubled. Just as they were feeling helpless, another group of people arrived. The eyes of the four brothers couldn't help shrinking because the person who had just arrived was actually Yang Wei. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Wei had not taken any action, but today people from Medicine King's Valley suddenly appearing in War City had alarmed him. Towards this big brother of theirs, the four brothers all felt a bit of awe, secretly remaining vigilant while allowing Yang Wei to step forward. Yang Wei greets Senior. Arriving in front of Qin Zhe and the others, Yang Wei greeted indifferently. N. Qin Zhe nodded faintly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. Junior has a request. I wonder if Senior can agree. Qin Zhe frowned, glancing over Yang Wei for a moment before saying lightly, As long as you don't ask me to perform alchemy for you, I'm willing to listen to your request. Yang Wei nodded. I would like to ask Senior and everyone here to perform alchemy for me. As soon as the statement came out, everyone secretly shivered. They had all come here to block this group from Medicine King's Valley with this purpose in mind, but none of them dared to say it out loud. They had all been observing each other and using their own methods, but none of them had expected Yang Wei to be so blunt. In an instant, everyone became a little nervous, not knowing what kind of decision Qin Zhe would make. If Qin Zhe agreed, the four of them would have no choice but to die. Surprisingly, Qin Zhe didn't become angry and instead just smiled towards Yang Wei. Yang family eldest brother, and I like your temperament, but this Qin didn't come to War City this time to help you. Yang Wei didn't show much surprise or loss on his face, simply nodding and cupping his fists. Many thanks for your hospitality, Senior. Saying so, he turned around and left, his movements clean and without the slightest hesitation. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, heard some unusual meaning from Qin Zhe's words and hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior Qin, who did you come to War City this time to help? No one. We just came here to study the alchemic way. Qin Zhe coldly snorted, unwilling to say more. Yang Zhao was stunned. Study the alchemic way? Who would Medicine King's Valleys people want to study the alchemic way from? Especially since these words came out of Qin Zhe's mouth. One had to know that he was one of the few mysterious grade alchemists in this world. This reason was too far-fetched. Considering all this, Yang Zhao's face gradually became heavy. Of the Yang family young lords who had participated in the inheritance war, 5 had appeared, but none of them had been able to persuade Qinze, so there were only 2 left. Yang Quan was impossible. Could it be? Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became horrified. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, a cold snort sounded from the distance, and a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yang Kai took the lead and walked straight towards the group from Medicine King's Valley. Behind him, Xing Hu followed with a light smile, waving his folding fan as he greeted each of the Yang family young lords one by one, as if they were all familiar with each other. Chapter 447. There were no blood warriors around Yang Kai, but everyone present, as long as they had reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage, could still clearly feel that there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. Ingjiu, this powerful blood warrior, was definitely lurking nearby. Once someone dared to act against Yang Kai, they would definitely be ruthlessly attacked. The blood warriors who followed the young lords immediately reported this discovery to their superiors. They're all here. Yang Kang's face was gloomy, obviously not very happy. Originally, he could have enjoyed the benefits of being in such a favorable position, but now, everyone in War City knew that Medicine King's Valley had appeared here, attracting one enemy after another to compete with him. Among the crowd, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes suddenly froze as they stared at Yang Kai's figure, her heart overflowing with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's eyes also turned towards her, the murderous intent and coldness in his eyes instantly disappearing, replaced by infinite gentleness, his lips curling up slightly as he revealed a smile. Being stared at like this, Xia Ningchang suddenly became shy. Obviously, she wanted to see how this junior brother of hers was doing recently and whether there had been any changes. But she still couldn't help averting her gaze, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heart began to race. Xia Ningchang's shyness blossomed into a different kind of charm. Although she was always wearing a veil and no one could see her true face, no one doubted that she was a stunning beauty. Her beauty was the kind of beauty that was reserved and restrained. Because the existence of the veil was not eye-catching, it did not steal the limelight, but it was precisely because of this kind of half-concealment that it made her even more attractive. Everyone wanted to know what kind of peerless beauty was hidden under that veil. The flirtatious glances between Yang Kai and her naturally didn't escape the attention of those who were observing them. In an instant, the expressions of the several Yang family young lords became ugly. Unlike them, their 9th brother seemed to have some kind of relationship with this woman. This was what it meant to be in a favorable position. Junior brother Yang. Qinze, who had always been arrogant, actually greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face, becoming incomparably amiable. Moreover, when they heard this form of address, they were confused and confused. Brother Qin. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He then turned his gaze to the 2 beautiful women in front of him and said seriously, Aunt Xiang, Aunt Lan. The 2 beautiful women responded with a smile, their attitudes friendly. Treasurer Meng. Meng Wuya nodded. Seeing the scene of Yang Kai greeting this group of people, Yang Zhao's eyes shrank sharply. Only now did he realize that the identities of these 2 beautiful women were also extraordinary. These 2 beautiful women. They seemed to be the 2 maidservants who lived on Hidden Cloud Peak and served Xiao Fusheng's daily life. For several dozen years he had been living in seclusion on Hidden Cloud Peak, never leaving the mountain, but today he had actually come to War City. It was rumored that these 2 beautiful women were ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. However, no one dared to show them the slightest disrespect, because they had given up their most beautiful years, silently taking care of Xiao Fusheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. If not for their careful service, there may not have been the Grandmaster Xiao Fusheng of today. In Xiao Fusheng's eyes, these 2 women were definitely important figures. Why would such people come to War City? Was it Xiao Fusheng's idea? Why would Xiao Fusheng do this? Considering all this, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit horrified. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, his eyes filled with dread. Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also saw the subtle atmosphere in the field. This group of people from Medicine King's Valley were so friendly with Yang Kai. Obviously, they were here to seek refuge with him. If it were any other great force, they could still offend them and use a strong stance to intercept them here or expel them from War City. But against Medicine King's Valley, they didn't dare make any big moves, so all of them turned their eyes to Yang Zhao, hoping he would be able to come up with a solution. Yang Zhao couldn't see the situation in front of him. But even if these people were from Medicine King's Valley, even if he couldn't afford to offend them, this time he had to. Otherwise, the situation would only become more and more troublesome in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao said, "Senior Qin, Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war. Why have you come to break the balance this time? Please give us juniors an explanation." Qin Zai's face showed a trace of impatience as he coldly said, "Second young lord, this Qin has already said that this time my valley's people have come here only to learn the alchemic way, not to participate in the inheritance war. Your Yang family's life and death battle has nothing to do with my Medicine King's Valley." Yang Zhao smiled lightly and calmly said, "Since you have come to perform alchemy, how about senior come to my house to perform alchemy? All the materials you need can be provided. Even the 7-colored ghost nascent flower that this junior mentioned before can be given to senior." Qin Zai frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Nonsense. What kind of alchemy master does your house have that my Medicine King's Valley disciples can learn from? If my house doesn't have one, could it be Ninth Brother's house has one?" Yang Zhao's tone gradually became tough. Obviously, he knew that it was impossible to convince these arrogant alchemists with just empty words. Since soft tactics didn't work, he could only use hard tactics. As he spoke, Yang Zhao winked to the other Yang family young lords, all of them understanding and secretly preparing themselves. Yes, unexpectedly, Qin Zai actually responded. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that the excuses these Medicine King's Valley disciples were finding were too lame. Ninth Brother's house hadn't recruited any alchemists these past few days, and even if he had, there was no alchemist who could allow these Medicine King's Valley disciples to learn from. His expression gradually becoming cold, Yang Zhao helplessly shook his head and said, "Since senior has decided to act this way, this junior has nothing to say." The reason why Medicine King's Valley is so respected is not only because it is the gathering place of all the world's elite alchemists, but also because Medicine King's Valley has maintained a neutral stance for thousands of years. Since senior wants to break this tradition that has been maintained for thousands of years, please forgive this junior for being disrespectful. Qin Zai shouted, "Don't tell me you want to fight." "We have no other choice. Please forgive us, senior. But please rest assured, these junior brothers will be careful not to hurt any of your valley's disciples." Yang Zhao's expression remained indifferent, saying all the good and bad words he wanted to say. First, he wanted to use the word reason, so that in the future, when this matter spread out, the world wouldn't blame him. As he spoke, the group of masters behind Yang Zhao all stepped forward. At the same time, Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also issued orders. The three of them didn't have the same courage as Yang Zhao and were somewhat reluctant to offend Medicine King's Valley. But now that things had reached this point, they had no other choice but to temporarily join forces with Yang Zhao to put pressure on Qin Zai and the others, while secretly praying that this group of alchemists wouldn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It would be best if everyone could take a step back and peacefully resolve this matter. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. The crowd watching the lively scene all gaped, secretly marveling at the boldness of the Yang family young lords. Although Medicine King's Valley had been attacked by the ash-gray cloud Evil Land last time and had suffered heavy losses, even destroying the Pill Saint statue, it was still Medicine King's Valley. These 3 words carried unparalleled weight. No one had ever dared to offend Medicine King's Valley like this. But today, someone had set the precedent. "Do you think I don't exist?" Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, sneered at this moment, his face filled with murderous intent. "If you want to touch my people, you'll have to go through me first." Yang Zhao gently shook his head. "Ninth brother, although I admit that you're not weak right now, with only these few people you brought with you, isn't it a bit unrealistic to think you can protect this group of people? Don't lose your troops just to accompany the madam and be eliminated early." Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also immediately glared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with unkind intentions. Against Medicine King's Valley, they were hesitant to act, but against Yang Kai, they couldn't wait to destroy him. "Second brother, you can try," Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he swept his eyes over the people Yang Kai had brought with him. There were only 2 groups. One was from the Hua family with 2 powerful Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, not inferior to an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Master. The other group was from the Dong family with 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. In addition, there were also a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and a group of Yuan Qi Masters. In Jiu was hiding in the dark, his whereabouts unknown. Although such a group of people wasn't weak, under the joint attack of so many parties, they were obviously at an absolute disadvantage. Why was his 9th brother still so calm? Last night's incident made Yang Zhao realize that Yang Kai wasn't as easy to deal with as he had thought. This 9th brother of his was extremely insidious and was good at concealing his strength. His methods were often unique and had a unique style. It was impossible for him to bring people to their deaths without making preparations. What about his other allies? According to the information he had gathered, 11 groups of people had gathered under his command over the past few days, but there were only 2 groups here. Where were the other 9? Considering all this, Yang Zhao's expression changed, and he couldn't help feeling aghast. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Yang Zhao found that his smile was full of trepidation. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Yang Zhao shouted, "5th brother, 6th brother, 7th brother, let's join forces and teach 9th brother how to respect his elder brothers. We'll follow 2nd brother's orders." The 3 nodded. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts were activated at the same time at this moment, enveloping the people Yang Kai had brought with him. All 4 sides joined forces to deal with Yang Kai, and in an instant the Dong and Hua family groups fell into a difficult situation. All the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters summoned their defensive artifacts and tried their best, but still failed to block all the attacks. Hua Xing, Dong Qinghan, and Yang Kai also used their own methods to find a safe position in the midst of the energy storm. Seeing Yang Kai's group struggling to cope, Yang Kong and the others couldn't help feeling happy, seemingly imagining the scene of them defeating Yang Kai today. However, Yang Zhao didn't think so. With Inzhou hiding nearby, it would be too difficult to capture Yang Kai unless the 4 young lords dispatched 2 or 3 blood warriors. But that would also expose them to danger. "Capture them!" Yang Zhao shouted angrily, taking advantage of the chaos brought by Yang Kai to turn his eyes to the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Chapter 448. Under Yang Zhao's order, many masters rushed towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples. The Medicine King's Valley disciples, in addition to their superb alchemy techniques, didn't have high cultivation. So in the eyes of these masters, they were nothing more than a group of sheep waiting to be captured. Without using any powerful means, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters simply flew towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples, each of them stretching out a big hand and grabbing towards the approaching alchemists. Qin Zhe stood in place, indifferent, as if he wasn't worried at all that his valley's disciples would be taken away. The 30 alchemists wearing white robes were also calm and collected, completely unperturbed by this sudden turn of events. Yang Zhao didn't feel the slightest uneasiness. Even if alchemists were arrogant in the face of crisis, they should have an instinctive reaction and panic. But these people didn't show any such reaction. Why? Just as those experts were about to approach the alchemist camp, the gem on Xia Ningcheng's forehead suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Immediately, a pale blue light spread out in a semicircle, enveloping all the disciples of the Medicine King's Valley. Many of the masters who were caught off guard bumped into this light curtain and couldn't help feeling an amazing elasticity, causing them to jump back and frown. Sure enough, they were prepared. Yang Zhao had long known that the Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't be easily captured, so when he saw this light curtain, he didn't show much surprise. Instead, his expression became more resolute as he waved his hand and shouted, "Break it!" If this group of people just wanted to rely on a good defensive artifact to block the path of these masters, it was obviously a miscalculation. This artifact was indeed quite good, but these cultivators weren't mediocre either. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts bloomed once again, and the light curtain created by Xia Ningcheng really seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't show any signs of panic. Yang Zhao's eyes became deep as he stared at the movements of the Medicine King's Valley disciples, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger and stronger, making him want to immediately leave this place. Just as the light curtain began to crack and was about to shatter, a series of stars suddenly lit up in the sky. Amidst the destruction of the starlight, clusters of light suddenly flew out and transformed into sharp weapons at an incredible speed. These sharp weapons made of pure yuan qi were extremely dazzling. The fluctuations were intense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of the sharp weapons seemed to have been thrown out by someone with great strength. Countless ear-piercing sounds rang out, and the starlight was dazzling. It was like an extremely sharp knife, pressing forward with an indomitable will, cutting through metal and breaking stone. Unstoppable! Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they all moved to the side, avoiding these attacks that were emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Boom, boom, boom! A series of yuan qi weapons were blocked by these masters, but the resulting shockwaves forced everyone to retreat again and again. Some of the weaker Immortal Ascension boundary masters even coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, their faces pale. Only those above the Immortal Ascension boundary, 7th stage. That was why he was unharmed. Yang Zhao's eyes immediately turned to the only old man among the Medicine King's Valley disciples. Yang Zhao couldn't see through this old man's origins, nor did he make any moves. But Yang Zhao still instinctively stared at him, not knowing why. Yang Zhao felt that the move just now was the work of this old man. However, this seemingly harmless old man also gave him an inexplicable and strange pressure. One move, just one move, without even using his full strength, had actually forced back 7 or 8 Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Just how strong was this person? It couldn't be an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, right? How could there be such a master in Medicine King's Valley? The masters who had been repelled all stared at each other in shock, none of them knowing who had just attacked them. Everyone was bewildered, guessing inwardly. The stars in the sky suddenly converged rapidly, transforming into a single star ring the size of a baby's palm that was held by the masked woman. An artifact! Yang Zhao's eyes trembled as he stared at this incredible change. He had thought that there was a peerless master hidden among the Medicine King's Valley disciples, but never had he imagined that the blow just now was actually the result of an artifact. Only an artifact of mystic grade mid-rank or above could possess such a formidable power. Looking at the masked woman again, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. He was a direct descendant of the Yang family, the second eldest, but even he didn't have such a profound heritage. What was the background of this woman? The 2 artifacts she had summoned before and after were both extraordinary, So who knew if she had more artifacts on her? Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting to the blood warrior and Yi Xenro beside him, "Let's go!" Go! Yi Xenro was also sizing up Xia Ningchang, comparing herself to her, but still couldn't figure out anything. Suddenly hearing the sentence, she couldn't help gawking. By the time she reacted, Yang Zhao had already taken the blood warrior and quietly left. Yi Xenro hurriedly caught up with him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Second young lord, why did you give up so easily? This isn't like your style." Before Yang Zhao could answer, a person appeared in front of him and anxiously reported, "Second young lord, there's been a big movement in Yang Kai's mansion. 9 groups of people have been dispatched. Only Chu Gao Yi has been left behind to guard the central hall." "I know." Yang Zhao couldn't help speeding up his pace, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Ninth brother is really bold, actually leaving behind only one blood warrior to guard the mansion. He's won. Yi Xenro couldn't help her beautiful face going pale, only now understanding why Yang Zhao had left so decisively. It wasn't because he wanted to retreat. With the 4 Yang family brothers joining forces, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to protect his group of alchemists. If things continued like this, all the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley would definitely be taken away. But that would take time. During this time, where would the 9 groups of people in Yang Kai's mansion go? If they went to Yang Zhao's mansion, would the people in it be able to defend it? Attacking the enemy's most important task was to rescue them, and Yang Kai could easily resolve the current crisis. Therefore, Yang Zhao had to leave. Not only did Yang Zhao have to leave, but Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying also had to return quickly, because no one could be sure whether the 9 groups of people would take advantage of his absence to visit his mansion. No one could underestimate the strength of these 9 groups of people. What's more, the masked woman actually possessed a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. Her identity was definitely extraordinary. Before figuring out the true identity of this woman, Yang Zhao didn't dare move against her. Almost at the same time Yang Zhao received the news, Yang Kong also received the news. Yang Shen and Yang Ying also received reports from their subordinates, and both of them couldn't help muttering under their breath as they stared towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai simply grinned at them. There was a hint of slyness and smugness in his smile. "Where's second brother?" Yang Kong swept his eyes around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Zhao, causing his expression to become cold and gloomy. Because he found that he had been abandoned by his second brother, his heart suddenly filled with depression. "Ninth brother, you're really something. Today's matter ends here. Fifth brother will teach you a lesson next time." Yang Kong coldly snorted and waved his hand. Yang Kai quickly took his people and left. "Ninth brother, thank you for your advice." Yang Shin also angrily waved his hand and quickly retreated. The next moment, Yang Ying's people also scattered like birds and beasts. In an instant, the original battle subsided, causing those who had been watching the fun to be extremely confused. None of them understood why the 4 Yang family brothers had chosen to retreat when they had the absolute upper hand. Not only did they not understand, but the people from Medicine King's Valley also didn't understand. Instead, Meng Weia glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and found that this little brat had grown a lot over the past few years. Whether it was his wisdom or strength, both seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Yang Kai didn't try to stop the 4 brothers from leaving. He hadn't brought many people with him, so if they really fought, it wouldn't be good for them. Meng Weia also didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, so Yang Kai naturally didn't try to provoke them and let them go. "Everyone, you must have been frightened." Yang Kai walked over to the Medicine King's Valley disciples and cupped his fists. "It's fine." Qinze waved his hand. The disciples weren't hurt. Yang Kai nodded and turned his eyes to Xia Ningchang, calmly saying, "Little senior sister, I missed you." His words were sincere, without the slightest hint of pretentiousness. as if he was just casually speaking the words in his heart. Xia Ningchang stared at him blankly, her watery eyes immediately replaced by surprise and shyness, not daring to answer, her long eyelashes trembling. Hey, in front of this old master, flirting with this old master's disciple. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The veins on Meng Wuya's forehead throbbed, his face filled with dissatisfaction. Although he also knew that Yang Kai's future was limitless, seeing his precious disciple's attitude towards Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Did cousin miss me? Dong Qingyan jumped out and asked with a smile. No, Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Qingyan suddenly pursed her lips and glared at Yang Kai bitterly, muttering, "Smelly cousin, rotten cousin, I hate you so much." Yang Kai didn't care and just smiled at everyone. Let's go back to the house first. His 4 brothers had to return to defend, so Yang Kai also had to return quickly. Only Chu Gao Yi was left in the house, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The group from Medicine King's Valley had originally followed Xia Ningchang to join Yang Kai, so naturally there was no objection. With him leading the group, they all returned. Looking at Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai flying at the front of the group, smiling and chatting, Lan Chudai couldn't help showing a wry smile. It seemed that she had also had the opportunity to build a good relationship with this junior brother in the past. But at that time, she hadn't grasped the opportunity and chose to abandon him when he was at his most difficult. By the time she turned back, it was already too late. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion and taking refuge with the Dong family, Lan Chudai no longer thought about High Heaven Pavilion. But as the news of the Yang family's inheritance were spread, she once again heard the name Yang Kai. Only now did she realize just how precious a piece of jade she had thrown away was. It was ridiculous that she had thought it was just a grain of sand at that time. Sister Lan. Beside her, Dong Qinghan suddenly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "My cousin, although he is young, has spent the past few years in the outside world and has experienced many different aspects of life. Coupled with his background and strength, he is quite strong and holds grudges. However, as long as we show enough sincerity, I think we should be able to move him. After all, he is also a man of flesh and blood." Chapter 449. When Dong Qinghan's words reached her ears, Lan Chudai's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at him with a smile. Why did young master suddenly think of saying such things? Dong Qinghan shrugged. It was just a casual remark. Saying so, he began chatting with Dong Qingyan, as if he really was just speaking casually. Lan Chudai opened her mouth, wanting to say a few more words about Yang Kai to Dong Qinghan, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Looking at the figure in front of her, Lan Chudai slowly shook her head, knowing that in this lifetime she would never have such a good opportunity again. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the mansion. The house was quiet, with no one in sight, except for Chu Gao Yi and the ordinary maidservants who were guarding the main hall. Everyone else had been taken out by Chiu Yi Meng. Yang Kai was busy arranging for the people from Medicine King's Valley to enter the main hall and serving tea. He didn't even have time to exchange a few words with his little senior sister. The people from Medicine King's Valley were not hypocritical or polite, and they didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider, so the atmosphere was naturally lively and harmonious. After an hour, Chiu Yi Meng led her people back. She had taken the 9 groups of people to stroll around War City and didn't really attack anyone, but even so it was enough to deter the other Yang family young lords. Yang Kai introduced his helpers to Qin Zhe one by one. Qin Zhe just nodded lightly in response, not saying much. The arrogance of an alchemist was obvious, and this was only because of Yang Kai's face. If it were any other time, Qin Zhe probably wouldn't even be willing to meet with these people. Chiu Yi Meng quickly arranged the accommodations for the Medicine King's Valley young lady. Qin Zhe still gave her some face, smiling and saying a few words, praising the Chiu family for having a successor, causing Chiu Yi Meng to laugh modestly. Soon, everything was arranged properly. While Chiu Yi Meng was busy, Yang Kai was also busy. This time, Yang Kai's original plan had been disrupted, so tonight he had to set up some defenses. This was to prevent his brothers from joining forces to launch a sneak attack on him. After working until late at night, Yang Kai finally had some free time, just as he was about to go to rest. But she was stopped by the Chiu family's first miss in the shadows. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at the pair of beautiful eyes in the darkness and asked in confusion, "Humph, I was just about to ask you what you were going to do, leaving in such a hurry." Chiu Meng stood in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes sweeping over him. "None of your business." Chiu Meng snorted and said in a strange tone, "Even if you don't say it, I know you're going to find that little senior sister of yours, right?" "Yes," Yang Kai admitted frankly. "I knew your relationship wasn't ordinary." Chiu Meng felt a little sour in her heart as she curled her lips and asked, "Is she from your sect?" "Yes, he's also from High Heaven Pavilion. But why do I see that Qin Zhe's group is very respectful to her? He seems to be even more respectful than you. She's not that old. That's strange. Is there some inside story?" Chiu Meng looked puzzled. When arranging the accommodations for the group from Medicine King's Valley, she had heard the conversation between Qin Zhe and Xianing Chang. That was clearly the respectful attitude of a junior towards an elder, which made her feel a little unusual. "There are some reasons, but I can't explain them clearly. You'll understand in a few days." Yang Kai didn't explain. "This should be a group of people you plan to help, right? It's in the plan, but I didn't expect so many people to come." Chiu Meng smiled. 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, and one of them is Mysterious Grade. "Yang Kai, you've really struck it rich. If this news spreads out, there will definitely be many people coming to join you." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "There are advantages and disadvantages. You should understand this better than I do." Chiu Meng nodded. "You don't want to stand out, but now you're already a tall tree that attracts the wind. What will you do in the future? Do you still want to keep a low profile?" "Why not?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, you seem to only see the sensational effect of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley, but not their combat effectiveness. Now that they've come to join me, it's true that they will make my brothers worry, but don't forget, this group of people doesn't have much cultivation. When my brothers calm down and understand this point, they won't take them seriously anymore." Chiu Meng was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was also a little excited by their arrival and neglected this point. Even with the addition of this group of alchemists, it would take at least 3 months for Yang Kai's group to improve their cultivation qualitatively. Moreover, this was under the premise that there was an adequate supply of materials. 3 months was enough time for a lot of things to happen. What's more, they also had alchemists in their respective houses, but the overall level of those alchemists couldn't be compared to this group from Medicine King's Valley. If they really calculated, it would take at least 3 months for this group of people from Medicine King's Valley to improve the cultivation of Yang Kai's group, and at least 6 months to open up the gap between them and the cultivator from the other houses. Today's matter could only be said that the Yang family's younger generation was shocked by the arrival of Medicine King's Valley's alchemists and made a big fuss out of nothing. Chiu Meng pondered for a moment before whispering, "So, the addition of Medicine King's Valley's people won't have much of an impact on them, at least in the short term. However, as time passed, the role of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley would only grow." "Let's see if they can figure it out," Yang Kai grinned, his 2 rows of white teeth glowing in the darkness, causing Chiu Meng to be stunned. Frowning, Chiu Meng suddenly chuckled. "I found that your attitude towards me these past few days has been a little different, not as cold as before." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was also taken aback. In retrospect, this was indeed the case. In the past, Chiu Meng was too shrewd and calculating, so he didn't want to get close to this woman. However, as the inheritance war unfolded, Chiu Meng had left the Chiu family and joined his camp. Perhaps because of this, his attitude towards her had inadvertently changed. "Have you discovered my charm and begun to like me?" Chiu Yimeng chuckled, her eyes filled with provocation. Yang Kai stared at her, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. But without saying anything, he simply approached her step by step. The Chiu family's first young lady suddenly paled, glancing around and discovering that there was no one around. She couldn't help taking a step back, directly blocking her path. In the next moment, a hot breath rushed towards her as Yang Kai put on a frivolous expression, stretching out one hand and placing the other on her shoulder, looking down at her. The distance between the two of them was less than an inch, so the oppressive feeling coming from him caused Chiu Yimeng to panic. She quickly realized that stopping him here to chat was the wrong choice. She shouldn't have said those words to provoke him. "What do you want to do?" Chiu Yimeng's breathing quickened as her eyes flashed. 500 meters to the left, Xiang Tianshao is lying in ambush. 300 meters to the right is where the 2 Hua family masters are hiding, and 800 meters in front of me is where the 3 Duan Mu family masters are hiding. I'm warning you not to act recklessly. Ha ha! Yang Kai laughed strangely. What are you afraid of? We're allies. I just want to get closer to you. Even if we want to get closer, you don't have to be like this. Just stay away from me. Chiu Yimeng had never been so anxious before. Not daring to look at Yang Kai's aggressive eyes, her body pressed against the wall, unable to escape. I can get closer. Do you want to try? Yang Kai smiled wickedly, silently and mysteriously. The Chiu family's first young lady raised her eyes and glared at him hatefully, her heart filled with bitterness. But when she saw the sly smugness in his eyes, her eyes suddenly lit up. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck like water snakes, softly saying, "Good, come on, I want to see how you'll have the face to see your little senior sister." As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her perky breasts against Yang Kai's chest, full of provocation. Yang Kai's eyes blinked, immediately reaching out and pinching Chiu Yimeng's cheeks, letting go of her with a laugh. "Playing around is fine, but don't get serious with me. I can't take it." His voice gradually faded away, and by the time Chiu Yimeng recovered from her shock, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Beast! Chiu Yimeng felt extremely wronged. Reaching out and touching her face, it hurt like hell. This smelly man didn't know how to control his strength and didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex. After feeling wronged for a while, Chiu Yimeng stared at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, a look of loss filling her face. It was undeniable that this man was the best she had ever seen so far, and quite possibly the best in this world. Such a man was more than qualified to be worthy of her, and she also had a good impression of him. But Chiu Yimeng didn't dare have any thoughts about him, because such a man would not be bound by her. Compared to being with him, Chiu Yimeng wanted to see how far this man could go, and what height he would eventually stand at, overlooking all living things. Perhaps when that day came, she would be able to abandon everything and follow him. But definitely not now. The door to Xia Ningchang's room was tightly shut. A young girl with a veil on her face was sitting at the table, deep in thought. The lights around her flickered, just like her mood, undulating up and down. The words Yang Kai had said to her during the day still rang in her ears, and every time she thought about it, Xia Ningchang's heart filled with sweetness. Her delicate face was always filled with a happy and shy smile, but unfortunately, no one was fated to see it. Yang Kai had never said such direct and shameful words to her. Thinking about this deeply, Xia Ningchang's cheeks became even redder, covering her face with both hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The days she spent in High Heaven Pavilion were the sweetest and happiest days of her life. But unfortunately, those days did not last long. Suddenly, the door to her room opened and closed, and a figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Xia Ningchang awoke from her contemplation, and only had time to cry out before she was picked up and placed on the bed. The yuan qi and divine sense that had just been condensed immediately dissipated. Although she didn't see what this person looked like, Xia Ningchang smelled a familiar scent and already knew who it was. Chapter 450. Under the flickering light, Xia Ningchang sat on Yang Kai's lap, held in his arms. Her expression was timid as she secretly glanced at her junior brother, then quickly looked away. Her delicate earlobes immediately turned bright red, small and cute. Yang Kai gazed at her with a smile, full of affection. His burning gaze seemed to be able to melt Xia Ningchang. Silence was better than words. This simple contact had already vented their longing for each other, leaving behind only sweetness and happiness. Xia Ningchang felt satisfied for the first time. Although Yang Kai used to look at her affectionately when he saw her, he had never been so direct and undisguised like this. He still has me in his heart, the girl thought to herself as a smile bloomed on her delicate face. She shrunk her delicate body into Yang Kai's arms. An invisible divine sense suddenly enveloped Yang Kai. The divine sense was mixed with some information and directly transmitted to Yang Kai's mind. Stinking brat, this old man is next door. Don't force me to destroy you now. Receiving this information, Yang Kai faintly smiled. He also condensed his divine sense and transmitted it to the room next door. Treasure Meng, peeping at your own disciple is very immoral behavior. You should have some self-respect. When this information was transmitted, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the divine sense belonging to Meng Wu suddenly shook, as if it was frightened. After a while, a strange cry came from the room next door. Master, what's wrong? Xia Ningchang hurriedly raised her head and asked. It's nothing. He probably had a nightmare. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled. She clearly knew that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Since Yang Kai said so, Meng Wuyi could no longer hide it. He said in a muffled voice, When you have time, come find me. I have some things to ask you. Yes, I also have some things to ask you. Yang Kai nodded gently. Meng Wuyi slowly withdrew his divine sense. He would no longer spy on them. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang looked at each other and smiled, suddenly feeling a lot more relaxed. Although the two of them knew that Meng Wuyi had good intentions, being stared at by such a master with his divine sense still made them feel somewhat restrained. Hugging his little senior sister, he didn't do anything presumptuous. He just enjoyed the warm feeling. Xia Ningchang's body was very soft. There seemed to be no bones. There was also an intoxicating fragrance on her body. It was natural and refreshing. Little senior sister is amazing. You've already reached the immortal ascension boundary, first stage. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The last time they had left Hidden Cloud Peak, she had only been around Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but now she had successfully broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. This kind of cultivation speed was not inferior to his own. It's all thanks to junior brother. What did you leave behind for me? After I take 1 drop every day, my cultivation speed is much faster than before. During this period of time, he had been discussing the art of alchemy with the Grandmaster. I've also been studying the spirit array you gave him, so I haven't been cultivating much. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. She hadn't cultivated much, and yet she had already reached this level. If she had been diligent in her cultivation, what would that be like? His little senior sister was indeed blessed by the heavens with a physique advantage. That its myriad drug liquid it can cleanse one's body. Do you have any more? I have a lot here. Xia Ningchang nodded. I still have some. I only take 1 drop every day. I also gave it to Master, but it seems to have no effect on Master's injuries. Treasurer Meng is injured. Yang Kai was shocked. How did he get injured? The little senior sister tilted her head, her brow wrinkling slightly as she whispered, I don't know, Master never told me the details. I only know that he is injured and needs me to cultivate diligently in order to help him heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. A master like Meng Wu Ye was actually injured. Yang Kai had witnessed his strength with his own eyes. Compared to an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, perhaps only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could defeat him. Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no trace of injury. Could it be an old injury? However, if it was just an old injury, the myriad drug liquid should have some effect. Yang Kai's mind raced, and he decided to wait until he had time to find Meng Wuya and ask him about it. Although Treasure Meng didn't like spending time with his little senior sister, that was out of consideration for his disciple. In fact, Treasure Meng had always taken good care of him, especially when they were in High Heaven Pavilion. This was something Yang Kai still remembered. "Junior brother, do you have any news about Su Yan?" Xia Ning Chang suddenly asked. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming gloomy as he slowly shook his head. "I've already sent people to inquire, but I haven't heard back. I don't know where she and the people from High Heaven Pavilion went." "Don't worry. She'll definitely be safe," Xia Ning Chang softly said, stretching out her small hand and boldly stroking Yang Kai's hair, trying to comfort him. "If she hears you're here, she'll definitely come looking for you." "I hope so." Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his fluctuating mood, and changed the subject. "Little senior sister, what was that thing you used during the day? It actually repelled so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with a single move." Xia Ningchang pursed her lips into a smile as she flicked her finger, and the star ring that had appeared earlier in the day reappeared. "This is what Master gave me after I broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the hidden star ring. According to him, it is a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact and contains 3 of Master's martial skills. I only need to circulate my true Qi and divine sense to activate the martial skills inside." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved, but at the same time, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He had always been puzzled. Even if Xia Ningchang's physique was unique and she had already reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, it was impossible for her to display such powerful strength with just a single mysterious grade artifact. In the end, the power of an artifact depended on the cultivator to activate it. Now that he heard her explanation, it made sense. That was equivalent to Meng Wu Yi using his full strength. How could those Immortal Ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator block it? Treasure Meng's heritage is truly profound. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved upwards, his thoughts turning, wondering if he should obtain a few mysterious grade artifacts from Meng Wuya. However, with Meng Wuya's stinginess, this matter would be a bit difficult. His treasures would always be given to Xia Ningchang. Others, even Yang Kai, would never be able to take advantage of him. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai returned to his senses and sternly said, "Little senior sister, since you've come here, you may be very busy in the future. I'll leave the alchemy matters to you. I need to improve the strength of those people as soon as possible." "I like alchemy." Xia Ningchang's eyes curved into crescents. "Alchemy is a form of cultivation, and it can also help you." "Helping me is one thing, but don't tire yourself out. Otherwise Treasure Meng won't give up." Yang Kai smiled and immediately said, "Little senior sister, release your knowledge, see." "HM?" Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he said this. "I have something to teach you about alchemy." Xia Ningchang couldn't help but light up. "Something related to those 2 spirit arrays?" Yang Kai nodded. Xia Ningchang immediately released his knowledge, seized defenses, and in the next moment he felt a terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy invade his knowledge sea. This divine sense was enormous and full of aggressiveness. It was as if it was an indestructible, sharp knife. It was also mixed with some cold and evil attributes. Fortunately, this divine sense did not attack her, but even so, Xia Ningchang was still shocked. Inside his knowledge sea, Xia Ningchang's spiritual energy condensed into a phantom and tentatively asked, "Junior brother?" Yang Kai also condensed his own phantom and nodded. How did you? Xia Ningchang looked at the phantom that was countless times stronger than his own spiritual energy. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai could have such a powerful spiritual energy at the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. I can't explain it clearly, but it's not a bad thing. Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look around, quickly discovering that the feeling his little senior sister's knowledge Si gave him was just like her personality, indifferent and fresh. Below him was an endless sea formed from the convergence of spiritual energy threads. Every immortal ascension boundary cultivator would open up their own knowledge sea. As their strength improved and their spiritual energy cultivated, this sea would grow larger and larger, and the energy it contained would also become stronger. Yang Kai had seen Shanqing Luo's knowledge sea before and compared it to Xia Ningchang's. There was a clear difference. The beguiling demon Queen Shanqing Luo's knowledge sea had a vague and seductive aura, but in his little senior sister's knowledge sea, Yang Kai only felt a sense of tranquility from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Xia Ningchang's knowledge sea could purify the evil in one's heart. Above the knowledge sea, two phantoms stood facing each other. I'm not familiar with the use of my divine sense right now, so I can only tell you what I know one by one. Just remember it and ask me if you don't understand anything, Yang Kai said. When it came to the use of his divine sense, Yang Kai only had a single soul skill. If he could really use it well, he could wrap the knowledge in his mind with his divine sense, form a light ball of light, and transmit it to his little senior sister without having to go through so much trouble. Xia Ningchang nodded gently. What Yang Kai wanted to tell Xia Ningchang was naturally the true alchemic way. Yang Kai had only glimpsed a small part of the true alchemic way's knowledge, but this knowledge included a variety of magical spirit arrays and the experience of many alchemy grandmasters. These things were worthless to the average person, and even to ordinary alchemists, they were too profound and mysterious. However, for an alchemist of the level of Xia Ningchang's level, this knowledge was no less than a peerless treasure. With this knowledge, Yang Kai believed that his little senior sister would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in alchemy, perhaps even to an unimaginable degree. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge, see, the two phantoms stood there quietly, one speaking and one listening, both very serious. Xia Ningchang's comprehension ability was extraordinary, so Yang Kai had some information he didn't quite understand from the true alchemic way's information. But after Xia Ningchang explained it to him, he was suddenly enlightened and benefited greatly. Gradually, the two of them changed from simply imparting knowledge to discussing it with each other, each expressing their own views and slowly comprehending the true alchemic way.